Rachel. Ubisoft fans know the name Sam Fisher and the series Splinter Cell.
You think
and
so?
That's one that has been very absent for a long time. Now, you know, based off of what Ubisoft has out, Siege and
good evening,
Wildlands coming out.
good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is Taylor of the Tech and Gaming Station, and we are getting ready for Ubisoft's press conference today. So in about
question is will that
5, 6, 7,
that's kind of like the one surprise they
7
really
minutes,
have
the
for us,
press
right?
conference
Everyone
is
else
about
has
to
sort of
begin
either
here
called it or
in
seen
the
some
Central Time
confirmation
Zone.
or heard that it's definitely
So
out soon.
hopefully you guys
So,
enjoy
yeah,
my
Splinter Cell
live
could be
commentary
there.
of the Ubisoft press conference, and then later tonight we will be doing the Sony press conference.
There would be a time that it would come up, this, you know, even if it's an announcement, right?
Yeah.
I could just see it right now, you know, a head turning around, and then all of a sudden, like, the green goggles, right? Like, that's what you see, and then everyone knows exactly what it is. And I mean, for fans, that would probably just appease them. So, I mean, not as much as Beyond Good and Evil 2 would, if we got surprised by that.
The Marcus market has its demands.
Can we see the poll one more time for Are You Excited for Assassin's Creed Origins? Just curious to see where we kind of landed on that.
Wow, we're
That's
at 72%
No,
no?
I mean,
Nobody's excited for
maybe
Assassin's
today there's
Creed.
Not a whole lot. Maybe there's just
Weird.
Beyond Good and Evil 2 fans in there, and they're mad. Or Far Cry fans.
Of course, I'm a
but
Splinter
the
Cell
Kingdom
guy, so
Battle
I'm
and
more
the sort
excited
of,
about that.
you know, the crossover with the Rabbids makes a lot of sense. One thing we did talk about is Ubisoft's typically been ahead of the curve when it comes to Nintendo
Maybe not.
hardware.
Hopefully you guys can hear me better.
Don't know much about what they're going to do with the Switch. So is this a Switch title? That would make a lot of sense, you know.
Well, they've had great motion games before. They've done a lot, like pioneering in the way of some workout games. Their dance
Just
games
gonna
are
get nice and
fantastic. They
comfortable.
had a big presence on Connect, so they can take a lot of that learning and bring it into some really fun controller-based gameplay, I think, for the Switch.
Right.
I would love to see them do some shaking rabbits. I mean, those games are great for parties, and the Switch is everywhere in all my friends' homes now. So
I've recently been playing Zelda. I have to give them props. I did not, you know, like I play a lot of tablet mobile stuff, but I thought I was going to play this on my television, and it's been more just on the go and around, and so it's been
our
really
makeup artist is playing it like right now.
Yeah,
It's a pretty mobile console, so Ubisoft has a lot of room there to play.
Do you think there's any, you know, you mentioned Just Dance, and I'm not necessarily the first one to be like, yes, another one, but it seems to be like one of those flagship titles. It's hard to imagine they don't have something Just Dance related even at this show.
I really hope so. I mean, that community is really vibrant, really passionate. It's like any other small community. You know, there's racers come out, and you're like, this isn't for me, but there's some, like, fiery passion behind that. It's the same way with the dance game. So, you know, don't leave that community behind.
And they did, we talked about Eagle Flight earlier, which sort of was experimental Ubisoft sort of showcase. You know, will we see some VR from Ubisoft, right? Is there an opportunity there? I don't know. Hypothetical questions we're asking.
Yeah, that's, I mean, they do love to experiment. We saw Bridge Crew as well. They brought us that. So, you know, they certainly know the VR space. They certainly can entertain when they get there.
And it was something that Zeke mentioned earlier in our opening show, that one thing he would love to
Hello,
see.
fellow
Bridge Crew
viewer. Are you ready for E3?
Everyone who played at E3 was like,
because I am.
Give it to me now.
I'm always excited for E3 because this is a perfect opportunity for all the gaming industry to see what they're doing.
This to me is
so I'm very excited.
A phenomenal opportunity to potentially say, here's user-created content, right? If people were making their own missions, you know, something to that effect, I think would really help. But any level of expansion or additional content on top of this, I feel like will be very well received based off of how well the game's been doing.
Especially like a lot of dazzle potential. When the floor opens, we're really going to get a sense, because this year the attendees are not just journalists. We have a lot of gaming fans coming in, and I just really want to see how they naturally react to these games, right?
Yeah. I mean, we've seen the tweets from Ubisoft as well. They're saying, hey, this is going to be a big one this year. Will we know all the things going into it? It seems like we might know a couple, but I feel like I'm holding out for the E3 surprise. Right now, the crown is being held by A Way Out. I feel like that was presented during Microsoft. It just looks great. It's right up my alley. I'm ready though for whatever that next big surprise is.
Ubisoft knows how to do a press conference. I mean, they might have lost Aisha this year, but they do know how to entertain. They know how to pace things out. So I know they have to put some surprise in there.
And don't forget, later on today, of course, in between Ubisoft and Sony, we're going to bring you a bunch of games, new information, some live demos. But then the Sony press conference, which I believe begins at 6 p.m. PT, that's going to be happening. And, you know, Sony always likes to kind of be the cherry on top of things. They've done that for quite a while. And yeah, last year they sort of put their foot down and say, okay, we get it.
They put their foot down and the square lit up, Marcus.
And Kojima walked out, but they showed us a lot of games. And we loved it because Microsoft then was like, okay, cool, we can do that too. Boom, here's all our games. Getting another year of that would just be phenomenal. I expect some VR news out of them because they've been having, you know, great PSVR sales. But anything you're super stoked about, maybe as far as
coming up for Sony?
Yeah.
Ooh, you know what? They've really been doing some expansions for Final Fantasy 15. That's a game that I've really been going full completionist on. So maybe if they can tease out something else there, they've had the stories there with Ignis prompt. Standard RPG stuff, but other than that, like, they are one of the conferences that always have some innovation as well.
I think there's also a lot of, you know, I haven't seen it mentioned over the last couple days, but there is, you know, people want to see Final Fantasy VII Remake, and are we going to see more there? There was this Kingdom Hearts 3 trailer that was released recently.
I know you guys are
Japanese.
so excited, but do you think they set a date when they said that trailer, right? So do you think we're going to see anything ahead of time, or maybe perhaps the same trailer but in English teasing the same date?
Right, so we don't know, but maybe it'll happen. It sounds like we've got about less than a minute until Ubisoft begins their press conference. Again, the things we think we'll see, like maybe a new Splinter Cell. We're definitely going to see more on Assassin's Creed Origins.
I definitely want a new Splinter Cell.
We're
Must
positive,
be Sam
at least
Fisher.
we're hoping that we get a release date for South Park Fractured But Whole. Maybe Watch Dogs 3. I don't know.
And that Mario and Rabbids.
And let's go ahead and do it. It's the Ubisoft press conference.
Everyone, please, Yves Guillemot. Yves, I believe the honor is yours. Would you do the honors, please?
Sure. Let the games begin.
What are we gonna look at? I see. Oh no.
Hello, everyone, and thank you. We've always wondered what could happen if our crazy rabbits were unleashed upon the world of Mario. Today, the dream is reality.
I don't know about that.
And
It might
to
be a
talk
very
about this
bad
unexpected
game.
encounter, it is my great honor to welcome a very special guest, someone I truly admire. Please. Ladies and gentlemen, Miyamoto-san. Thank you for coming. We are so happy to have you today. So what have you brought with you?
Well,
What did you bring?
this is a life-size replica of one of the weapons from this game.
Wow. Cool, I'm sure you love it.
I brought one for you.
Okay. Oh, thank you. Wow. Woo. So let's take a picture.
Bill-san, he can help our conversation.
Okay.
これほら、ね、ゴーストリーコンのとちょっと違うでしょ
These are a little bit different from the weapons you see in Ghost Recon.
可愛いでしょ
Yeah, very different weapons
they're
for
cute.
very different worlds. This one is, I think, very effective in the world of Mario and Rabbit. So, should do well.
A little bit awkward.
I'm so proud of Ubisoft's long-standing collaboration with Nintendo. You know, from the DS to the Wii, and more recently for the impressive launch of the Switch. You know, we have always been inspired by Nintendo and by all the great work you have been able to do.
そうですね、本当にいつも UBI さんにはね、協力いただいてありがとうございます。
Yes, thank you very much for all the work that we've been able to do together over the years with Ubisoft.
もうほら、出会ってから25年ぐらい経つんですよね。
I mean, Yves, it's already been about 25 years since you and I first met.
で、E3 とかに来るたんびに UBI さんのブースを僕は訪問して、でビデオで撮ってもらって、社内のビデオに登場したりしてましたね。
And every year at E3, you're kind enough to invite me to your booth, and we get to take lots of pictures and videos, and I've even recorded messages for Ubisoft employees in the past.
でそのたんびにね、なんか UBI の開発の皆さんのすごい任天堂ゲーム愛みたいなものを感じてきました。
So over the years, I've always felt the deep, heartfelt passion that Ubisoft developers have for Nintendo and its characters.
それは一方でね、僕は同じ開発者としてライバルですから、こう戦う姿勢で頑張ってきたんですけど。
But on the other hand, because we're both software developers, we've also looked at each other as kind of rivals and tried to see who could make the best software.
けどまあイブさんからラビッツの人形をもらったりいろいろして、僕の席の前にもラビッツがいっぱいあるんですけども、そういうラビッツのヒューモアはすごく理解してました。
But of course, I've known the Rabbids characters for many years, and I have many Rabbids figures decorating my desk. And so I've always been a fan of the characters and their humor.
だから今回の話があった時にラビッツがどんなユーモアをこうゲームの中で見せてくれるかすごい楽しみにしてたんですね。
So since this project first started, I've been very excited to see what kind of humor the Rabbids could bring to the Mario world.
でただダビデさんに会った時にね、ダビデさんに一つだけお願いしたんです。
And so when I met Davide-san, who is the creative director of this game, yes. When I met Davide-san, I had just one condition for this project.
絶対こうジャンプするゲームとかそういうプラットフォームゲームじゃなくて、マリオで今まで作ったことのないジャンルのゲームを作ってほしいとお願いしました。
I said, whatever you do, don't try to make a jump game or a Mario platformer. Try to make a Mario game that has never been made before.
よかったですね。
And it's great.
And I can tell you, it was an exciting, very exciting challenge for all our teams. And I think we've done something you will love. So, thank you very much for giving us the chance to perform on this game.
はい、本当にこうヨーロッパで作るとこんなものができるのかとかね。それからUBI さんやっぱりアクションゲームをちゃんと作ってる会社なんで、こう単性のストラテジーゲームというもののちゃんとこうテンポのいいゲームが出来上がりました。
And so, of course, because the game is being made in Europe, it has a very unique flavor to it. And of course, Ubisoft is very good at making action games, but this game in particular has a great layer of strategy and tactics to it, but with a very good pace.
Yeah, no, it's going to be fresh, actually. So now let's welcome Xavier, you know, the producer of the game, and he will show us the game. So thanks again. Thanks again, Miyamoto. Thank you.
I wonder what they're going to show in regards to this game.
Finally, finally we can talk about this project. So we've been working on this game for more than 3 years now, and to be at E3 today on this stage is just super exciting. So what is this game exactly? So Mario plus Rabbids Kingdom Battle is a tactical adventure exclusive for the Nintendo Switch, and let's check right away some gameplay. So the rabbits have been teleported into the Mushroom Kingdom, and it made the world completely unstable and chaotic. So Mario, as a true hero, wants to save the day, but this time with some new friends. And at first, they don't really know each other, but in the end, they will form this dream team that will potentially save the Mushroom Kingdom. And as the game is a turn-based tactical adventure game, combat is a really big part of the concept. So you'll fight wave after wave of rabbit that somehow turn bad, and what we see here is just the very beginning of the game, so it will be perfect to talk about the combat basics. So the two flags you see on the screen here is to tell you that this is a battlefield zone. So you'll switch from exploration mode to battle mode. The blue zone is your zone of movement, so you move anywhere you want in that zone. But you can also use battlefield ingredients, such as covers, for protection. So Rabbid Luigi here using half cover or full cover. And we also have what we call team jump. So by jumping on your teammate, you can expand your zone of movement. So here, Rabbid Peach, using Mario, she's able to flank the enemy. So you can also attack the enemy behind that cover and expose them by destroying that cover, which is really interesting in terms of strategy because for the next turns, you'll be open for attacks. And last but not least, techniques. So from defensive ones, like Rabbid Peach shield boost, or offensive ones, like Mario's Hero Sight. He's able to attack the enemy even if it's not his turn, as soon as the enemy moves. So this is a very core aspect of the game itself. So you mix and match attack options, movement abilities, techniques, but we also have other ingredients such as pipes, rabbit pipes. So those give you a good move to flank the enemy. So here, for example, Rabbid Luigi goes into the pipe, out of the pipe, dash the enemy, goes for Mario, team jump, land behind the enemy in one single movement sequence, and then finish off the enemy. And what we see here is actually explosive cover. So those have many type of super effects, and this one was a push effect. So you can push heroes or enemies out of the boundaries. So again, this is just a glimpse into the basics of the game. And as you progress into the game, you have more tactic tools. You'll be able to do more combo setups. You'll be able to use different type of heroes, different type of weapons, in order to battle your way through the kingdom.
Not my cup of tea.
Thank you.
Might do good, but probably won't sell a lot.
And that's just a glimpse into the game itself. But first and foremost, this is a project done with passion, with our hearts. So it would not exist otherwise. So we just can't wait for you guys to try the game at E3 this week. For those who are not at E3, you'll see online coverage, videos, and surprises. So have a great conference. Have a great E3. Thank you.
Yoshi.
Hi, I'm Ashraf Ismail, game director for Assassin's Creed Origins. I've waited a long time to say that.
Sure he did.
Almost 10 years ago, I, as many of you, fell in love with a game. That game took us to the Third Crusade. And we fell in love again when it took us to the Italian Renaissance. Over the years, this amazing series has taken us to the American Revolution, the French Revolution, Victorian London, and of course, to the Republic of Pirates. For the 10-year anniversary of Assassin's Creed, for our fans, for ourselves, and for all newcomers, we wanted to go back, very far back, to show how it all began. Since Black Flag, over the last 3.5 years, we have poured our energy, our talent, our passion into bringing the land of pyramids, pharaohs, and mummies to life, to bring ancient Egypt to life. Now, Egypt challenged us. It fundamentally challenged us to reinvent what it means to be Assassin's Creed. And over the next few days, you will see, play, and feel this reinvented experience. I am deeply honored and proud to be here representing the amazing work of a phenomenal team, and thrilled to finally be able to show you this beast we have been building. Without further ado, here is a taste of Egypt.
This sounded good. Let's see what this game looks like. They showed this yesterday, I think.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. As an extra treat, let's check in with home base, where we're going to get a glimpse of what you'll see right after the UB conference.
Hey there, folks. Chris Waters here at the home base with Hanny Duong and Carl Luet, producer on Assassin's Creed Origins at Ubisoft Singapore. Carl's here to give us a look at the gameplay of the game. We're going to be entering the open world. We've got a ton more to show you, but Carl, kick it off. Give us a little taste here.
Yes, so here we are in the open world of Egypt. This is the demo that we will be showing on the show floor here at E3. Bayek is riding into the Fayum, one of the regions in Egypt, the most southernmost region. It's a beautiful area. We see we've come in from the desert, moving towards this Lake Moris. And let's have a little exploration around here using our Eagle scene.
It's sunny on the lake and it's sunny on the monitor here, but folks, this looks really good. It's running on an Xbox One X. We'll be giving you the gameplay feed after the show. We've got 30 minutes of that coming up, but let's see if we can see from a bird's eye view what Seinu is up to.
Yeah, so Seinu is looking into this military camp and tagging a few enemies here. After the show, we will infiltrate this camp and take it out either through stealth or combat or perhaps ranged weaponry.
All right, if you guys want to see more of this, be sure to tune in right after the conference. Chris and I and Carl here will be right here. Ash will be joining us as well. You won't want to miss it.
That 30 minutes live gameplay feed is coming up after the show, but for now, it's back to the stage and on with the excitement.
That's it for now. Thank you, thank you. So, don't forget that you can watch this demo in its entirety after the conference, live stream from our home base. And for those of you here at E3, please come to the Ubisoft booth where you can live this new experience of Assassin's Creed. Thank you very much.
That looked pretty good, but I have to get my hands on the game to see how I actually feel about it.
Here's your chance.
Driver with a promising career dominate off-road racing on his way to the top.
right, the cars are hauling up. Our champion swerves around it brilliantly. Now that's the skill that wins no matter what the engine, no matter what the track.
What is this game? It has the intrigue, but what is it?
Here's this season's undisputed motorsports champion coming out of nowhere to rise to the top.
Oh, the crew. Wow.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. 2 years back, the crew took the driving genre out there to the big, wide, open world of the USA. Thanks to our players, we have taken this iconic vision to the next level. They showed us what they liked and what they wanted to see in the futures. Now, it's time to take it way beyond driving. I am Stéphane Bellet, Creative Director. This is The Crew 2. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Here in the US, motorsports are louder, bigger, edgier than anywhere else in the world. Drivers and fans meet across the country and celebrate a common passion for all things motorized. Now's your chance to join in. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to The Crew 2, home of Modern Nation.
Let's see how good it is. I'm digging this.
In the heart of the city, street racers prove their skills, skidding on rooftops, burning asphalt, and tuning their
That's
ride.
good.
Forge your own path off-road through the striking beauty of nature.
Off-road.
Tame unpredictable waves on the open ocean, rapid waters, or narrow rivers. fearless pilot rules the skies, spin between
Definitely
buildings,
want to
through the
fly some
clouds,
planes.
among stunning perspectives.
That looked pretty cool. I am into that.
Thank you. All across the country, high-octane contests await you. Take the lead on modernation. You've had a glimpse of the Crew 2. Register now for beta access or play the demo at the booth. Experience TC2 for yourself. Enjoy the ride. Thank you.
What is this now? Oh, South Park.
We all started as one team. We all wanted to be superheroes for the same reason. You're a traitor to me, and now you're with a group of super traitors. This was started by you. We aren't the ones who walked out of the fucking franchise, Mysterion. Why would the Freedom Pals help us? We send a spy, someone in our group who pretends to want to switch sides and join Freedom Pals. Somebody who they don't know very well. All that's fair in love and war, Freedom Pussy. You fucking animal.
You've got problems, new kid. Whatever you did last night got a lot of people's attention. Bad people. If you need information, just know you can rely on Call Girl.
Who the fuck is that? So I guess now any fucking asshole thinks they can be a superhero. We're gonna rip you apart. Dude, Mysterion is pissed at you, new kid. Toolshed.
Toolshed is a Gadgeteer class visionary archetype.
And a butt-fucking traitor.
Eric, you must listen to me.
Get out of my head, Timmy.
Your franchise is going nowhere. Face the truth, Eric. You guys are kind of douchebags.
He just called us douchebags, in my mind.
He did?
Southpaw, the fractured but home.
Available October 17th.
There was this sort of synergy of, well, we're looking to do something interesting in VR, and we've got this division, and you're looking to sort of bring, you know,
VR?
what sense you have of storytelling within, and put that into the context of VR.
You can, for the first time as a player, feel like you are in a movie.
That's a really good word for it. We want you to take off the gear and still feel unsettled.
Whilst working with Ubisoft, we stumbled across some fascinating research that had begun in the late 90s. Essentially, neuroscientists had figured out a way to upload brain data, trauma, emotions, memories, to the digital space. Now, we've gone and taken the next logical step, and with Ubisoft, we've recreated in virtual reality one such test subject. So we'd like you to come and join us and experience the Walter test case for yourself.
Not as another character, but for me again.
What is this?
What you're experiencing is a recorded consciousness. It's not unlike watching a movie, so no matter how real it may seem, it can't hurt you. You are completely safe. You are completely safe.
Transference. What kind of a game is Transference?
And now, I'm happy to share a new surprise with you. Building on the legacy of one of our most popular worlds, the super talented teams of Ubisoft Singapore came up with something really, really unique. So I want you to see that and enjoy. Thank you.
What could it be? What could it be?
Men from all over the world sail the treacherous trade routes of the Indian Ocean.
Oh, that
The
sounded
riches
like
in their holds fuel their dreams of power and fortune, while whetting the appetites of those they fear most. Pirates.
Decides after 70 years that what he goes there for is to unlock that door. No, we're never gonna survive. Six knots, sir! 6 knots! So damn slow!
What is this game? What is this?
Aim at the mark! Fire! Miracles will happen as we never gonna survive unless we get a little crazy. No, we're never gonna survive.
Bugs. A pirate game. I'm definitely into a pirate game. Oh yeah.
"120 days. That's how long the average pirate survived a lawless life on the seas during the golden age of piracy. I'm Justin Farron, the creative director for Skull and Bones. And this is your chance to not just survive, but to climb the food chain and surpass the legend of every pirate who ever sailed the high seas. Since bringing innovative naval combat to Assassin's Creed, we at Ubisoft Singapore have set out to bring you the ultimate pirate experience. A tactical action game where we take that naval combat to the next level, mastering the ocean and its winds at the helm of ships armed to the teeth. Skull and Bones takes place in a shared systemic world where you can sail solo or form a gang of pirates with your friends, and together terrorize the trade routes of the Indian Ocean. Season after season, you'll collaborate and compete with other bloodthirsty players.
This will be.
Even execute ruthless betrayals in order to become the ultimate pirate kingpin. Now I'm proud to share with you the Loot Hunt, one of Skull and Bones' 5 versus 5 team-based PvP modes. Right on, right? We've just received intel that merchant convoys rich with treasure are sailing just off the coast of Madagascar. But beware, there are other pirates also looking to plunder the PvP disputed waters of the Indian Ocean.
Pre-alpha gameplay.
The Priscilla Shallows of Madagascar.
So this is not done
Located
yet.
on the cusp of a bustling trade route, it is the perfect place for an ambush. Here is our gang of pirates, the Raiders, going head-to-head with a gang of rival players, the Cutthroats. Victory goes to the team with the most loot at the end of the hunt. Knowing how to sail with the wind is a pirate's most precious skill. Use the winds to increase your speed or to position yourself for tactical advantage in battle. To reap the most rewards, it is best to split up, some going inland, others keeping to the open sea. Each warship has unique strengths. The frigate's hull is reinforced, its arsenal equipped with numerous culverin cannons. The brigantine is devastating up close, with a battering ram designed to break any resistance. The sloop of war kills from afar, with its crippling long-ranged mortars and precise long 9 cannons.
Flying hostile colors! All sail! Ride the wind! All hands on deck!
Gotta say, this looks beautiful.
Nothing will save you now! Brace for impact! Drown, you soggy nutmegs!
Don't let bloodlust cloud your purpose. You're here for the loot, and so are your rivals.
Store the goods, then back to your station.
The team that escapes with the most loot claims victory. Searching for more targets on the horizon, our sloop of war spots a rival pirate ship further inland. With its heavily reinforced hull, our frigate swoops in to save the day, bearing the brunt of the damage.
Another day, another victim!
Speed, Mr. Mercy! Vamos con todo!
Our gang of pirates is now taking aim at the frigate, and it will take team coordination to take her down.
They are killing! We can take their ship!
With the enemy ship's broadside now vulnerable, our frigate rushes in to board her.
No water!
Successful.
Black and silver.
Fancy snorkeling some fish, Biz?
We've got pirate hunters! It's the rock fleet! Man au war! Rockets away!
Pirate hunters have been sent in, signaling the end of the hunt. They target the pirates with the most stolen loot.
Time to make our escape, Captain, or we are good for the news. They're firing mortars!
Full tilt, Silvo, full tilt!
The pirate hunter defenses are so strong that the only option is escape. The brigantine is sacrificing herself to buy time for the frigate, who carries the most loot. The frigate now needs to make its escape through the reefs.
Captain, that's back for the reefs!
Successful pirates know when to run, with their hulls full and the wind at their backs.
Sign up for a chance. I might have to.
Thank you all very much. I'd like to invite you to play the Loot Hunt at the Ubisoft booth at E3. And please register for our live phases online. Oh, and one thing I forgot to mention. The world of Skull and Bones is one that evolves. When you act, it reacts.
That if I did not kiss the girls, my lips would grow a moldy. Way, ho, away, we'll haul away.
This just adds so great. Who plays this game? I don't.
With somebody, I just wanna dance with somebody. I just wanna dance with somebody. I just wanna dance with somebody. It could be anybody. Tell me, are you that somebody? Don't matter who you I'm BB Rexa, and Just Dance 2018 is out this October on all consoles. Bye!
You use it as a telephone. You use it as a camera. It's your music player, your flashlight, calculator, and GPS navigation device. But now, finally, the most high-tech company in the world has unlocked the mobile phone's true potential so that it can do what it was truly meant to do.
We are playing Cowboys and Indians. Hey, new kid, we need you to come play with us. Put on some cowboy shit and meet us outside. And bring your phone! Whoa, we're playing Cowboys and Indians, dickhole. Inuits are technically Native Americans. This new kid puts me to shame. Rip these guys a new asshole, new kid.
Phone destroyer!
Atlas, jewel of the Pleiades. Nova took us to the stars. Each new world more incredible than the last. We had no idea what was waiting for us. The Legion. It consumes everything in its path. They've never used Starlink before. Go show them what it can do.
What is this? Whoa. Hello.
Let's do this. Come on.
I got it. I so want this.
Chase, how's it going?
Breaking atmosphere. Let's even the odds.
Judd, we need to buy time for me to jumpstart the engine.
They are resisting ice barrage. Linking fire loadout.
We're up against impossible odds, but together we will adapt and overcome.
Story. Battle for Atlas. Xbox One, PS4, and Nintendo Switch. That's interesting.
Hi, I'm Matt Rose, producer at Ubisoft Toronto. Like many of you, I grew up in the 80s, obsessed with sci-fi, animation, comics, and of course, all the really cool toys. At Ubisoft Toronto, we built a team with a dream of bringing those amazing childhood memories back to life for a new generation.
There we go.
Starlink, Battle for Atlas, allows you to take control of a team of star pilots in a massive, open, living star system, fighting to save Atlas from the Forgotten Legion. Build your custom starship, and then adapt to new challenges on the fly. Link extra armor and heavy weapons to take on a huge Legion Prime. Search for ancient secrets lost on the worlds of Atlas, or outrun outlaws through an asteroid field. Freedom is at the core of Starlink Battle for Atlas. Collect your way with both physical Starship collectibles and digital versions available, and even take your game on the go using the power of Nintendo Switch. Visit StarlinkGame.com for more information, and stay tuned for many more surprises.
A lot of Switch games.
Thank you.
Ubisoft's going full board on the Switch.
Hi, I'm Rebecca Kutaz. I'm the studio director at Ubisoft Annecy. It's a pleasure for me to be back on stage after our announcement at E3 last year. And we have had since then a full year of support and continuous development of Steep. Since the very beginning of this project, we have been working with athletes, and we have always been impressed by their passion and dedication. We learned how one champion spent 300 days a year on a trampoline to practice for that perfect landing. We learned how others make more than 6 million turns to practice for the 15 they have to race in competition. These athletes, they travel to the world to train with the best, to compete with the strongest, and to challenge themselves with the most experienced and skilled coaches. It's truly a level of passion and dedication that goes well beyond our everyday lives. And when you talk to the very best of these men and women, you realize that there is something they all always have in back of their minds at all times. It's a dream that takes years of preparation for just one go at that unforgettable moment. This December, with our first Steep expansion, this is a journey you will take. Enjoy.
So what is Steep? Oh, snowboarding game. Okay. Like SSX, maybe. Not bad. Oh, the Winter Olympics. Okay. Here we go.
Hi, my name is Dan Hay, and I'm the executive producer of Far Cry the brand, as well as the creative director of Far Cry 5. I'd like to introduce you to Hope County, Montana. Vast, beautiful, rugged. A place where people don't even lock their front door anymore. But that's how it used to be. Today, Hope County's been overrun by a fanatical cult. You find yourself trapped deep in cult territory, cut off from the rest of the world. They've closed the roads. There's no cell phone signal, no 911. People are fucking scared. I had to say it. And just up ahead, the small town of Falls End has been completely overrun. If you're gonna survive, you and your guns for hire are gonna need to save it. But to do that, well, you're gonna need to raise some hell.
Oh, we got gameplay.
We got piggies.
Town looks like a war zone. Where do you want me? Water tower, got it.
Okay, you can give commands to teammates.
Who will lead us to Eden's gate? Souls do not harvest themselves. The reaping has begun. You will be.
I'm in position.
You will be cleansed. You will confess your sins, and you will atone. For only then will you walk in the light of our Father and be delivered.
Boom, boom, motherfuckers.
Boom, 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 boom. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, 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 boom.
Behind you.
Bang, 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 bang.
Gonna need more help.
I love the way you walk, and I love the way you talk. And you walk that walk, and you talk that talk. You knocks me out off my feet.
Looks like you could use some help.
Boom, 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 boom.
Target
bang,
up
bang,
fucking
bang,
quiet.
Boom, 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 boom.
Where's your master? I don't deal with domesticated.
Hey, the fuck? I ain't got no master, but I do have your little toy.
Show me the idol. Show me the Redeemer.
Here you go, mate.
Hey, G.
Yo, hand it over. I got a hot date. Don't do late.
Monkey's got a date.
Mwah.
What? What?
What? That's Swiss fucking chocolate, pig. Bon appetito.
I want every fucking cop in this fucking city after that fucking bastard!
Grab my chassis, Noxie!
Easy peasy, bro. We're in bang, motherfuckers! Fuck me.
Damn! Do it!
Wilhelm scream.
It's about bloody time. Let's see what we've got. Moksha. Just as Yama described it. True freedom lies beyond.
Beyond good and evil. Of course. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. First of all, I want to say a big thank you to all the teams who worked very, very, very hard on creating all this world. Again, thank you to all these teams behind us. I want also to say thank you to Yves, with all my heart. Thanks, Yves, for making this happen. This is just amazing. And also, a special thanks to the fans of Beyond Good and Evil for sticking with us for so long.
It's about bloody time.
15 years. Almost.
So welcome to System 3. Our story takes place before the birth of Jade, in a multi-ethnic, multicultural human society in a distant solar system. It is a time when corporations create hybrids in their labs and enslave them to colonize the stars in order to compete for power and cosmic resources. With our crew of crazy and unforgettable characters, we fight in the name of freedom and the right to determine our own fate among the stars. And we will helm massive star-faring vessels through territories as spectacular as they are dangerous.
We've been working very hard just on the technology during 3 years. And today, we have a seamless online play. Playground where we can travel across space at the speed of light. We can explore mysterious cities and discover unknown lands by ourselves or with friends. And we want you to participate in the making of this great adventure. Join our Space Monkey program.
Space Monkeys.
Today, and help us make Beyond Good and Evil a world that will challenge us and bring us together for thousand adventure, thrills, and fun. And please, Eve, just join us. This is. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, congratulations, you guys. You know, Gabriel and Michel, you've done a fantastic job. It's amazing what you have been able to achieve, and you and I and all the teams have the power of creating games that will amaze all the gamers. And I think video games can help us to grow and to get better. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
So now, I would like to thank everyone here in the room and those who are watching us from home. Thank you for listening today, and thank you for playing our games. So to all the teams at Ubisoft, thank you for your incredible imagination and enthusiasm. All of us here, we wish you all a lot of fun playing games this year. So thank you very much, and have a great E3.
Okay, wait, look, most importantly, it's not over. The show is not over, folks. We're gonna send you back to the home base behind the theater. We have 30 minutes of an exclusive, what is it? I lost it. Assassin's Creed Origins exclusive gameplay, 30 minutes right now. Let's go back to home base outside the theater. Thank you for watching. It's not over, stay tuned.
Holy shit!
Oh my God.
Hey there, folks. What a show and what an ending, huh, guys?
Wow. That was amazing.
Fantastic. It was jam-packed with great games, and we've got more great games to show you right now, specifically Assassin's Creed Origins. I'm Chris Waters, joined by Hanny Duong, Carl Lua, and Ash Ismail from the Assassin's Creed Origins team. Let's get right into it, fellas, here. Without further ado, we've got 30
that conference was okay.
in Assassin's Creed Origins.
Some good games, but
so just to start off,
no Splinter Cell.
The demo we have here at E3 that we're letting people play.
Dang.
Just so everyone
Love
knows,
Splinter Cell, but maybe next year. So
to finish off the game and completely polish it, so we might
Mario looks good. The Starlink game looks good. I definitely want to play Beyond Good and Evil 2. That looks cool. So, other than that, it was okay. So for now, I'm going to keep this stream going and let you guys watch the Twitch. And for now, I'm going to take a break, so I will see you guys soon for the Sony press conference. See you soon.
These are military locations. He's going to use Senu, right?
That's right.
Senu she's is a beauty. Yeah, she's a beauty. She's a great scout. So right now, Carl's using her to tag the enemies, but also tagging opportunities in the camp. Now, the question might be, why would someone infiltrate such a location outside of quests? So there is a quest that actually takes place here. In the demo, we've disabled the quest so that we can focus on the world and what happens with the world. Later on, there's going to be more streams with quests so that we can kind of spread the love, the content.
But for now, we're just kind of cutting loose in the open world and going to see what is in store for us here at this camp. Now, with the tagging, I'm noticing, one of the new features here is that levels are popping up over the enemy's heads as you are tagging. So what can the player read into those levels as to what kind of challenge they're going to face?
Yeah, so by going a lot more action RPG, what's happening here is that right now Bayek is level 20 and he's facing off against enemies that are at an equivalent challenge. And so this would be considered a fair challenge fight in this part of the world. And we'll see that as, we'll see later on, there's another camp with enemies that are level 25. And you'll see that the feedback's slightly different. This is to really clarify to people, levels matter, gear matters, taking on higher level enemies, it's doable. But they're tougher not only in stats, but they're also tougher in behavior. So the higher level they are, they have more capacities, more abilities, stronger weapons.
So you might want to think twice before taking them off, or get some better gear, or just light your arrows on fire.
Yes.
Ooh.
Apparently.
What are you doing there, Carl?
I think I'm going to cause a little bonfire down here.
Why not? Because it's not hot enough.
Yes.
Just a little more warmth from the bonfire. Speaking of which, my feet are on fire. We are in the middle of the sun
it is really hot out
We
here.
suffer for your entertainment, viewers.
This is the live streaming equivalent of method acting. Is Bayek is warm right now. You think that hood is like keeping him cool?
That hood is warm, and I will say for the fans out there who.
Oh, the lion's attacking the horse.
Attacking the horse. He's got a snack on some horse meat.
Well, it is a distraction.
He's been caged up for a while.
So that's something that we fully embrace in here. So all the NPCs of the world, all the humans, all the animals, they have a full life in the world. They have needs, they have wants. Animals, they hunt, they sleep, they find shade. So in this case, this lion has been captured and been put in a cage. And at this point, it becomes an opportunity for the player. You can't always guarantee it. But, okay, so these guys they sense something. They've seen a lion getting released. They've seen...
Kind of hard to miss that one.
Yeah, a fire. There you go, Carl.
Something's going
well
down.
done. Well done.
All right.
Nice job, Carl.
So here we go. So we just picked up a bow. So this is something that's really important in Assassin's Creed Origins. It's gear.
Goodbye, lion.
Terrible. He was so kind to you.
Wow.
He attacked the horse. He should have been attacking.
No real lions were harmed.
Out of the frying pan into the fire.
So we picked up a bow, and we saw that it was a blue bow, which means that it's a common weapon. So rarities do matter in this game.
Yeah.
The more rare the equipment is, the more attributes it has, the more properties it has.
So as opposed to just does some more damage, it cannot have other properties. Like what is an example?
Exactly. So other properties could be things like poison tipped. Being able to generate adrenaline. Adrenaline is a concept. It's a resource in the combat system that allows Bayek to unleash a fury of attacks or just devastating, overpowering attacks. And you can build adrenaline through the combat system. And some weapons charge differently than others, so this is part of the depth of the combat that we want players to mess around with.
And this is a whole new combat system you guys have.
Boom, headshot.
It's way different than the feeling before of sort of being in
He felt it.
He's dazed. Take him up. Poor guy. Oh,
he can cover some ground.
So this guy's a commander. That's the gold icon.
Uh-oh. Not for long.
There we go.
There we go.
Dead.
So there we go.
So killed.
So here we found a second bow. So in a military location, military locations are great for finding equipment and new gear. Aside from playing quests, these are also places to be able to upgrade Bayek with new weapons.
Loot all that.
So here we found a bow. Oh, we leveled up, which gives us an ability point. So we'll check that out in a second.
Check it out now.
Yeah, and we found a shield.
Oh, cool.
Nice
All right,
job,
so here we're
Carl.
looking at sort of the skill tree, and I'm seeing 3 different branches.
Yeah, it's more of a graph. What that means is there are flavors. So on the one side, what you see here is the Master Seer. This is more the abilities that are aligned with manipulation. So manipulating the environment, animals, and NPCs. In the center, we have the warrior aspect, which is really delving deep into fight. And the hunter aspect, which is more the stealthy approach of being an assassin or being a ranger. And the idea is players can dedicate themselves or go through the graph however they want. That's why it's a graph, because they can actually kind of spread themselves as they wish. They can really craft their own assassin. And you can even focus on one area. If you want to be the absolute ultimate warrior,
Ultimate warrior.
you can dedicate yourself. So the last ability on each graph, you can keep pumping points into it. So you can really become that super powerful archetype that you wish to play.
You just got to chase down a fluorescent outfit and you're good to go.
So what kind of player would you be, Ash? What's your personal favorite style?
Personally, well, we should get Carl to buy something here.
We go for the enhanced warrior bow.
Enhanced warrior bow. The warrior bow is super cool. We haven't seen it yet, so maybe we should switch to it if we can.
Yep.
We did pick up a few new bows, right?
Yeah, we should check out the new gear.
Check out our gear.
Definitely check out the new gear. So in terms of my style, I would say I'm somewhere between hunter and warrior. I can't choose one or the other. I sometimes prefer stealth, sometimes prefer just duking it out with the guys. That's my style, but that's one thing we wanted to cater to, is that we have a lot of fans who either play stealth or play pure combat.
It depends on their
mood. We wanted
mood.
to give them a control over that.
Yeah.
So here we can see that Carl put on a new bow. You also had a new shield. Put on the shield, put on the shield.
New everything. New bow, new shield.
Is it really going to be better? Let's have a look.
It's way better. So you can see the shield adds to the player's resistance.
Okay.
So it's quite significant. And we can see it has a property which is that when you block a hit, you generate adrenaline. So the idea is with gear, you can actually start crafting, again, the way you fight, the way you stealth. We can see the crafting at the bottom there. So just like combat, there's no longer this concept that you can one-shot assassinate just anybody. Enemies that are higher level, you'll do stealth damage. But if you want to one-shot them, be that true lethal assassin, you have to craft better hidden blades.
You gotta work hard at it. And now we're going for a little boat ride.
Yeah.
Yeah, trying to cool down in the sea, which I wish I could do right now, because I am on fire.
Pretty hot. So this is the amazing Tech Singapore has been working on the water. I think it's some of the most beautiful water in any game.
Gorgeous.
It's absolutely beautiful. It's completely seamless. We can, at some point, we'll dive underneath. For now, you know, we have an island here. Let's maybe at some point explore the island.
Well, this lake is really big. Yeah, can we just get a sort of look at how big this is?
So
this is one
Take
of the
a look at this lake.
Wow.
Yeah.
I don't know.
You
I'm
can see
looking
the draw distance are absolutely stunning.
Yeah, this is, for you folks watching, this is running on the Xbox One X.
Yeah, it's absolutely beautiful. It's really allowing us to showcase what we can push with our engine, the beauty of the world. We really want to do Egypt justice and show it off, show off our artists, show off our technical people, our programmers who bring this to life.
It's gorgeous.
So here we can see some boats in the distance. This bigger ship here, there's always opportunities. The world is alive. You know, fishermen are out catching fish. They'll take their goods to shore, to docks, take them to the markets, go home and sleep at night. And there's always opportunities for the player here.
All right, out for a little swim. And you mentioned underwater. Let's take a little dive.
Okay,
let's take a little dive.
Take a look. You know, I
There it
see
is.
something dangerous off in the horizon there.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Oh, what is that?
It's a hippo.
Oh, man, do we have other
He looks pretty
creatures?
friendly. Let's get closer. See what happens.
It's a good idea. Very good idea. Or not.
Carl has a great track record with animals, so nothing could go wrong. But so
you've heard about his stories from Singapore, I see. So here, so this is a location. The reason there's loot here, the question might be, why is there loot here? The reason there's loot here is actually this island. It's where the Ptolemies, so the guard force, they use this island as a way to stop, to take a break, to actually refill on some of their stocks. And so here we can see there's actually a guard on the other side who's been killed by what? I don't know, but maybe the hippo.
Not a hippo. No, he's a good guy. I think we should say hi.
Nice dude.
He's a nice dude.
Oh, I got a spear.
You got a spear? Use the spear. Switch to the spear.
Okay, let's switch.
Yeah, because that's the thing. We've seen sort of that short curved sword in action.
The khopesh, yeah.
But there is a variety of weapons, and the sort of the reach of the longer weapons is going to affect how you are in combat.
Exactly. So we have a ton of types of weapons. So 8 melee weapons, 4 types of bows, and this is just the types. Then within them, there's levels, attributes, properties, and all that stuff. And of course, it's a completely seamless system here. We're using the bow in water.
You should get in closer, Carl, and see what happens.
Those birds, if Carl is good, he can shoot those birds down.
I got other problems right now. Let me deal with this angry beast.
They're just trying to say hi.
Okay.
You know?
I feel like you're engaging it on its home turf. Like maybe they're slower on land. You don't want to. Oh God.
And he's using the spear.
Oh no! You're smacking the hippo with your
Oh,
spear.
the poor hippo. What if it's a mama?
Now, you know what?
Man.
Now you've got
Carl.
him angry. He just wanted to say hi.
Oh,
I think
boy.
if it's a
Oh,
mama,
boy.
Carl's in even more trouble.
Yeah.
Keep circling
You're vicious, yeah.
No hippos were harmed in the making of this demo.
No, no actual hippos
No
were harmed
actual
in the
hippos.
making of Assassin's Creed
This one's
Origins.
being harmed, though. There we go.
All right, so when you loot a hippo, what are you gaining from this beast?
So,
What was the purpose of this
did
massacre?
you ever think he would say that sentence in public? So animals. So the fauna of Egypt is.
Okay.
Just throw that guy off his boat?
Yeah.
Poor guy. So
Sorry.
this is.
Sorry, buddy. There's a hippo just over there. Careful, huh?
You can use the corpse as a float. You'll be
This
fine.
is Carl style. This is Carl style. Obviously Egypt, it's very well known for its fauna, its wildlife, and we need it to represent that properly here. And then we have to say, well, it matters to the player on some level. So this is part of the progression system. So you gain materials that you would use to craft some of your gear. So that's.
Oh!
Boom.
You're just a shit
No,
starter, aren't you, Carl?
It's military. It's all right. These are military dudes. Put
He's on fire now.
Okay.
Ooh, fire on a
God.
boat. That's a recipe for disaster. I like it.
Oh, the fisherman's coming in dangerously.
Oh boy.
Is someone else mixing it up over
There we go.
Oh, now the boat's on fire.
He's coming for me, though. He knew that his boat was in trouble. I better leave.
Just leave him to tread water.
Yeah.
So you know what? If the situation was slightly different,
I love how
Carl,
this guy's just along for the ride. He's just in front of you
the
like,
guy's just
what is
chilling.
happening?
Yeah, the guy's just chilling. The thing is, Bayek is a Magi. They are protectors of Egypt. They're protectors of the Egyptian way of life, and Egyptians have a high respect for Magi's, and they go to them for help. This is actually feeds into the questing system, actually. So, as a Magi, he respects them. He's gonna let him take his boat for a ride.
You do you, Bayek. You do you. Set boats on fire.
I like it too because he's not like obviously the boat's important to that dude. Like it's probably his livelihood. He's like, look, man, you can take this wherever you want, but I need it when you're done.
Yeah, just be sure you bring it back in one
chilling
piece.
for a bit. He'll even wait a bit. Eventually, he'll leave, but he'll wait a bit for now.
He's watching me carefully.
So courteous.
Like,
So
hey, in
courteous.
case you need a getaway vehicle, I'm here, bro.
Exactly, exactly. So here, this is another military camp, but this one's slightly different. This one's a wharf. Here, what we wanted to show is just what it's like to take on enemies that are much higher level. So here we'll see some guards. So there's some in the front gate there. So level 25, you see that the badge is red, which is kind of telling the player, yes, you can try. You can try.
Try your best.
You can
Take a
try.
run at him.
Give it a shot, but it's going to be a very difficult fight because you're not at their level just yet. Eventually, by going through quests, by completing locations in the world, you will level up enough. So I would recommend just
Carl.
trying. Carl,
what's your plan here?
Are you going to take on this
How are you gonna do
challenge?
this?
Let's. Oh, this guy's. Oh, he looks vulnerable. So let's try a headshot.
He's alone.
Let's try a headshot. See how much damage it does. Oh goodness, it's not going to do a lot.
He's going to swat a fly.
Yeah, he is.
Oh.
He is
no.
tough.
Yeah,
He's tough.
Just a little scratch.
Yeah.
Get up on him. All right, got the spear.
Oh,
Working it in
okay.
close quarters. Come on, get him, Carl.
Oh boy, here we go.
I believe in you, Carl.
He can
do
take
it.
him. He can take him. Honestly, he can do it. Carl's been practicing. He's very good at the game.
Oh goodness.
Yeah, look at that one
Bit
hit.
of like a stun almost happening. Is that a heavy hit that I'm?
no.
Oh, dear Lord.
You get an F for effort. It's okay.
Yeah, 2 hits from me. Okay.
So, look, the game is live. This
Yeah.
is, we
This is
take,
real gameplay.
Exactly.
Yeah,
we
not pre-recorded.
take we take games very seriously in the sense of we want this to be the representation of the game as it is. We want players to see where it is today. So yes, in a demo playthrough, Carl died in front of everybody.
killed.
But I've learned my lesson.
You don't have to rub it in, Ash. In front of everybody.
I've learned my lesson, and I'll just keep moving on. The level 25 is too high. Let's,
Give them a wide berth now, and so you're coming in. You're sort of leaving the wharf and coming.
Oh, hey, buddy.
Yeah. So
There's
Carl
our
just
friend.
called for his mount.
And does this horse have a name? Or
Yes,
is it a
I
horse with no name?
I believe this horse is named Amun-Re.
Amun-Re.
So,
He's very
but,
handsome. Or
it's a
she.
beautiful horse.
Yeah.
So Senu is our eagle companion. In this case, though, we wanted that mounts was something that the player can actually collect more and more mounts, purchase more and more mounts, and we have many different types of mounts. So there's horses, many types of beautiful horses, but also camels and eventually chariots.
Camels.
Yeah, and they all have their value, and so you can actually have different types of horses. Senu being the eagle companion that stays with you through the journey. So there we go. So we have this beautiful black horse here.
Does the camel
Black
have
stallion.
a spit attack? Because I hear they do that.
A spit attack, no, but you can rear with the horse. You can rear with the horse. The camel.
Get the hooves in there. So we're sort of skirting the shoreline here, and you know, this is, you guys have built, as you were saying in the presentation, this is a country. You know, this is not just one city. So what kind of region are we in?
Yeah, actually, before we go in, so here we found Umeria, which is a port village. Actually, maybe I'll ask Carl to go to the map. Sure. You can go to the map just to kind of give a general spacing of the world. So this is the lake that we've seen with Senu. If we keep zooming out, this is the aspect of the demo. The lake is where the demo takes place. Since we were riding a bit north of it earlier,
we started around here.
Yeah, that's how we unfog the world, by visiting the world. You unfog it, but just to give a breadth of this country that we've built.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Move around just to show it's.
Whoa.
Yeah.
That's
it keeps
ginormous.
going. It's absolutely massive.
Up to Alexandria in the north.
Yeah, Alexandria.
Nice.
There's the Giza Desert, the Nile Delta, the Giza Plateau, Memphis, the ancient city of Memphis, and it goes on. Then there's Fayum, Crocodilopolis down in the south.
Crocodilopolis.
Yes. Real city.
I like that place, Thieves Land. What's going on? Does anybody ever go there?
Really honest people are there.
I think
you don't want to go down.
daring players should go there. There's a lot of cool stuff in it for them. So just to give an idea that we, this is a country. Egypt is, it's such a majestic setting, and we've dreamed of going to this place. And so when we started, and we decided we're going to Egypt, we understood that it was going to be, a labor of love. It was going to push us to develop new technologies, to build such a crazy big world, and then to even populate the world with all these people that actually have agendas and purpose. For example, these people over here are being attracted by an event. If Carl would look at it.
Oh God.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
Oh, Egypt is hard. Egypt, it was a tough life.
Let's investigate.
It was going to push us to develop new technologies, to build such a crazy big world, and then to even populate the world with all these people that actually have agendas and purpose. For example, these people over here are being attracted by an event. If Carl would look at it.
Oh God.
Oh my goodness.
Egypt is hard. Egypt, it was a tough life.
Just out of port, my ship sank by the lighthouse. I almost drowned. The statues were lost. I didn't steal them.
Silence! And you, step back, Saedi.
Wait. Do not threaten me, Ned. I am a Magi. If the boy speaks the truth, I will find your gold Zorbex. If he lies, he is yours to deal with.
So here we got a little bit of a taste of Bayek's personality and his attitude towards these masked priests that abuse their power. And this is a side quest. So our players can expect this type of quality, cinematics, great characters, in the optional content in the side quest. And we have hundreds of stories to tell. Egypt was a really wonderful place. Then we found so much amazing stories that we wanted a way to be able to tell them, and the quest structure allowed us to do that. But again, we're saving the quest stuff for other streams, for YouTubers out there. So for now, we'll continue with playing through the world.
Shenanigans.
Yeah, if you folks are just joining us, we're playing Assassin's Creed Origins on the Xbox One X with Ash and Carl from the Assassin's Creed Origins dev team. I'm Chris, this is Hanny, and we'll be doing this for about 10 more minutes, so stick around. We've got plenty of open world stuff to show you, and some explorations here as Senu scouts out some more locations.
She's a good girl.
So here, actually, I'm going to ask Carl to not stealth this one. The reason we're showing these different locations, different camps and warps, is actually we wanted to show a bit of stealth, we want to show a bit of fight, so I'm going to ask Carl.
All right, well, what do we got in our arsenal here?
He needs to earn some redemption.
Oh, yeah, okay.
He needs to
This
earn
time
redemption.
win this one, Carl.
Okay, let's give it a try.
For the
Okay,
last.
here I come, out the bushes.
Are you going in with the spear?
I'll just shoot him in the chest first to wake them up.
Good wake-up call.
There we go.
Nice.
Okay, all right, all
Nice
right.
dodge.
Come on, Carl. Redeem yourself.
Boom. Nice job so far.
At some point,
yes.
just to show the
one more hit and he's dead.
the versatility of the fight. You can take out your bow. There we go, dynamically in the fight. And headshot. Bravo, bravo.
All right, now is he close to filling up his adrenaline meter here?
Yes.
He seems like that might be helpful.
It's getting there.
This dude.
It's getting there.
I'll try and use it on the big dude.
He is humongous.
There we go. Okay, just get in there. Unleash. There we go.
Okay.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Okay, here we go.
We're gonna see Carl.
Oh
yeah.
Yes.
Nice.
Impaled.
Very good. Very good.
That was
you
beautiful.
done good, Carl.
Oh, no. Through the
boy.
throat that time. Nice.
Nice job, Carl. You killed it.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, now give us a little broader context. Who are these dudes that Bayek is dispatching with such panache?
So this is we're in the era of the Ptolemies. So these are Ptolemaic guards. They work for the people that Bayek is going after. And when I say going after, effectively Bayek is unraveling a mystery, and he doesn't know who these characters are that he's after. And so he comes to this place. He's actually looking for a contact to gain some info to lead him to eventually his targets. And these are the Ptolemy guards who work for these people. Bayek, being an Egyptian, a Medjay, he doesn't have a very good alignment with these people. They represent, they represent
really like
the evil forces that are destroying his homeland. So anyway, these are the people he's after. This area of the world, just to say, if we take a look around, Carl, this is a beautiful shot of the world.
Carl, give us a slow pan here.
So this is
well, actually, there's a reach eye point, so we can get a better view from there.
Yeah, so we're going to do a viewpoint. We'll do the viewpoint.
Just for a sec, we're seeing, some serious climbing here, a hallmark of the Assassin's Creed franchise, but that rock didn't have any, obvious handholds on it. What's the approach to climbing in Origins?
So the climbing, actually, before we synchronize, just to look around.
So pretty.
So the climbing in Origins, it's so first we've revamped the controls, the fluidity of the character. We've gotten a lot of positive feedback already from the people who've played the build that feel like the assassin is really responsive, listening to them, doing what they want. And we pushed that to the climbing, where we said, you know what, we should be able to climb any surface we want. So we've created a tech for Bayek when he's climbing to be able to put his hands and footholds into crevices and so on any surface, so effectively to be able to climb anywhere. We wanted, as the most seamless experience that we can have. Here you can see the world is absolutely beautiful. See that that distance, that top peak in the distance? We could just go there at some point if we wish to. Swimming, by boat, by camel, whatever. And there's secrets up there for us. There's really
I
cool
love
stuff.
secrets.
There's really cool discoveries to find. Here, why don't we synchronize? So here, the world is, kudos to our artists, our engineers, our technical artists. This world is something.
Absolutely, and so synchronizing, historically is sort of a way to learn more about an area, sort of clear the fog from an area. But you mentioned earlier, the fog clears by you just traveling through the area.
Yeah, exactly. So we wanted to keep the idea of the viewpoints as an homage to the series.
Leap of faith, there it is.
There it is.
There it is.
Maybe we can explore a bit, walk through the area a little bit, just to give a flavor of the village life. Villages are great places to pick up quests, to go to shops, and obviously there are many quests inside villages. These are hubs of content. But anyway, so we're in a red zone right now.
Carl will now show us the fleeing technology.
Yeah, I'd recommend fleeing maybe. Or you can fight.
He's feeling strong from his last encounter.
Yeah. Yep.
He's digging that.
Real confidence.
Mixing melee and
now we're busting out the warrior's bow here. That was a skill we unlocked earlier.
Oh yeah.
Good point.
Switch to the warrior bow. So the warrior bow, it's effectively our shotgun bow. He shoots 5 arrows at once.
There we go.
Oh my God, deadly.
Bravo.
Beautiful. Very efficient.
It shoots 5 arrows at once. So when we talk about attributes and properties, you can actually find bows that you can actually have more arrows on them. You can set them on fire by default. So this compound here, it's actually part of a quest. Don't want to ruin the quest for people, but this is somebody's home that's been, let's say, confiscated, and Bayek will eventually have to help those people.
Oh, it's a porcupine.
That's that's a lot of arrows, but you can recover. It looks like you're recovering them.
Yeah, you can pick up your arrows.
And that ranged combat, that focus on sort of, you know, Assassins have had ranged weapons in the past before, but with the bows in Origins, you guys are really trying to expand that.
Yeah, it's a full-blown third-person shooter on that element. It's we really wanted that the playstyles we push, so range combat, melee, stealth, that this stuff feels authentic, and if you just want to focus on that the game will fully support it and will go deep into that. So we've really pushed ourselves to develop these gameplays. The shooting feels great. The bows feel amazing. And there's a bunch of bows we haven't shown. There's the Predator bow, which is kind of like a sniper.
Can we talk about the cat?
There's a little
Oh my God, there's a cat! This is such a great way to wrap this up. Like, we just saw a cat in ancient Egypt. Come on,
in ancient
guys.
Egypt, and you know what? Cats are very important in ancient Egypt.
Can you pet it?
So here, look. So see, okay, look. So systemically, you know, as I said, animals really live in this world, and so this cat has, for some reason, an affection towards Bias.
He loves you, or she.
Or she's sticking around.
Reciprocate.
Look at she loves them. She loves them.
Carl made
As I said, we've put a lot of effort on animals and
precious.
their needs and what they do in the world. Yeah.
I love that she appeared near the end of this stream. This is amazing.
Fantastic moment.
Yes.
Ash, this has been so great, Carl. Thank you for showing off the game. There's a lot more to come this week, and but it must be really exciting for you guys.
You know, it's been a long journey for us. It's absolutely wonderful to be able to show off the game and have people play it, get their feedback, see their excitement. I'm super proud of the team and what we've achieved. Kudos to the Singapore team, to the Montreal team, to all the teams that are working on this game all over the world, with many people supporting us. It's a really wonderful, exciting time for us, and I can't wait for our fans to play this.
Absolutely, and they'll get to play it at E3 here, but later this year, October 27th is the release date.
Yes, October 27th. So October 27th on PS4 Pro, PS4, Xbox, PC, and of course a launch title for Xbox One X.
Fantastic. Well, if you folks want more Assassin's Creed Origins here at E3, there's going to be streams. Keep it tuned to Ubisoft's social channels to find out when and where those are. If you want more Assassin's Creed right now, you can head to the Ubisoft YouTube channel and check out the behind-the-scenes video from the Ubi blog. And for all the awesome games here revealed during that incredible conference, Ubisoft.com, that's where it's at. So, on behalf of Hanny, Carl, Ash, I'm Chris Waters, thanking all of you for watching, and have a great week.
Peace!
Thank you. Have a great E3.
We did it, fam! We did it, fam! We did it! Yes! 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 We did it. Fam, we believed. People told us, you're wrong, it won't happen. Shut up. Be quiet. Stop dreaming. You're talking crazy.
And literally thousands
they even
of tweets.
said it's not even going to be at E3, but who believed? Who believed?
Marcus believed.
This guy right here.
He never stopped believing.
Never
Raise your hand out there. Look
And there's just footage I think Anna took of the exact moment that we saw of Younger People on screen in text.
I don't know if you can hear that. You probably shouldn't.
Yeah.
No, it's laced with obscenities.
But it was really cool because
Pepper-rated.
I've been trying to upload because we actually had like the full, from the very moment this trailer started playing and Marcus went, oh. Then we turned on the phone and Marcus was sitting there alternately like, no, yeah.
He didn't want to dare to dream. So he was like, no. In the moment.
No,
and then
the
at the
studio name came up.
Yeah.
But then at the very end, I was waiting for the explosion, and Marcus just goes, I can't believe it. And then I turned off the phone, and then he's like, I was right!
Yeah.
I could start screaming at everyone as soon as I turned the phone off.
He was looking for a target to be like in your face.
Yeah. It was a great moment, because as long as I've even known what you cared about with E3, you've been talking about that.
I mean, there's a couple of guys. I'm going to give a shout out to Fat Baby and Martin Mumbles, and we for years have been this collective, trifecta of this will be the year, guys. We'll do it. We'll do it. So I was like, boys, our hope made this happen. They're going to make a Disney movie out of this because that's how real this.
Out of
hope
Three
and
people
want.
who dared to hope.
And you know, like Beyond Good and Evil 2 is actually going to be new to a lot of people. And first
It's new
off,
to me, and I
go
just
play
wanted
the first one.
I just wanted to say, like, it looks fantastic for someone who has no idea what that first game is.
Wait, so tell us, for people who didn't play the first one, this is like a prequel or a sequel?
So
What is
actually, it's amazing because I was so excited and just like in awe of what I was seeing. They released a lot of information that just went right through me.
That
right
I did
through me.
hear. Is that it was a
prequel? They did
yeah.
mention. It sounds like it's way more world focused, which is one of the great things about Beyond Good and Evil 2. Or Beyond Good and Evil is the world that it creates, and one of the reasons why, you know, when we think about video games and the worlds that they live in, there's ones that are like, okay, this is like great, it's neat, and then there's like worlds that are like Star Wars, where it's like this is totally sets itself apart from other worlds, and it had that feeling to it, and so that was one of the reasons why I was always like, these characters are great, these personalities are great, the humor is good, but also the social commentary is amazing. So I'm really curious to see what this means for the franchise. But like the most important part, because obviously through the reaction video, I'm like, where's Jade? Where's Jade? Like there's, you know, Jade. And, you know, that was a bit of a surprise, but at the same time, focusing on the world, to me, I'm okay, because that means this franchise is alive. I will see Jade eventually, no matter what.
You've been wondering where it was, lost out there in the abyss, and you hoped against hope that it wasn't dead, and it's not. It's alive.
Also, you beat the Ubisoft mind game.
You did.
Of the event.
You called it. All of us were like, "Oh, poor Marcus."
Yeah, they were like, they're letting him down early this year, so he doesn't focus the whole show on the game that won't happen.
Yeah, they flat out said that they would not have Beyond Good and Evil 2, and Marcus was like, they haven't said anything the last few years. They said something, and that means something, and we're like, but they said it wasn't.
Oh yeah, tinfoil hat, Illuminati.
You know what though? Can we give a shout out? Like, do that more.
Yeah.
Tell us it's not. Leak something else. Keep us guessing. That was like the greatest E3 experience I've ever had right there.
One of my favorite things was right before we go, like, come back from the Ubisoft thing, he's like, can I get a cough drop?
Yeah.
I yelled himself silly.
Yeah. And it's so funny because today I've seriously gone back and forth. Bethesda last night, where I was like, you know, confident that this and what we'd heard was going to happen. And then, you know, there were some announcements, and man, that really put me way down here for thinking this was going to happen again. So I'm excited. It wasn't the only thing that Ubisoft talked about, so we want to, but.
I want to know why you love this franchise so much. Because we all know that you do.
There's such an easy answer. Play the first game. And then discover for yourself why it's so amazing.
But I want to know why you like it.
Because I think the characters, the relationships of the characters, especially where it's like, this isn't a human and a human. There's like a human and a pig race, and then this other person, and then this like spirit and the children, and there's emotion with all the characters. And you know, I like emotional games. I like to see relationships expand, and so. You know, that's the one thing that's exciting is they show all the different like kind of races. There's a lot about the whole concept of a revolution and sort of fight the man and fight the power. So that's why. But like play the first game. Like it's on Steam. You can pull out one of your old consoles. They made it for like 5 different platforms. And the reason they did is because people kept rediscovering it. So like, don't let my words speak for it. Let the game speak for it. It's great.
That was beautiful.
I know, I love it.
It's really special when somebody loves a game like that.
It goes with our theme this year.
Yeah,
E3
relationships as
2017
gameplay.
Relationships,
Yeah. Hey, you're right. So the funny thing is that there was another big announcement that kicked off Ubisoft, and that was the Mario and Rabbids Kingdom Battle, which turned out to be a tactics game, but I almost feel like that really got overshadowed by this Goliath that came to it, but they had Miyamoto on stage.
Far away from each other as possible.
They really did.
Yeah.
What'd you guys think of this? It seemed at first like they were really kind of, this was an action game.
Well, we went on the same kind of emotional journey, right, Zeke? At first, he thought this was a full, like, RPG.
Yeah,
like,
Super Mario RPG. I was like, come on, put the Rabbids in. I don't give a shit. I want another Mario RPG. And then I saw it was like Mario Rabbids XCOM, and I went, okay, I'm not mad at this. I'm not mad at this. And then I saw kind of how it worked out, and I went, you know what? This makes even more of a case for the Switch for me to buy it, because I haven't bought it yet. Because that's one of the XCOM was one of the games I played on my iPad on the go, like in airports and all that kind of stuff. And you can take the Switch with you.
Did anyone think like it was a little confusing as they first started showing the gameplay? Because like they did a lot of stuff exploring before they actually got to any sort of battle.
That was on purpose, because it almost felt like they were trying to be like, look, it's kind of like a Mario adventure like you recognize, kind of has some ideas that are like, you know, Mario 64, but maybe you have a team instead. And then all of a sudden, he was right. I mean, we were told we'd get something that was completely new to Mario, and this is absolutely completely new to Mario.
Yeah, these Mario games do this tricky thing where, like, even if you think back to Mario Party, most people even forget it. There was this element of, like, town building in some of them and, like, you know, gathering things and buying items. And I think those things are hooks for different people, but I'm wondering what the main mechanic is here. And I guess it's this, what we're kind of seeing on the overview.
And then they take
this tactical gameplay. But you have to go through so much, it seems, to even get here.
Yeah, I you know, certainly a lot more to discover as far as is concerned. But I agree with you. It does seem like a good Switch title. We kind of were talking about that earlier, is that made a lot of sense. Ubisoft has traditionally been on a lot of the Nintendo hardware. I think the comedy of the Rabbids will lend really well to the Mario universe, as we kind of saw already in the trailer.
Oh, the Rabbids sniffing out Peach was hilarious.
Yeah, it felt so fresh. I was thinking about that because I'm actually a huge Rabbids fan. Like, I love Rayman Raving Rabbids, and it's been, like, let's say almost a decade since we have really done the Rayman Raving Rabbids party game thing, and I've missed them. But I didn't know for sure how well the humor would translate to Anna now from Anna then. And I was sitting there cracking up at the stupid faces and sounds they make. And then putting them next to Mario and Peach, who have such a defined world that I also love, but almost kind of made them a little silly, in taking themselves so seriously, which is something that I think Nintendo kind of shies away from a lot of the time. Like, the persona of Mario and the persona of Peach are so sacred.
Yeah.
So I feel like this is a big step to kind of say, like, it's okay, we'll let them take themselves a little less seriously, you know? Yeah. So I'm super into that.
We're going to Montana, Far Cry 5. Love that trailer too.
Holy
slow and steady, and then once the guns start firing, you know, get into the
all the way to Montucky.
We talked a lot about it while it was playing, and everyone in the room, everyone almost said it's great. And I even came out and said, you know, it seems weird to be so excited for a game that has 5 after it, because you know,
Well, I'm excited for your stream that you mentioned that you're going to do.
Yes, I'm going to cosplay as Zeke when I play Far Cry 5.
That'll be. You're gonna need a lot of cough drops.
You're right. I will.
Zeke is from Montana, so does it look faithful to the Montana?
Oh, the look of it is perfect. It remains to be seen if they have like I was saying before the conference, we had the Freeman. So there's a share of like I don't know, out there people that gravitate towards Montana because it's so big and you can get lost, you know. It's like you can go to a town that's far away from everything. And that's what Hope County seems like. And when it said Hope County is a county. It's not a city. It's a county. It's huge. Like, it's expansive. So there could be like 30 or 40 small towns within the county. You know, but like the look of it. I saw right when it came up with the fields of grain, I went, that's Far Cry. It's got because the fields of grain, and this, like, they don't make the town bigger, which I like. They keep it nice and small because that's what it looks like. You have a church, you have a bar, and you have a post office, and that's what makes a town in Montana.
Oh my God. So this game is so brutal. I forget how hardcore Far Cry is.
Oh yeah, it'll be pretty good. I'm really excited for this one.
But I'm glad they put towers in there. There's a water tower. There's a tower.
Exactly. Real quickly, the VR, what was it called again? Transference.
With Elijah
That
Wood?
seems a little crazy, but I like it.
That'd probably be like of the Ubisoft reveals or whatever. That was my favorite because I was very on the fence about VR even after playing it a little bit, and then I got to Resident Evil 7. The VR experience of that was fucking fantastic. It was spot on as far as feel, and they touched on so many fears, but I want more of that. I want more of like the fear and the cold sweat that comes with being in VR, because it's right there. So I can't wait to see if this like really nails it, because it looks like it does, and it has Elijah Wood stamp. So I'm with Frodo.
I thought it was really interesting because we talked about how everything was nominated for, what was it, an Academy Award?
Oscar or something
yeah. And this looks very much to me like a film game crossover, like an interactive experience that's more along the lines of narrative than gameplay mechanics, which I think is really interesting. And I kind of welcome that, the collaboration between the film and entertainment industry and the games industry, because we're very much in the same world.
Yeah, yeah. Assassin's Creed, and then, I mean, we've seen that. We've talked a little bit about it, so let's talk about pirates is the other theme, right?
Skull and Bones.
Yes, Skull and Bones.
God, that looks good. That was my number 2, like, of all the reveals. Like, that looks amazing.
A Ways
and
Away,
it has
too.
a Kraken.
I don't know.
That was crazy.
It looked, I thought, beautiful but shallow. Like, not a great relationship material kind of situation.
Well, I mean, you got to work together.
You know,
as ships.
there are moments the moments that excited me most looked like cutscenes.
Right.
So,
well, I mean, fall 2018 for that one. So a long ways
take
away.
Your time.
There's
Make
time.
it
A lot of
right. I like the idea. I mean, it seemed like the idea of the game is you are not a pirate. You are a pirate ship. So you're a ship full of pirates.
See, I want to.
So you
start
transfer
in a
from the
dinghy
crow's nest
with
to
a guy that
the
has a
cannon
pistol.
to the ship wheel to everything.
Yeah.
Like you
a little
control
bit
it
like
all.
FTL, sort of. Like
I love that idea. I think that's a great idea, and I hope. I mean, they took pages from Assassin's Creed Black Flag, and I'm sure they took some lessons from Dreadnought with the ship combat and stuff like that. It looks fantastic. The water physics, the boats themselves.
Yeah. God,
I was actually kind of calling for. I was hoping that they had like more like visible ship destruction, like when your ship gets hit with a cannonball, like wood pieces fly up and stuff.
Yeah.
I was hoping for it. I didn't see it, but you know, maybe in the future.
All right, well, we could talk a little bit longer, but hopefully you enjoyed the Ubisoft press conference. Got a few more games, show off, a few guests that are going to be stopping by. And don't forget, we got the Sony press conference also happening at 6 p.m. PST. But we're going to check in with Kelly and John out on the balcony, who are obviously just as happy as I am and we are that Beyond Good and Evil 2 has been announced.
Yeah, Marcus, I'm really happy about that. Although, you know, I'm going to let you believe that that was actually Beyond Good and Evil 2. I don't believe it. It's my choice. I don't think it happened. It never happened. I want you to never have it. I was happier. I'm a happier person knowing that you're miserable. And now when I got to see you happy, and when you said F you to my face, that made me feel sad. So I'm going to believe that whole thing never happened. I want to live there. That's where I'm going to live.
If you guys didn't see the blow up on Twitter, go to DJ Weed's Twitter.
Man,
fuck you! Why are you
I'm not happy about that. I know it's because it's better seeing See? That was one of those was at me. One of those was at me, and I sat there and I was like, I'm hurt in my heart. You hit me in my heart. You see, I pointed in my chest. Ow! I'm happy. Look, misery loves company.
Okay.
And Marcus and I would like call each other late at night and be like, "Oh, you know, do you think it'll ever come out?" And like, no, never. Just like Last Guardian was never going to come out.
Is there anything you're happy about?
I'm happy
Ubisoft?
about Skull and Bones because it's about the Illuminati, pirates.
The pirate Illuminati.
The pirate Illuminati.
The Kraken at the
I'm
end.
actually
That's okay.
really excited for Skull and Bones because the Black Sails from Assassin's Creed, that was awesome. And so I'm really excited for this game. I think it's going to be a pretty big hit.
Well, we know what our hosts are excited about, but guys, we want to know what you are excited about. We are going to do a poll right now in chat to see what your favorite reveal was for Ubisoft, Mario and Rabbids, Beyond Good and Evil 2, Transfer, and Skull and Bones. See, I still think, I said this earlier, I think this is a bit biased because I think people will vote for what emote they like the most.
Is that how that works? So
Well,
the
no,
cool cat.
you're supposed to vote for what you think is right. And look at that, man. It is so skewed. Beyond Good and Evil 2, 80%.
Yeah, I think that's rigged.
If you take it
I
out
think
of
Russia
there-
got involved on that one.
If you take that out of there, I'm actually surprised that Mario and Rabbids is up so high. I personally like it. It looks like XCOM meets a tactics game.
Yeah.
Meets
all the things that are great in a Mario game
I
that you've
guess.
played before, right?
Well, no, that's the thing. Mario RPG is the closest thing to this Mario and Rabbids game that we've played before.
I was saying this. It's too unfamiliar. Put Mario back into paper. Put Mario in
paper?
Give him a
Paper
tennis
Mario?
racket. Give him a boxing glove. Make him play soccer. What else does he do? He does so many things, but he cannot be in a tactics game. There's no way.
Why?
Unbelievable.
Why?
I don't want it. I just don't believe it. I can't believe. I can't wrap my head around Mario being tactical. He's not Snake. He's a plumber.
Okay.
There you go. You feel it? You understand?
What about Mario Sunshine? Were you on board with him?
He had a jetpack,
Yeah.
and we all like jetpacks. We all want jetpacks. So yeah, I was okay with that. It
Okay.
made sense.
All right. All right. Well, we're going to be talking about the Evil Within in just a few minutes, guys. Or the Evil Within 2, actually.
Evil Within 2, yeah.
What do you think about that?
Oh, well, I have a lot of that. So I keep most of the Evil Within.
Oh,
So it's
okay.
the real one that I'm scared about is the Evil Without. That's out. in the world out there.
See what I have to work with?
So yeah, I know. I'm sorry. Well, hold on real quick, because when Beyond Good and Evil 2 got announced 15 years ago, Marcus was 50 years old. So I'm really actually starting to think that it's a good thing that it finally is coming out. He's 75 years old right now, so we have to make sure that the game. Don't worry about math.
Okay.
Don't worry about math. It's okay. We finally got that game. He's finally got something to be excited for. He's an old man.
There you go. More people voting for Skull and Bones. Now, what are you thinking in comparison to the other Pirates game?
What other Pirates game?
The one that we saw yesterday. And
Oh, you mean Sea of Thieves?
Yeah.
That's going to be awesome, too. Listen, we want all the pirate games we can get. This is a big world out there, a lot of ocean. Most of the planet's ocean, so there should be tons of pirate games.
Well, I mean, we're all excited about all these games, guys. And, of course, we got another game coming up right nuts. It is The Evil Within 2. Let's head back to the stage.
Thanks, Kelly and John. Yesterday over in Los Angeles, Bethesda Land opened up, and many of our fans got to head on over and enjoy the festivities and the activities and the announcements that you guys had. I saw people eating cotton candy and drinking Nuka-Cola, and I was a little sad I was not there. But it looks like you definitely showed everyone a good time. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Pete Hines, VP of Marketing and PR at Bethesda, to the stage. And yesterday, one of the happy announcements from Bethesda fans was The Evil Within 2.
Yeah.
And we see the return of a character that we got to visit and play and interact with in 2014 in The Evil Within. Tell us a little bit about this, and also the story of sort of it coming this year. I think a lot of people happy with that.
So it is the sequel to The Evil Within, and Shinji Mikami and his team returning to survival horror, something that obviously he knows well since he basically started the genre. They've been hard at work since The Evil Within and some of the DLCs that they did, working on the sequel and what they wanted that to be. So it takes place a little bit after the events in the first game. Sebastian's life has basically completely fallen apart after the events of the first Evil Within. Nobody really believes him and sort of his story of what happened at the asylum, and he's kind of lost everything. It picks up with him being contacted by Julie Kidman, who is his partner in the first game, and spoiler alert, unbeknownst to him, is working with kind of the bad guys. She comes back and contacts him and says, hey, the daughter you thought was dead and that you lost a long time ago is actually alive. Has been sort of taken by Mobius, which is this nefarious faction, and they are using her has been sort of taken by Mobius, which is this nefarious for Sebastian kind of getting back into it and trying to sort of get his daughter back, and at the same time figure out what the hell these Mobius guys are up to. But it's really a game about you wanting to find your daughter and get back something that you lost, and hopefully use that to kind of piece your life back together.
One piece, back together to get it go. And I mean, instantly fans noticed, and everyone took notice. The obviously the graphics and sort of the overhaul that it's seen. The game certainly has upped its creepiness level to what looks like Beyond 10.
Oh, I was watching the trailer and with everybody here, and there was just
audible gasps.
Every moment, just like, oh no,
Yeah, it doesn't come across as like a fun, happy action-adventure game.
But that's also like what the game was supposed to encompass in a lot of ways.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we're trying to set a vibe and a tone for, not only kind of what we want the game experience to be like, but also the tone of the world. This kind of unsettling notion that at any given moment you don't really know what's going to happen or like how to proceed. And we've tried to expand on that this time around. I think one of the things that Shinji and team has tried to introduce is some more open areas to the game. Evil Within was a much more linear game, that there were some areas where you could kind of approach in different ways, but it was still like you're on this main quest through. And this time we've got some more like side questy things, which are not necessarily meant to move the story ahead, but because, in sort of in mode of true survival horror, resources are really scarce. You end up like, I don't have a lot of bullets, and I don't really have a way to heal myself. And so these side quests,
I love it, but I hate it. Like,
so you're sort of encouraged to explore if you need to or want to for resources, or as opposed to just like I'm going to kind of beeline it straight through the story. That there's more things to do off of the side and different ways to kind of approach, but it's all kind of up to you to decide how much of that you want to do. And it's not that it's now just this big open world, but like as you move through the game, there are different areas that you get to where you're going to get side missions and other stuff that you could do, or places you can go explore kind of at your own pace if that's something you're interested in.
I also, we hear stories occasionally from developers who say, like especially a game that comes out right around that early console cycle, oh, that we had all these ideas that we wanted to do or that we really wanted to implement, and, maybe we were just not quite there in terms of unlocking the power of the console. Does any of that exist in the Evil Within 2?
100%. 100%. I mean, to your point, when these guys started off, they had originally started off working on last gen only. And because of the time frame that they were releasing the game, they ended up adding the next gen platforms. But now that this is a current gen only platform, and they've had a go around on this hardware to learn sort of what it does and how to take advantage of it, and kind of can purpose build it for that, as opposed to 360 and Xbox One or PS3 and PS4. It makes a lot of difference when you're able to kind of not only focus in platform wise, but also be able to build on all those things that you learned. Whether you're Tango or literally any other developer, they will all tell you, the more iterations you get on a piece of hardware, the more you learn sort of tips and tricks and how to get the most out of the hardware.
Right. Well, I have a bunch of questions, but Zeke, I'm kind of
No, it's all right. No, I'm a horror game buff. I love horror games. I love when games push the envelope. The trailer showed some really sort of disturbing images. I'm just wondering, like, what has changed
from a big picture standpoint? It's a couple things. Number one, you mentioned the visual fidelity,
right?
Which is not to say that a game that doesn't look really good can't be really fun. I mean, I thought the Minecraft stuff yesterday, the 4K was great, but like Minecraft was doing just fine with what it wasn't trying to look photorealistic.
It's been a running gag on Twitter. It's like, here's Minecraft in 4K.
But when you're trying to create a sense of place and environment, and at Bethesda, that's one of our hallmarks is that you have this sense of place, whether it's the stuff that Arcane does or Machine Games or Bethesda Game Studios or in this case Tango, that visual fidelity does allow you to do sort of better creepy dark hallways and things with lighting, and that just give you a much better sense of being grounded in the world. So that's certainly one. I think we've done a lot more this time around with character and story that we have in the past. We've been working with Trent Haga, who is a well-known film script writer, just won an award at South by Southwest for some of his horror film work. And we've been working with him on The Evil Within to make Sebastian and the story a lot more personal and a lot more engaging. I think last time around you were sort of on this trip with him, but it didn't have a lot of context other than like he's a detective trying to find things out. But this time around, it's about your daughter, and it's about sort of his life falling apart and trying to piece all that together. And then I mentioned the kind of the exploration aspect, that there is more of that for players to be able to do, kind of not choose your own path, but to be able to explore different parts of the environment to try and scrounge and grab resources if they want to. If they feel like, I just want to plow through and kind of main story and see where this is going, totally fine. But there is more of that available to players.
So to that point, mentioning the sort of search for the daughter, does that mean we're going to maybe explore and visit more locales in that regard?
Yeah, for sure. You get there's a healthy amount of diversity in terms of where you are and what you're doing, and what's happening in the world that Sebastian goes to find his daughter is part of what happens there. Are these kind of big, I almost use the word cataclysmic, world-changing events where the world itself is kind of getting warped and twisted around you as you're moving through it, which definitely gives you, more of a sense of scale and scope. You're outside more. In Evil Within, you spend a lot of time in interior spaces or really tightly confined exterior spaces, but I think they've played with that a lot more in terms of changing up how that feels and making it feel a little bit more diverse, and playing with that kind of, I'm inside and it feels very claustrophobic, and then I'm outside and maybe it feels open, but
two different things
Yeah.
from how it looks to how it sounds. Like, yeah, definitely a lot that goes into it.
Yeah, and audio is certainly a huge thing for those folks as well. And you get some sense of that in the trailer. I mean, visuals are important, but
I'm glad you brought that up because I think a horror movie like lives and dies on sound.
Yeah.
A horror movie, a horror game lives and dies on sound. Like you can have a creepy thing in front of you, but what makes it creepy is what it sounds like.
Or the sounds that precede it.
Exactly.
Right? Like what you're hearing when you don't see anything and sort of how that makes you feel.
It tells you to be scared.
Yeah. And then the sort of the twist is when you hear those things and you've totally set yourself up for like, okay, here comes something, and then there's nothing, and you're like, oh, now I'm really thrown off because I thought for sure I had braced myself for the thing to happen, and it didn't. So now I really don't know what to expect or when it's going to happen.
I hear so many footsteps in so many games that do not exist all the time. And it's all due to just the amazing sound design of.
Yeah, and with that comes one of the other things, which is lots more kind of interesting enemies and to face. You see in the trailer that we showed this house that this crazy guy Stefano has, where he sort of views brutality and death as this psychotic form of art. He's the guy who's knifing the soldier, and the rose petals come out of him, and the guy's frozen in space.
That was pretty cool. And that really stuck with me.
He has this really freaky. You see a quick glimpse of her. Obscura is like a kind of living, moving, deformed camera thing.
Camera
you see her, right?
That's like the first cameras.
Yeah. So the not only just the Sebastian and the story and character there, but the character of the enemies that you're going to come across and the different bosses you're going to have to face, I think will feel very fresh and different from some of the stuff that you faced in Evil Within. I mean, like we all love Boxman. He was great, but like throwing some different stuff at the player that either provides different gameplay challenges or just like, oh my God, what is that thing and how do I get away from it? I think is important.
I loved watching the trailer because I like a diverse, like you touched on so many different feelings and fears, like whether it be like the fetal image or the image of the white, like, flowing over them, the weird movements of different things.
That's a recurring theme that's going to happen in the world, is that white oozy stuff as it manifests itself and is kind of a part of the world and sort of warping and changing it and so forth. That wasn't just for effect. That's actually part of the game and sort of what's taking place is this ooze you find all around the world.
So when I was watching the conference and kind of following along on Twitter, there were definitely a few questions about the Evil Within that were coming up, Evil Within 2. And I totally get why these questions were asked, especially because, talked about Fallout VR and, of course, the new Doom VFR experience. And immediately people were like, Evil Within 2, sign me up. Bethesda, where's that VR experience? And I have to imagine that, with your guys' interests and the push and the advancements that you have made, that it certainly seems like a world that would do pretty well in there. But I have to imagine, it's most important to get the game out. But come on, Pete, you guys looking at maybe
I
some VR
would say
support?
that every studio that we have is taking a look at VR and how they might use it. And one of the things I tried to emphasize is we can talk about anything. I could talk about stuff that's going to happen 3 years ago, but I can't show you anything.
Right.
We wanted this year to be a focus on everything we're talking about is coming out this year. It isn't all of the stuff that we're working on, but it's the things that we felt not only we were confident in, but we could also show you, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we really love the CG part and doing all of that to kind of set things up, but like there's gameplay. You can see what it looks like. You can see what it feels like for Wolfenstein, for Evil Within 2. And so to that end, like I prefer to wait until we can do more showing and less telling.
Well, I feel like I had to ask.
That was one of the things that was a recurring theme on Twitter, because you go to Twitter for any conference and there's going to be like lovers, haters, and whatever. But the one recurring theme that I saw with your particular conference is they showed stuff that's going to be soon.
That's what
it's
people
coming
want.
soon.
Right, the release dates,
Yeah, they tell you it's like, this is why we're showing it to you now, because you can have it very soon.
Yeah, and we haven't always done that in past years. We showed Dishonored 2 trailer for the very first time, even though that game didn't end up coming out to the following year. We did the same thing for Doom. And again, this year, we wanted to sort of focus on more of an immediacy. And again, like, for me, there's a lot of conferences. I mean, you guys watch all of these press conferences, and for me, I really wanted to keep things pacey. I didn't want to, like, we could have spent an hour and a half showing stuff. Like, I could have made the Machine Games guys go do 35 minutes of stuff. But you know what? We have lots of stuff in our booth. We have hands-on. We have lots more we can kind of be rolling out over the coming days and weeks. And I wanted to keep things going, and I wanted to focus on, like, hey, this is all about the here and now. Stuff coming out this month, next month, a couple of months from now, but, you know, all by the end of the year.
Well, I know at least one person who you made very, very happy with Fallout VR. I'll tell you that.
It's a pretty great experience.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Pete. Very excited for The Evil Within 2 coming out October 13th on PS4, Xbox One, and PC. And we've got another Bethesda title coming up next. We're going to take a quick little break, but when we return, we're going to have Wolfenstein: The New Colossus coming up here right on the stage. Join us for more E3 on Twitch right after this.
Welcome back, everyone, to E3 on Twitch 2017, guys. Kelly Link here, joined by Ezekiel III. And joining the couch, we got Jens and Jörg. And we are going to be taking a look at Wolfenstein 2, The New Colossus. Guys, how you doing? How's E3 going for you?
It's going great. We're very happy to be here.
Yeah? How was your initial reaction to the release that you guys did for the first showing of Wolfenstein 2?
We were super psyched.
Yeah?
Super psyched to finally show it off. We've been working on it for like 3 years, and it's always amazing to get to show it, and so you can answer people when they ask you, what are you working on? We can show what we do.
So you guys have been working on this since, 3 years ago, that's when the New Order came out, correct? So since then, this is what you guys have been working towards?
It's a little bit, because most of the team were working on this standalone that we did called The Old Blood. But
the
some
expansion,
of us,
right?
Yeah, but some of us, like me, I was writing scripts and stuff for New Colossus.
So are we following the same protagonist? Are we following BJ? Is that are we going directly from the New Order?
Yeah, it's a direct sequel. So where New Order ended is where this game picks up. So BJ has survived, but he is in very poor shape. when this game starts.
Well, can you spoil a little bit? What's the start of the story? What exactly is putting our hero in such peril?
We don't want to give spoilers.
Okay, I'm sorry. I keep asking the wrong questions. Well,
no, but I can say because we have this hands-on at E3, which is basically because the game starts with like a prologue, but the first like real combat level is takes place in a wheelchair because BJ is badly injured. So
that's,
I mean,
a lot of people love the combat from not the first Wolf. I mean, there's like 7 games of Wolfenstein right now. I want to say the first one, but the New Order. And how do you take the combat from that and put it into a wheelchair? Was that difficult or was it exciting for you?
It was exciting for us, of course, but yeah, I mean, we treat it as the player in any other situation, so you can pretty much move around and do most of the regular combat anyway. You can strafe and you can move backwards and forward, and it's pretty funny.
Do wheelie.
Do wheelie, flip your legs.
There's no like special wheelchair moves? No?
Only when the IK freaks out, then interesting things happen. But it, but it was a lot of fun for us because conceptually it's cool. Like, I wonder if we can do a level where you're rolling around in a wheelchair shooting Nazis. And but it's one thing to think about it, and it's a whole different other thing to actually make it work.
Right.
But that turned out really well, so we're extremely happy.
It's funny in staircases and stuff as well. You know?
Yeah.
Just go down. Never up.
It's like he can whoop hundreds of asses, but stairs. That's
the limit.
Tough. He can do it, but it's going to take a second.
So are we in the same setting, or are we going to new locations? Obviously, this is a bit like it's the world, but it's in a new setting.
Right, so the whole structure of this story is sort of igniting a revolution in America, and by liberating America, making that as the platform to liberate the rest of the world.
So you guys are going beyond America's?
That's not what this game is about. It's all about that, making that first significant step of having some free territory, right? So I think we always envisioned it as a trilogy. So this is the.
So you're saying that there's a third one coming up?
Well, I mean, it all depends. It depends on how this one does and so forth. But that would be the dream for us.
Oh, it'll be fine. I saw the trailer, but it looks good.
You know, actually, a new trailer released today, and I think we actually have that available right now. So let's take a look at the new Wolfenstein 2 trailer.
Yes, the most wunderbar soldier who ever lived now brings exciting battle action to the American territories. With an all-new collection of authentic regime forces and elite Hans action sets. And introducing, straight from the headlines, the vile BJ Terror Billy Blazkowicz. A cold-blooded killer that must be stopped. Terror Billy is always sneaking, spying, or smashing. But with the help of elite Hans and General Engel, you can bring this terrorist to justice. Why, you'll be a hero of the Empire in no time. Add Terror Billy to your collection today and bring glory to the home front with elite Hans, the Empire's posable protector.
Monsters did this. Not monsters. Men.
Actually comes with a figure. You can pre-order it and you get your. That's amazing. I thought that was just a joke. What about the rest of the figures? Is those going to be released eventually as collectible figures?
If this one takes off, who knows?
God, that brought back so many childhood memories. That was just a nostalgia trip because every single toy I bought had a commercial just like that. Yeah. Where it was like, you know, you're in your backyard, you sit up little rocks.
Power Rangers figures.
You know, you blow it up. It was amazing. What else? Something else I saw in that trailer was some of the weapons. Can you tell us, like, are there any new, improved changes in weapons from the last one to this one?
Yeah, I would say that everything is new.
Okay.
Of course, some of the weapons are pretty similar.
Sure.
But the arsenal that BD has it's all new, and we also are doing a lot more upgrades this time around, so you can There's a lot of
modding that you can do to the game.
Yeah, to some extent at least. So, and one of our big things now is that we're also allowing the player to freely duel with weapons.
That's what I was gonna do, because I saw you had two different weapons.
So it's pretty fun when you can, if you move around in an area and sneak around, you have a silenced handgun in one hand, and you have a fully automatic shotgun in the other.
The panic weapon.
The panic weapon. So should you get detected,
But go away.
You have a very powerful backup then, which is good.
Is there anything from the previous game that fans like really wanted more of, or maybe that they didn't think that there was enough of in the New Order that you guys focused on in this Wolfenstein 2?
I think we were always had a pretty clear vision of what we wanted to do. So and it's amazing this time around because we're building off our own foundation. So we seeded a lot of story ideas and stuff in the first game that we can build upon now and that can flourish in a way. So that's super cool. But of course we're always paying attention to, like, if we do a focus test or whatever. Like one of the interesting critiques we got lately was that the characters were too interesting.
Shame on you, whoever said that. Shame on you.
Well, did they become too attached to them?
No, I mean, we have a shitload of story content in the game. Like we have over 3 hours of cinematics. And,
wow.
And yeah, so it's very dense in terms of the storytelling. But of course, we try to make all of our characters, no matter how small part they have, as interesting as we can make them. So
was it difficult writing for this? Because it's not a touchy well, it is, right? It's a very risky subject talking about the Nazis winning World War II, and like you can see the Ku Klux Klan in the trailer video. Was it difficult for you to write a story, or did you feel like this was exciting, like it was a challenge?
Oh yeah, it's always exciting, but I think the big thing is that you need a publisher that is willing to give you that creative freedom to explore these themes, right? So of course there is a way to make a Wolfenstein game where the Nazis are sort of cartoony and, you know, speak English with a German accent or whatever.
Right.
But we try to make it as authentic as we can make it, of course, within the parameters of our freaked out world. But it's not like it's realistic, but it's truthful in a way, you know?
I completely understand, and I appreciate that, that risk that you guys did go, because obviously the game looks amazing. And
thank you.
Want to just say that this is going to be released October 27th on Xbox One, PlayStation 4, and PC?
Yeah.
Awesome.
I wanted to talk about the robotic animal in this. Can you?
Panzerhund.
The Panzerhund.
Yeah. Can you tell me, like, I want to know how do you write for something like that? Because they have a personality.
Right. Well, I mean, it's a lot of it is because the projects are so incredibly long.
Right.
So you start off with your ideas, and you have a kind of a feeling when you get an idea that this is a strong idea. But of course, as you iterate on whatever that idea is over the years, you start to lose that. You know, when you see something for the 300th time, right? It's hard to recall it. But I think that's very, very important to try and always recall what made you enthusiastic about it in the beginning, and then maintain that throughout development. I'm not sure that's quite answering your question, but that goes for everything in the game. Like, I remember having the idea for the Panzerhund, I think in 2010, probably.
Liesel, right?
No, well, it's how it. So basically, there's a class of robot dogs.
Oh, okay.
And one of them is used as a propaganda piece by the Nazi authorities.
Gotcha. All right.
So obviously that's like a Lassie parody, but when we heard that concept, we just loved it. So
I fell in love
really
immediately.
Cool.
Like
yeah.
I want a giant bear-shaped dog robot that breathes fire.
Don't we all? Don't we all? Jens, Jörg, thank you guys for joining us so much. Wolfenstein 2, the new Colossus, will be coming out October 27th on all consoles. Guys, thank you for joining us. But of course, we have more content coming up right after this. Let's head back to the balcony.
Thank you very much. Hello, Kelly Link. I'm here with Rachel, and we're going to take this time to talk a little bit more about the things that you can catch this week at E3. I mean, it's hard to believe that technically E3 starts tomorrow. This is the press day. The expo floor hasn't even opened. As such, a lot of the things happening around E3 also have not opened. One of them behind us. Rachel, what is this?
Well, you've actually sort of been with us as we've watched this be assembled behind us. But this is the esports arena, and this is actually going to be sponsored by T-Mobile. We're going to see a lot of competitive games there over the course of the week. We've got starting things off with Street Fighter, I think, tomorrow.
Yes, Street Fighter, and then Tekken 7, which is recently released, and also has a new league coming as well. And then Overwatch, a really popular game right now that maybe you've played, maybe you haven't, but I'm guessing you probably have.
So
That's
actually,
going to be here as well. Right?
There's something special about the Overwatch. That's going
What
to
is
take
that?
place Thursday. I think it starts around 5 p.m. PT, and this is going to be a showcase of 2 of the World Cup teams. Last year for BlizzCon, I hosted the World Cup tournament, and we brought teams from all around the world.
Right.
With teams representative
Do you
of
know
those
the 2
nations.
teams?
It's going to be North America and Canada here. With their debut rosters. I know you know Huck from StarCraft.
Of course,
He's
yeah.
going to be helping out on Team Canada. We've got Stir and Jason Kaplan, of course, doing some stuff for Team USA, so it'll be interesting.
All right, and so the way it's going to work is on twitch.tv/Twitch Esports every day at noon. They'll be going live. Like we mentioned, it's going to be Street Fighter on the first day, Tekken 7 on the second day.
Injustice
and then,
on day 3.
Oh, Injustice.
Yeah, we got Street
Oh,
Fighter.
so I see.
Monday, Street Fighter.
Got it.
Tuesday,
Today's Monday.
Tekken. Oh, wow.
Yeah. Tuesday's Street Fighter. Wednesday.
is Injustice.
Okay.
Thursday's Overwatch.
Where's Tekken?
Wait, maybe it starts tomorrow. Anyway, that's the order. It starts tomorrow. Right? It can't start now. It's not done being built.
Esport. I thought it started tomorrow. Maybe.
You're right.
Yeah, because it's 3 days, noon, every single day.
It's true. It sounds right.
We got
It sounds
that.
good to me.
And you can also follow just /Twitch Esports, and you can slowly stop it right now, man. We're going to stop the segment if we don't just start behaving right now, silly.
It's actually entirely our cameraman's fault. Everything.
We've got a poll for you guys as well before we hop into our next set of games. And that question is, what will be at Sony, or what are you most excited for as far as Sony is concerned? What do you hope is there?
What I think is amazing is we had to reduce this down to 4 options, right? So we tried to kind of like already pick what you guys are hyped for, but watching on Twitter, especially hashtag E3 on Twitch, people have been talking about so many different possibilities. We've had a lot of left field stuff in each of these conferences, and Sony has such a backyard to pull from.
They do. And honestly, now that Beyond Good and Evil 2 came out, and that was kind of a surprise, I think anything could happen right now. PlayStation could be like, boom, we got a new console. I don't know. That
Are
probably
you
won't
done,
happen,
Marcus? Like, are you just good to like pack it in? Was that
I
all you were
don't-
waiting
know
for
what?
this event?
No, because typically, as a Sony fanboy, a lot of times E3, the way it works out is like, I'm like, okay, yeah, that was cool. I'll play that. But whatever, you know, oh, that was cool. And then I'm like super hyped getting ready for the Sony. So like, I'm at this level of hypeness where I'm normally at when Sony begins, and I don't know what will happen when I actually
Well,
get
is hypeness like a curve, or is it like a
going straight
an
up,
endless,
Rachel.
An endless. Oh
I
my
can't
god.
stop. I'm like a living hype emoticon.
There's no
all the
ceiling
time.
on this hype.
Don't forget, twitch.tv/Twitch Esports for 3 days. Follow the channel. And then, of course, when it goes live, you can be notified of that. But we got more action coming at you live here from E3. It starts technically tomorrow, but we still got a press left, and that is Sony. We're going to head back to the stage with more games.
Hello, welcome back to the stage. This is E3 on Twitch. I'm Anna Prosser-Robinson, and that is my co-host, Kelly Link, as usual. Hello, Kelly. How's it going?
It's going great.
We also have guests here, Kevin and Lisa. Thank you guys so much. We're going to talk about 2 games during this segment, but we're going to start out with Pillars of Earth. I'm really excited because I saw that you brought a book here, and if people don't know, why would you bring a book to talk about a game?
Because actually, this is the book we turned into a video game. We took this, a 1,000-page historical novel by Ken Follett. It was written in the late 80s, and we turned it into a narrative adventure game.
We see that you have notes through all
So
these
many.
pages. What are those?
Actually, those are the chapters. Those are the parts in the... I don't know if you can see this. Those are the parts of the book, and those are the chapters in the game This is of the first installment. We're going to release this game in 3 books.
Oh, cool.
And you buy a season pass, and you can actually play all of them.
So are the orange ones for the next game?
If
If I start going through this book, am I going to start getting spoiled?
It gets a little bit technical if I try to explain this. This is just...
But this is a well-loved copy, so this must be something that you've referenced quite a bit. Tell us a little bit first about this book. What is it about?
It takes place in the 12th century, and it's about a fictional English town in England called Kingsbridge. And basically, it's a bit of a Game of Thronesy kind of story in a historical setting. It takes place during what's called the Great Anarchy in England, where a lot of people tried to become the new king of England. So that's what I meant when it said Game of Thronesy. And basically, in this, the entire story takes place in this, as I said, this place called Kingsbridge. And it's a very small town, and during the course of 40 years, this town develops, and it's a lot about the politics during the time, about the economic growth, and a lot of people struggling to survive medieval England, because it's a very brutal place to be. There are not many laws. Well, if you're outside of a town, there are no laws. There is a famine halfway through the story. There are brutal warlords killing people, and it's just really bad stuff happening one after the other. And this one town is like the beacon of, I don't know, of a good life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, let's get into it because we actually have the game here with us today for you to show us. And as we do, why don't you tell us a little bit about kind of how you took the words on a page and made them into this experience that we're seeing here?
Well, first I had to read the entire book, of course.
Right.
And the thing I started out with trying to figure out what were the most emotional moments in the book, the ones that I really cared about, that moved me. And then me and my colleague Matt Kemke, who is the other co-lead of the game, we tried to focus on these moments and build the story around that. And the story of the book is the spine, but we had to change scenes and moments to make them more interactive.
How did you make those decisions? What did you decide what made the cut and what didn't?
Well, it's a very long process. First, you have one version of the game where you think, okay, I need all this kind of stuff. I need all these story beats to make it work. And then you figure out, well, you don't need all of them. You try to cut things out, and you think about how can this be a good gameplay moment. And if you realize this is not a good gameplay moment, this is just people talking and talking and talking, you question yourself, do you really need this, or can you find a different kind of scene that is not in the book, but that would work better?
Where do we find ourselves now?
We're in this is the second chapter, and we're playing a boy called Jack. This is this redhead guy here. He is in a forest, and he lives in a forest. He's an outlaw, which means he is outside of law of the towns, and he has to survive in the forest. And this is so weird to show a 2D game after you had all those 3D games here earlier.
But I was just going to say, it looks so beautiful.
Yeah, it's all handmade,
Really?
2D animation, 2D graphics, and he's now trying to hunt for food, and we have all these. I really love the animations of Jack in this scene. He's really hungry right now, so.
So are these some of the mechanics, these kind of survival mechanics that we're going to see in the game?
It's focused a lot on these typical adventure, 2D point-and-click adventure mechanics.
Okay.
But we're not focusing too much on puzzles. It's more about the story. And we're using the mechanics like inventory puzzles, where you pick up objects, and you have this inventory here. I can use it with my right stick. And I can interact with stuff. I can walk around and explore things. I have these, whenever I get close to an interactable object, I can interact with it, or I can, just a second, get something.
What'd you find?
He found some footprints. You can see it on there.
Ooh.
Yeah, and you can think about stuff if I push the X button here on my Xbox controller.
So you're kind of like taking a perception check of what
exactly
you're looking at.
Right,
Cool.
yeah. So I always understand what my character is thinking about stuff. So now there's this deer, and this is exactly what I want. I want to catch a deer, so I pick up my slingshot, and there's this little quick time event moment. Where I have to
a skill check.
Yeah. But it got away.
So is that most of the interaction in the game is skill checks?
No. This is just something we use in between to keep things fresh, to have little action moments. It's a very, very, as I said, a very narrative game. It's a lot about the character relationships and the dialogue and how you interact with them. And you can, through the things that you do or don't do and the decisions you make or refused to make, things can be different in the game. So it's more like a telltale-y kind of game.
Oh, okay. So it's not
Yeah.
just a linear story that you're following and kind of exploring. You can make decisions that affect the game.
Yeah, it's still very linear, but the things, for example, I could have just failed now, and I would never have caught the deer. And then the next segment is Jack, who has to cure the meat in order to have meat in the evening. And I don't have to do this if I don't have any meat. Then I'm just hungry. And even that is optional. The curing of the meat is even optional. I don't have to do this. I can just keep on playing,
So you
and
said
then
you'd
the
be
meat goes
hungry?
bad.
And so, like, your character gets hungry in this game. There's affects to you that...
It's not on a system level, it's on the narrative level.
Okay.
Yeah, so the story picks up on that, and it tells you, okay, later on there will be a scene where people are hungry and they don't have meat, and the story will develop around that. And there are a lot of those small decisions. A lot of them have these smaller consequences, but every once in a while you don't really know when you can decide on something really, really dramatic. There are characters that can die if you do something wrong. Characters who actually survive in the book can die halfway through in the game. And some characters who die in the book, like this typical Ned Stark thing from Game of Thrones everyone's talking about, you could actually save Ned Stark if that was our game. Yeah.
Cool.
So if you make the right decisions.
Did you work with with Ken Follett at all?
We pitched the game to him, and we send him regular updates.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
So you're in communication with him.
Yeah, but he's
okay
trying
with
to...
you killing off the characters?
Yeah, he's okay with it. Yeah, he said he doesn't really know a lot about game development, and he doesn't want to interfere with us. He doesn't want to tell us what to do because he trusts us and he wants us to make the decisions we want to make.
That's the perfect arrangement,
that's
right?
excellent.
When you're collaborating creatively, I would think.
Yeah, it's perfect.
He's also a voice in the game, right?
Yeah, and he's also
he?
voicing a character.
Oh,
yeah.
that's great. Can you reveal who it is, or is that a secret?
Can I?
You can.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's the cantor. It's he's a monk in the game.
How cool.
Yeah.
A cantor. So that's someone who kind of like sings and storytells, so that makes sense, the author being that. Cool.
Yeah. He's the leader of a choir.
Oh, that's so awesome.
Yeah.
That's really cool. Okay, so where are we now?
So now this is Jack's cave. Now I could turn on my quest log right now, then it always tells me what was my next task, but I'm just going to tell you. Now I have to cure the meat, or as I said, I don't have to cure the meat. I could just walk out, and then the next segment starts.
Oh, so if you make that option to like whatever the next story screen goes to, you just ignore it completely. You can never go back to that.
Yeah, in this case, well, I could walk out. I could always come back, but at some point, when I walk too far, the game will
progress.
Yeah, will progress. Then something happens that I cannot go back to my cave anymore. And then later people will. Well, my mother will later blame me because I let the meat go bad. Yeah. Yeah. So it's all these little moments. Yeah, here's some.
It's so fascinating, I think, to take different types of art and media and blend them together or translate them between. And I'm curious, tell us a little bit about what it's like to take a book and make it into a game experience. What experiences do you want to preserve? Like when I'm reading a book, I have certain experiences. What do you want to make sure you preserve? And then what are the things that are very uniquely gaming that you want to add to the game? Because in a game like this that's very narrative, the goal is to get me to experience the story, right?
Yeah, right. And as I said, the emotional moments are important. The moments where a character dies or goes through very tough stuff, those are also the moments that are very interesting if you can make the player experience those things. If the player is the one who has to struggle and has to survive. And that's the thing that you can add to the book, because in the book we always identify with the characters, we read about them and we feel with them, but now we are them and we have to do exactly what they are going through.
Right, that makes sense. So if I'm a reader of the book, will I recognize places like this?
Oh yeah, this cave, this is a very, very, very iconic place in the book as well.
Cool.
Yeah, and I can explore it. I can always use my slingshot with all kinds of stuff in the game. This is an optional thing. There's a lot of small optional stuff where I can shoot stuff. I can just, you know, a little bit of exploration. I can just check out what's there, and he's going to eat a nut. Occasionally I can find these little documents that tell me a little bit more about the world. You know those. You know these in RPGs or
Do you
like
ever have
audiologs.
any direct excerpts from the book?
There are some dialogues that are taken directly from the book. This document is not from the book. I don't really know how many percent of the book. I think maybe 2% of the book are in the game, like
word for word.
Literally, yeah,
cool.
yeah.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
Well, before we move on to talking, because we do have State of Mind that we want to
Yeah.
chat about, is there anything else we should see or know about Pillars of Earth?
I think you should know that it's going to be released for PS4 and Xbox.
Great.
And for PC, Mac, Linux. And the first installment will be released on August the 15th.
Yep. Oh, wow, soon.
Yeah.
Awesome.
And in all kinds of languages, in English, in German, in Italian, in French.
Great.
And did I say Italian? Yes.
Yes.
Spanish, Polish, Russian, and Chinese, simplified and traditional.
Wow.
Yeah.
That is a big undertaking.
Yeah. And we have voiceovers for English and German.
Wow.
Yeah.
Incredible. Well,
Yeah.
congratulations on the rollout.
Thank
you
you.
so much for showing us Pillars of Earth,
Thank you
Pillars
for
of the
having
Earth.
us.
And is the game title, because the Pillars of the Earth is the book title, but the game title is the Pillars of the Earth, not just Pillars of Earth.
It's the Pillars
of the Earth.
And
Okay,
each
awesome.
installment has its own little subtitle. And the first one is From the Ashes.
From the Ashes
Yeah.
is the first installment. Awesome. And people can expect those later installments rolling out throughout the future.
Yeah, and if you bought the first one, if you bought the season pass, you get the other ones for free.
Great.
Yeah, you can just download them.
Awesome. Well, let's move on to chatting about our second game, State of Mind. And I think, Lisa, you're going to show us that
Yes,
one. Is that right?
exactly,
So
yeah.
give us the overview. What is State of Mind?
So State of Mind is basically also very story-driven, but the difference to Pillars of the Earth is that it's 3D and it's futuristic and it's a thriller. So yeah, it's like it's a bit complicated. It plays in a world that's not too far in the future. It's 2048 in Berlin. So, but the technology it just like developed really fast. Like people are able to, for example, upload their conscious into like a world that's called City 5. It's like a utopia. It's just digital, and it's like you can preserve your consciousness in this digital world where everything is perfect. Because all these problems we have nowadays, like the lack of some resources or like poverty or stuff like that, all these problems, social problems and society problems, in the utopia, you don't have them at all. So some people say, okay, it's like the best solution for it to just upload your consciousness and be like immortal, kind of. And some say, okay, that's totally wrong. You shouldn't do that. And blah, blah, blah. So the main figure in the game is called Richard. Although you are able to play more than one character, he's like the main character because something happened to his upload. It went wrong, terribly wrong. So, but I can't tell too much about the story because it's like a very story-driven game without spoiling too many like key moments. So it basically just starts that his family is gone and he doesn't know where it is. So very dramatic. He had an accident. He wakes up in a hospital. And yeah, so that's like the beginning where you just get thrown in. You have no idea. He doesn't even really know what's up. So yeah, so players are just getting thrown in there and have to discover everything themselves.
Well, and you have the game to show us as well. So I know, like you said, we won't get to see too much, but can we see what you brought?
Yeah, I would love to show you like the difference between utopia and the dystopia, like the reality. So, and you can get to know Richard as well.
Great.
So let's see. Got some safe games here. Yeah, let's do this one. This is Richard's apartment. So you can already see that it's going to be a little bit more dark.
Tracy?
And
James?
the whole game is focusing on transhumanism. As you can see here, you can see a robot. It's like a drone that really like takes care of your stuff. Like from from other movies or games that you have like this little housekeeping robots and stuff like that. So. But Richard, as I said, he hates robots. He hates the whole technology. He's like totally against all of that stuff. So he's not very nice to his robot. He really doesn't really like him. So let's discover the apartment for a second. So here you can see there are like these ad boards, and you can just look outside and see, okay, that's Berlin in the future, but still pretty dark and pretty like city. It's just a big, huge city with drones everywhere. And the whole gameplay is focusing on, it's similar like to a point-and-click adventure, as you could say, or an adventure.
Tracy,
That you have like these key points in this world that you can interact with. You can see them like, when you come closer to them, you can see different hotspots that you can interact with, like a food assembler. When you do it, he wants to help you, and Richard is going to be, yeah, I can do that myself. He really doesn't feel Simon at all.
Just keep your mouth shut.
Yeah, so now they are just talking. Yeah, but there's like different stuff that you can just look at, just explore. You can interact with stuff, and that's how you like progress in the whole story.
Are we looking at the start of the game right now, or is this part of the way through?
This is in the beginning.
Okay.
So before you get to the apartment, you have to play one more part, like when you wake up in the hospital because of the accident. Then you play this part, and there's a tutorial kind of, so you get like used to everything, how you can interact with stuff and how you can look at stuff. And yeah, so here that's just Richard's apartment right now.
It's a nice apartment. What does this guy do for a living?
Nice. Yeah, that's a really good question. He's a journalist for The Voice. That's like a magazine, a news magazine. So where he has to write about technology, and he's just like exactly the right person to do that since he loves it so much. No, but yeah, so you can do different things here. Let's see, you can also look at pictures. Let's go into the bathroom. Yeah, it's just, it looks really nice. I wish I would have an apartment like that.
Seriously, right? And I'm looking at all of this, and this art style is very unique and very clean. Can you tell us about any of that and the decisions that were made to make it look like this?
Yeah, we wanted to, like the whole team just decided to make a low poly look because they liked it so much. They tried to do it a little bit more realistic as well, but they just settled for this style because it's very, like you said, it's like kind of unique. You have other games that do that too, but they just thought they just wanted to work with that style because we never did a game in that style before. So
yeah. It definitely fits with the feeling of kind of this technology world almost.
Yeah. So I can show you another dialogue between Simon and Richard where they're talking about his son. Because in this segment, he just realized that his family is gone. So his family, like, they are not here. So he's just looking for everybody. And yeah, so he says he likes to play chess with his son, but yeah, he says, you don't even know what adorable means because he says, your son is adorable. Like, you're a robot, you're junk. Yeah. So, yeah, that's just like a good way to get to know Richard and his pessimistic, thoughts.
Is that robot his, like, companion, or is that just someone that's always in the apartment?
Yeah, it's second thing, yeah. He's always in the apartment, and you can talk to him. And certain decisions in the game, also similar to Pillars of the Earth, that you can decide. You can make decisions that affect, like, a lot, kind of. So it's very important. So, like, for example, if you don't help Simon or are really, really, really mean in certain situations to him, he won't help you later on in the game. So
when is
he
there, like,
it.
when does the time stop? Like, is there a progression in the game where if you leave the room, time continues on in the game, or can you, like, come back right afterwards and continue doing on, like... How does the game progress?
Yeah, the thing is you have these different segments where you can't go back. So at a certain point, it's just, you can't go back to the apartment.
Is it obvious? Is it like, you know, make sure you got all of your, like, items ready to go?
Yeah, you can't, I think so. That you, in certain points, you can come back, but not all the time, and you're aware of that. After like the first two switches, you see, it's like in a movie when the scene like just goes over, then it's like a completely different scenery, like in the city or at your work.
Yeah.
But you first have to do things there so you can really return or go to other places again.
Okay.
So it's like also linear, but you still have decisions that you can make. It's not open world, so let's just say it like that.
And so this is very much similar to what we were talking about with the Pillars of the Earth, where this is kind of a narrative experience in which you have your own decisions to make in each section.
Yeah, like the whole company, Dedelic, we focus on very narrative games. Like that is like one of our most important aspects in our games, that we just, tell a story.
And what are you looking at all around here? What are some of the other things that we should notice in the apartment?
So he just noticed that the wardrobe of his wife is empty. So now you can basically talk to him and ask him. You can throw him out, for example. You can ask him where Tracy is. That's his wife. so that's like you have a lot of dialogues that you have to go through and have to find out different things. Yeah, so, and another thing that's very important about the game, like I said before, you have multiple characters and you can switch between them like at different times and do certain stories with them or have to work towards each other and with each other. So, yeah, so that's just another thing I wanted to say. So now you can just talk to him.
Are those other characters, like side characters, related to him, or are they their own people?
There are like a lot of them are related to him.
Okay.
Some of them are still like a little bit off, but in the progress of the story, you just see the connection between them.
But they don't offer as much as he offers, right? Like you'll always come back to him as the main character.
That's kind of like there are some characters that you play as often as him.
Oh wow!
Yeah. So
okay.
like for example, there's a girl that I can maybe talk about. She's like his affair. So and you can play her as well. So it's just like. Yeah, that's how it works out, kind of. Now I can show you, just so you get an like an idea of how different Utopia is.
Right.
Now we're going to show you the other apartment in Utopia.
Oh, wow.
So that looks a lot more lighter. You have like...
So this is where his consciousness has been uploaded to this place. And it's all digital, as it were.
Then the very dangerous part about the whole Utopia thing is that the people in there don't know that they are digital uploads, so that's maybe another thing I can say without spoiling too.
Wow.
Yeah, they don't know. So
it's like Matrix level.
Yeah,
Oh,
something
no.
like
but he
that.
knows. He's aware.
That's his upload. He doesn't know.
Oh, you're uploading such that's some like Black Mirror.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I love Black Mirror. Like the whole transhumanism. That's why I love the game so much, because it's just so similar to Black Mirror and all this stuff. Like, for example, these pictures, you can just, like, when you click on them, they expand. Just love this stuff. Like, here, that's a kind of creepy one. I showed you, like, the most creepy. No, and there are, like, different ones where you can see, like, a wedding or here.
Right.
Yeah, so it's just, like, these little things also. Then you can, in this world...
Is the gameplay strictly point-and-click adventure decision-making, or is there any action? Is there any kind of skill checks?
You have also these mechanisms. You also have like this evidence that you collect evidence, and then afterwards you have to put it together to get like progress in the story and just to have more insight in what's actually going on, because there's a bigger thing behind this whole story. So
is it just a collection, or is it actually like you have to analyze the evidence and like
you also have to analyze?
Ooh,
you have
cool.
you have like your laptop, and then you have all the evidence together, and then there's like it's like how can you say it? You just see like all the evidence around you, and you just have to kind of put it together.
Like one of those corkboard things, where like you know, like
kind
murder
of like that, just really digital and very like immersive. It's just really around him.
Okay.
Like you have to turn around and just look at the different little segments and things you found, and then you have to like put it together. Yeah, but it's like really, yeah.
This seems
a lot
like
to it.
It asks us a lot of questions about consciousness and what we think of being human. And as I understand it, it's based very much on the idea of transhumanism and kind of examining that idea. And as I understand it, it's kind of telling us a story. So what's the hope that people will kind of consider here in terms of their own experience? Is that what the game is trying to do?
Yeah, it also tries to like give the players some thoughts so they think about it actually, and just say like, okay, maybe like the whole technology thing, just similar to Black Mirror, it's a good example that you just think about, like really actively think about how technology affects you and how you use technology and how you maybe don't even really realize that you're using technology anymore because it's just so normal for you.
Right.
And that's why the whole team said, okay, no, we want to do it in 2048 because it's not too far in the future. It's like only 30 years from now.
Right, yeah.
Just to like really show how fast technology can develop, because it does, like if you just look at the last 30 years, how fast it went, it's just like crazy.
Right,
it's ridiculous how fast.
Yeah.
So that's like one of the very huge aspects. They just wanted to like really put focus on it. Martin Gantefer is the author of it, so he put a lot of thoughts into that.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, where can people find out more? Where can they follow along with the game as it progresses?
We have already a Steam page up, so you can also wishlist it. And it's also going to come out for PC, Linux, and Mac, and Xbox One and PlayStation 4, and also for Nintendo Switch.
Wow.
It's going to be our first title for the Switch, so yeah, we're excited about that.
Both of you guys, lots of platforms.
Yeah, also with the languages, it's just exactly the same with the languages.
Really?
So, yeah,
Lots of
we always
languages
have
for
a
this
lot
one,
of
too?
localization.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Like
It's really
all the
crazy.
because we're from Europe, so we like
Right.
Europe is so small. It's just like you have like all these countries next to each other, so you just want to provide it for everybody. That so because it's so close and
Cool.
Yeah, so that's one of the bigger things.
Awesome.
localization.
Well, anything else that you want players at home to know? What kinds of players are really going to love both of these games? Any final words for the people at home?
I would say players that love stories, right?
Yeah. People love narrative games, like
Yeah.
make decisions in their games. And,
It's not too much
are interested in
action.
characters and the relationships between
Yeah,
characters.
exactly. Like this whole feeling of getting companions or maybe even losing them, like in Pillars of the Earth and also in State
I
of
feel
Mind.
like this is a rainy day game.
Yeah,
you sit on your couch and you're
you get lost in it. You get lost in it, totally. Like
Yeah.
it's just really like when you read a good book or you watch a movie or a series, for example.
Right.
Yeah, you just stay episode for episode and just want to like go on. And you also, that's a cool thing about video games, we all know, because it's interactive. So you can just like be the person and just experience it yourself.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. Well, thank you guys so much.
No
This has been
worries.
awesome.
Thank
Learning
you.
about these narrative experiences that we will get to have in the not too distant future. So
Yeah.
thank you very, very much. And guys, don't go anywhere because we have lots more E3 coming right at you. But for now, let's head out to the balcony.
Thank you very much, Annie. Anna. What are you
Anna,
talking about,
okay?
John?
Anna, are you okay?
One arm thing, homie. Welcome back to E3 on Twitch 2017. We've got one more press conference left today. That's Sony. And that'll wrap up the day. But we then have 3 more days of expo coverage.
Yes,
your
we have
best
so
part.
much more. It
John,
doesn't
this
end.
is like, for you and me, we're like the
the
grandpappies of E3. I mean, like, actually compared to someone like Jeff Keighley, who's been to every one.
Yeah,
Jeff,
since the age of 15.
I'm double digits now. You're double digits.
No, dude.
Nah,
man. I'm like 7. This is 2010. I didn't jump into this
I thought
game.
they hired professionals for me to work with.
I worked at
really did.
Detoid, bro. I'm from Destructoid, man.
I know.
So
They had
I don't-
to-
I
it was
fooled
a struggle
someone
to get into E3 back in the day.
Dude, for real, like we would stream across the street and we called it Too Poor for E3 and we would stream onto the old days with a 3G wireless card. And who knows how much that data cost, but it was crazy. It was awesome.
I don't remember how we started talking about this, John, but
We
we do
just,
have a
we're
lot
all
of
over the place.
E3 still left. 3 days where we're going to be on the expo floor. We've got a ton of things happening. A bunch of people coming, publishers, developers bringing us games, live demos, not so live demos, everything in between.
They're live demos.
There it is. They are live. Nintendo's going to be tomorrow. Expect some things out of them. We're going to see Mario Odyssey, and of course we'll have our own show intro, and then we're going to have EA, Nintendo, Namco. Hopefully they're going to bring Dragon
it just
Ball
goes
Z
down
Fighters.
and a list of like
more.
amazing. Yeah, actually
Yeah.
every single day too.
Yeah.
So there's a
We're
bunch
going to
of
have
stuff.
fun on the final day as well, including a game show along with Streamer Showdown. It's
Yeah,
gonna be a lot of fun.
along with Austin Creed, Xavier Woods, whatever personality he's going by
Yeah.
these days, he's going to come by, and I got something special for him.
Yeah, and the day is not over. We've still got XCOM 2 coming up. Beyond Good and Evil 2. Michelle Ansel is going to be here in our studio. Didn't even know that was happening. I'm jumping on that segment and fanboying for 15 minutes. Absolver, which we saw last year. We all love that, and it's coming back. You've been talking about Donut
County, man. Donut County, he's a sheriff. If you get out of line in Donut County, you're going to get locked up in some Krispy Kreme.
And then, of course, after Ashen and the Sony press conference, which I'm super excited for Sony, we got a world premiere.
Yeah, that's crazy. We have a world premiere of a Green Day music video. I haven't seen it. That's
They love
amazing.
Twitch.
Yeah, they love Twitch. They do video games. They're
They
dope.
love video games, and we're going to be dropping that. Revolution Radio, I believe, the new video for that. Coming up from Green Day. That's at 8 o'clock p.m. PST, and that will round off what has been about 32 hours of coverage here since we started yesterday.
Wow. That's nonstop, man.
Yeah.
Wow.
Are you ready for a poll now, John?
Yes. Tell me. What do I need to
I'll give you a choice. We
ask me a
spin
question.
the wheel or a poll.
No. Give me
All
a
right.
poll. I don't want to spin no more damn wheels. There's nothing on those
I
wheels.
believe we have a poll.
Okay.
Which will be interesting going into the PlayStation and the Sony conference. The poll is VR still important to you? Very simple. Vote yay,
Yeah.
vote nay, right?
Yay or nay.
We've had several years of hype. We've had, You know, we know a lot of the numbers on like how many PlayStations sold and Oculus and Vive, or at least have an idea.
Right.
But we want to hear from you. This is still important. Jonna, I'm going to pose a question to you.
Yeah, ask me.
Is VR still important
I like
to
how you put the word still.
Hey, I did not.
How about the word never?
Right?
Just putting that.
wow.
Never. From the moment I had my Dramamine motion sickness, like I was in the back seat of like some old 1980 Honda, just pumping around, stopping and going. Never been important to me, man. It doesn't make the game. Well, it doesn't make the game better. I'm sorry. I don't want to influence our beautiful chat, but that's just how I feel.
You've already done it. Look at the poll results. It's
well,
it's
they
done.
said nay, and they
over.
can be that can be that
One
song.
job. Just stay unbiased throughout the poll.
Sorry, I should have been like 50-50. I love it or hate it, and then leave it like that.
Yes, no. Is in
Yes,
a simple way.
Because you know, all of the great games that have come out on VR.
John, I'm going to get on my soapbox here, and here's my thoughts.
Yeah.
Who wanted to make a home theater in their home before going to a theater and experiencing the big sound, the big vision that a movie theater brings you?
Who wanted to do that?
Who?
My
No
uncle.
one.
Oh.
No one.
No one.
No, they didn't know until they went to a movie theater and they're like, wow, this big picture and
Right.
sound. I want this in my home. I feel like that needs to happen for VR to catch on. Because who actually is going to be like, I need a VR system in my home? Except
you're right.
for gamers,
You're
right? Like,
yeah.
for my mom, for my brother who's
Right.
technical but not really a huge gamer, he's got to go to a place and experience
The
something
actual-
amazing in VR to be like, I got to have this at home.
And that's what happened with James Cameron's film, right? For 3D. Everybody was, everyone was losing their mind over that. What's that one called again?
Avatar.
Avatar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which has its own land now in Disney World.
And it freaked everyone out.
That's what I feel. I don't know. How do you feel? You could continue to vote. Will Sony look at VR? I
don't know.
I think they will. I think they will. But that's enough from us from the balcony. We got tons more happening from the main stage and the Sony press conference at 6 p.m. PST, followed by the Green Day music video premiere. So let's head back to the stage.
Most of the time.
Just sits there. Yo, what's up, everybody? No, it's all right. We're having a nice conversation.
Having a convo.
Yeah, it's all good. Ezekiel III here with Anna Prosser Robinson. How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good.
Excellent. And we've got Jake Solomon here, the creative director.
Oh, that's a very fancy name. Yes.
Very fancy name. What does it actually mean?
I am the creative director.
Okay.
Actually. Yeah.
It means
So
what
it's a proper
what it
name,
is.
then.
Yeah, it's a proper fancy name.
Yeah. Okay. But what does that mean? Tell us what it means. What do you do?
I take credit for a lot of very hardworking people. So yeah, that's why I have on my. I feel like this shirt.
So you're
I
like
don't normally
supervisor
wear
or
this.
something?
Yeah. No, I do some design work, but yeah, I'm basically the front for like a very hardworking team. But I get to do all the fun stuff, like come on Twitch and come to LA and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Nice.
Well, I mean, you're a very handsome man. They couldn't have. I mean, they did right there. I don't mind telling you.
They made me in the studio. I actually have nothing. I don't know what games are. Actually, I'm an actor. Hi there.
Yeah, he's playing a creative director.
That's right.
We're actually here to talk about a very, very cool thing, the XCOM 2.
Yeah.
What would you call it? Expansion?
Yeah, expansion.
Expansion is fair.
Yeah, it makes me nervous still to talk about because you know that we just announced it today, and so for over a year, it's something you're working on. It's very top secret. I don't know why, but it's very top secret, and so like it makes me nervous still, like today to like talk about. You know, like
It's real. It's
very
out there in
secret.
the world.
Yeah, we shouldn't talk about that. I don't know. It's still a code name to me. But
I
yeah.
imagine it's like after you turn 21, you're still nervous about buying beer.
Yeah, exactly.
Wait, I'm 21. I don't have to worry about this anymore.
I'm an adult.
Yeah. I can talk about it now. I don't have to call it, Project Yellowbird. Project Yellowbird?
Ozzy. That's what we call it. Project Ozzy.
Really? Why?
Because I love Ozzy Osbourne.
Oh.
So.
Oh, okay. I was wondering if it was Ozzy like Australian.
Me too.
Yeah, oh, well, actually, that'd fit better because they'd be like, there are a lot of things that can kill you in Australia. XCOM,
You ain't kidding.
a lot of things that can kill you. So,
Does
no
it have-
offense to Australian. I think they're a pretty good audience for us. So I apologize. It was for Ozzy Osbourne.
What is the most Ozzy Osbourne-like thing in the XCOM expansion?
Oh no! Like, well, we have these new
head-biting
enemies.
things?
Yeah. You can eat the heads off of what was it? Chickens or rats? There is actually. So we have the Chosen, which are like one of the big new features. There's these like they're these new enemies. They're unlike any enemies we've ever had before, and one of them has pretty good flowing hair. So
okay.
that may be the most Aussie.
Did we see that one during the announcement video? Did we see him?
Yes. They all made an appearance. So. Yeah, this is the trailer right here. Am I talking over the trailer?
No, yeah, you can talk. Tell us what we're seeing.
Okay, so these are the Chosen right here. That's the Hunter, voiced by Nolan North, actually. Incredible.
Oh, really? I didn't catch that. That's awesome.
Yep. Yeah, voices are important in this trailer. I won't give that away. But yeah, and so this is the assassin. So there are 3 Chosen, and they are kind of like, there's the Aussie here. That's
is that the Warlock?
That's
awesome.
the
I remember
Warlock.
him.
So the idea is that they're sort of like these ultimate enemies, and we have these faction classes to fight them. So that's what you're seeing here. And like the Chosen are basically the champions of the alien army. They are very powerful enemies, and like over the course of the game, they sort of grow. They develop new skills and abilities, and in fact, they even develop new strengths, like procedural strengths. You know, like they can just sort of randomly gain new strengths. So every time you fight them, they kind of have a new trick up their sleeve as a player. You kind of have to take that into account. So they're definitely one of the big new features. But this entire expansion, like the goal was to make it as big as possible. We made a really, really big game. That was kind of our goal with this.
It felt very robust. With an expansion, you know you're not getting a full game, but this felt like there was so much to talk about within this expansion.
Well,
so much.
That was one of the questions that we talked to a fanboy, so to speak, of the XCOM series. We asked him what would you want to know? One of them.
Was it me? Was it my mom? Who was it?
It was my husband.
No, not fanboy of you. A fanboy of the game.
Oh, okay. Are you feeding him? Yeah. All right.
He looks skinny.
Yeah.
No.
Say, kid, talk nice to my son.
They were very mean to him on the Twitter.
Mom, don't read chat. I've told you many times, do not read the comments.
Don't do it. No, he said it's a really long expansion.
Yes.
Did you actually use the term like it's at least twice as long?
Yes, and
to
be honest, I have no idea how I could prove that, but it is.
Right, and comparatively to like Enemy Within or.
Yes, exactly right. So Enemy Within was the last expansion for Enemy Unknown, and this is a much, much bigger expansion. We have 3 new soldier classes, and it's not just that. Like these soldier classes, they're not like normal soldier classes, so they have a lot more abilities than core game soldiers. They earn their abilities in completely new ways. I'm going to go nerd, okay?
Do it.
Okay? All right.
This is the place for
That's the only people that are watching this.
That's right. Well, and my mother.
And your mom.
I assume.
We didn't mean to call you a nerd.
Hi, Mom.
Hi.
Nerd is around here. Nerd is
I know.
good.
Nerd's
it's our
good.
highest compliment, actually.
Yeah.
For
So
sure.
the faction soldiers, we even call them heroes internally because they're so powerful. They have a lot more abilities than core soldiers. They earn their abilities differently. So they earn. So the player earns ability points by doing different tactical things. So you get rewarded for doing tactical things. That gives you points that then you can spend on new abilities. So there are just so many things about them that are very different. So there's the 3 new classes. You've got the Reaper, who is a stealth marksman and saboteur. So you can make attacks when you're concealed, and you remain concealed. And then there's the Skirmisher, who's half alien, half human. They're actually defectors from, there's a Skirmisher right there. There are defectors from the alien army, so like the fingernails, it gives them away.
Oh, yeah.
Totally.
Oh, yeah, that's one of their abilities. They can, so they have a grapple on their forearm, and they can attack enemies, pull enemies into them, and then punch them with their spiked fist. So, yeah, they're what we call the Ripjack. I thought that was a pretty good name.
Ripjack. That's a really
good, right?
That's a good
it's like the sound it makes. Ripjack.
Yeah, it's is that an onomatopoeia?
Yeah.
Yes. Wow. Speaking of nerds,
good work.
this is nice.
And then they can pull people in and attack them. They can also pull themselves to people and attack them. So the Skirmisher they take a lot of actions every turn. So for people who are not XCOM experts, it's a turn-based game, and so these soldiers, they get a certain number of actions per turn, and the Skirmisher gets a ton of actions.
Oh my God, that's pretty amazing.
It's very powerful. And then here we have the assassin attacking the Reaper. So you can see the assassin there. And one thing I should point out, which is really cool, is that as she levels up over the course of the game, so the Chosen, they're kind of meant to be the foil for the player. And so as you level up, they also level up. They gain these new strengths, and they also look different. So as they level up, they put on new outfits. They've got entirely new sets of armor. It's really cool. You develop a relationship with these characters because they're the first enemies we've made that actually have personality.
Yeah.
You know, like they actually talk to you. So they talk to you in combat. They talk to you out of combat. They remember how their last combat against you went. They remember how their siblings, the other Chosen, did against you. They remember all these big game events. And so the Chosen are really good about talking to you, and you form this kind of relationship with them. It's really cool.
Is that the assassin in an up?
That's the hunter in a pretty upgraded outfit. And so he's a little more of he's a little more lighthearted. He doesn't take it as serious. He's a little more cynical. He's like the millennial Chosen. I'm just kidding. That is totally going to turn people off from this game. He is not the millennial. No, he's really. So that's the one voiced by Nolan North, who is just amazing.
That makes sense.
Oh, he's just amazing. He's a more funny character, but he's a sniper, so he can attack you from across the map. So you've got to like cover the entire map before you can get to him and start fighting him. So
you've mentioned so many things that are interesting as far as the lore, you know, that these are siblings and that they talk to you. Tell us a little bit about the world that we find ourselves in here.
Yeah, so, you know, the base game, the idea is that the player lives in a world that is controlled by the aliens. Like, Earth has already been lost. But XCOM, you know, you're the ones behind this big resistance movement. And so the idea behind the Chosen is that the aliens created these perfect beings, and their only role in life is to hunt you down. And so from the beginning of the game, all three of these Chosen are hunting you down, and they're actually not cooperating for most of the time. They're actually kind of competing against each other, because the idea is that the elders, you know, I'm going into lore here. You said lore, I'm going lore.
I love the lore.
Right,
deep dive, baby, let's go.
The elders are kind of the boss aliens, and so they created these Chosen. And the idea is that they told the Chosen, whichever one of you defeats XCOM, we will leave Earth to you. And so they're actually competing. So they're siblings that are actually in a competition against each other. So they want to find you first, and they have different ways of fighting you and gaining information. In fact, the way they work is that when you go into combat against these Chosen, they're not actually out to just slaughter everybody, because that's not fun, right?
Because they want to have some left over when they take over Earth.
That's right, and they want to interrogate the soldiers. And so instead what they try to do is disable your soldiers, and then they can interrogate your soldiers on the battlefield to gain information to sort of get closer to hunting you down. They can also even capture your soldiers, like right off of the battlefield. So you'll bring your soldiers into battle, and if the Chosen knock them out, they can actually grab your soldiers and then teleport out with them, and then you have to like launch a rescue mission to get them back. So we're not trying to be overly malicious and like just wipe out soldiers. They really are they're a sort of new way of playing the game where they're really trying to gain information. So it's very different.
Now, when you say the Chosen, maybe I'm just not getting it. Maybe I'm kind of dense or whatever. But
I'm dense too.
Hey,
let's do this together.
Join the club. When you say the Chosen, and you talk about the three siblings. Yeah. Now, are the Chosen just those three siblings, or does that represent their army? There's armies of the Chosen?
No, they are three siblings that were created together, and so they are kind of the champions of the alien army. So
there are only three people
them.
or three things that are considered the Chosen.
That's right. That's right. It's only the three Chosen with their all distinct personalities, and they're the ones hunting XCOM. Basically.
And they're in charge of like soldiers.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, they are backed up by the entire alien army. They're backed up by, so they will bring those guys with them when they come into combat.
Cool.
There had been some question of, you know, how would this be similar and different to the Alien Hunters DLC?
Yes, that is a very good question. So we had rulers, you know, because, you know, there's only so many words you can use, right? So we had rulers in the DLC, and they were kind of monsters. So they were like aliens taken to the extreme, and they were very, very challenging from a tactical perspective, almost to the punishing end of the spectrum, basically. And so what they would do is every time you took a single action, the rulers would then take an action. So they were very difficult, and these are not at all like that. So the Chosen operate like normal enemies. They wait until their turn. They take a turn. And in fact, we've actually redesigned the rulers completely for the expansion pack. We've redesigned all the DLC to work better with the expansion pack, because when you buy all the content, it is very, very big. And so we've redesigned everything to sort of be streamlined together.
Now, the other question is, I'm not sure if you touched on it or you answered it, but is it a new campaign or is this an add-on?
this is not a new campaign. This actually integrates into your current campaign.
Oh.
And so, you start a new game, you start a new playthrough, which in XCOM, you don't just play and put it down. You play a couple times.
Right, you play it once on normal
and
for
then,
me, and then you go like, maybe I'll try some, a little bit harder.
You can do it.
Legendary or
You can
Iron
do it.
Man
That's
or something
right.
like that. Like,
And then you play it for a couple months solid while,
ignoring,
ignore
health
your family,
and food
right.
and
Oh,
your
no, that's
wife
just in my house. I forgot.
Right.
I'm sorry.
I apologize, and I also appreciate that.
You absentmindedly pet your wife like it's your
No,
dog.
it's great,
like,
actually, because I
whatever.
know now to plan, like, late August to September. I don't see my husband.
Yeah,
So
that's right.
I'm going to go on a vacay.
This definitely adds a bunch of new story, but it layers on top of the current story of the game. So, yeah, it integrates into the current XCOM 2 game.
Great. Well, what I want to know, because I am a recurring, really cool, badass character in my husband's XCOM
You're
game.
in his character pool,
Yes,
I assume. Yeah.
I am super awesome, usually a really awesome sniper, and I look really cool. So we have to know any new cosmetics that we're going to see, anything that this will affect that way.
Yeah, some of the new faction heroes, they bring in new outfit pieces that even the core game soldiers can wear. But there are a lot of ways you can upgrade even the core game soldiers. So I talk about like the ability points before. We have a new facility called the training center. So you can take you, the amazing sniper.
Of course.
And then you can take you, put you into the training center, and you can give you a bunch of new extra abilities that you purchase with ability points. So even the old core game classes, there are lots of updates to this. And actually, one thing I really want to talk about, because I'm very excited, my own personal thing I'm very excited about, it's called the photo booth. It's not even It's not even gameplay necessarily. But so at the end of a mission, when you beat a mission, what it does is it puts all your soldiers together, and you can pose them, and it randomly like poses them in different poses. They strike different poses. And then it generates a propaganda like phrases for these soldiers, like, oh, like the fight isn't over. Join XCOM today, and then you can put filters on it.
A little touch, but awesome.
Yes, and and you can go in and adjust all their poses, and you can do it back at base. You can do it with single soldiers, and so you can create all these poses. You can actually write the text yourself, which means that it's going to be a lot of like inappropriate text. Probably.
Of course.
Share them with your friends, but yeah, the photo booth is one of the biggest things I'm excited for.
Just envisioning the many ones that will be named after all of our favorite Twitch streamers all in a group.
Oh, for
that's
sure.
right. That's right. Yeah, that's right. You can immortalize people forever that way.
Now you were talking about ability points.
Yeah.
Can you go into that a little bit more? Now, I get the sense of the more usually in a game, the more you do something, the more points you get towards towards improving that something.
Yeah.
Is that how this works, or is it different than that?
No, this is different.
Okay.
Because we kind of think of the squad as kind of the, a lot of games are focused around one unit. In XCOM, you have a lot of units. And so we think of the entire squad as the unit. And so if the squad behaves tactically, if you get a flanking shot, if you attack from high ground, you earn these extra ability points, and then you can take them back, and you can spend them on whatever you want. And we even have every soldier has a unique combat intelligence, which means they get extra points. And there's all these sorts of elements that go into it. But then you can use those points to spend on extra abilities, on your faction soldier abilities. It's a really fun system. Yeah.
Excellent. I love the more options, more customability, the more new weapons. It's a lot of peripheral stuff. Really gets me excited. Like the hook and grab, and all the new gadgets and stuff like that.
Tons of gadgets. We have a lot of other big pieces. Like we're adding a challenge mode. So there's a global challenge mode. So XCOM, obviously, it's a long game. And we're adding a mode where you sign in, and if there's a new challenge available, you basically you'll see it, it'll be marked up. It's like, hey, there's a new challenge. You go in, you've got 30 minutes to finish this challenge. You can only try it once, and then once you finish it, it's done. You cannot do that challenge again. And then how you perform in that challenge is then compared to everybody else around the world.
Really?
And even as you're playing, it's really cool. As you're playing, you get these pop-up messages saying oh, hey, only, you lost a soldier, but 75% of other players lost a soldier before you did. So you get this sort of pop-up video feel of wow, you've earned more kills than other soldiers at this point in the mission. So you get this sense of being connected to all the other players that are playing the same challenge. And so, and they're really crazy. It'll be really difficult. Some are really easy. We'll put all aliens on your squad. We'll give you hey, this time it's all 3 stealth units, and you have to take on this incredible array of enemies. And so it's meant to be not serious. It's very fun. And so whenever you score kills, you get this big point pop up, and all this noise, and you're like, oh, great, I got this score at the end. And then it ranks you against your friends, against the world. And then not only that, you can then watch the replays of the other players who have played that challenge.
Oh,
so
that's really cool.
The top scores, you can be like, oh, show me how they did it, and it will actually show you the replay of how they went through the mission. It's another extra feature.
Dude, that is awesome. I wish we had more time. I could talk about this all day.
Oh,
but,
my goodness,
when are we going to get this?
August 29th.
August
29th comes out on PC, Xbox One, and PS4. So, it's coming very soon. Only 2 months, right?
Jake, thanks, man. I can't wait.
Thank you.
I cannot wait to get my hands on this. This is going to be my relaxing Sid game and just play it for hours and hours on end.
That's right. And I apologize.
Hey, it's great.
Yeah.
I'm stoked about it.
All right, awesome.
Don't go away. We got lots more coming to you right here on the Twitch studio.
Yeah.
Here at
Studio
E3
stage.
2017. Don't go away.
Hashtag E3 on Twitch. Are you using it, John?
Yeah.
Okay, let's pull up the poll.
Yeah.
This is no, just kidding. We're gonna do a social check-in here. E3 on Twitch. It's been hot.
Yeah.
Twitterverse been blowing up.
Yeah, man. There's so much to talk about. So many things.
You were tweeting about Mario Rabbids.
No. I was just talking
You're
about it. I
you're
wasn't tweeting. I was tweeting. I was talking about it. Not really so much tweeting it, but I did tweet out that one of the guys looked like Sub-Zero.
They did,
that
the
the dancers look
You
like
said,
Sub-Zero.
You called it. Sub-Zero
and it was
started
awesome,
a dance
man.
crew.
Yeah, Sub-Zero started a dance crew. They saw.
And then the dabbing panda that came out. I don't know if you saw
I
that.
did see that. That panda looked a little rough, but it was awesome. It looked like a rough up panda.
That was one of those, it looked way better on the rental site, John. It looked a lot fluffy. I didn't expect to get this rundown.
It looked better when I was closing my eyes and imagining it, and then I saw it in real life, and I was like, whoa, beat up panda.
I don't know if we've got any social coming in, if we got any prepared for you, but we want to continue here. What do you want to hear about from the Sony conference? It's about hour 40 minutes away. We've still got some great stuff coming at you. Do you want to see a sequel to The Last of Us?
How?
Well, you're gonna like.
That is a sequel.
It's like a philosophical question.
That's a very deep philosophical.
Because we know there is a sequel.
Because it is the sequel. Do you want to see a trilogy? Do you want to see a prequel? But how do you see a sequel to The Last of Us? You're basically asking them, do you want to see Last of Us 2?
Yes, which we know is coming.
Do you want to see Last of Us 2?
I think the question is, are you okay with it, right? Like, were you
okay?
Were you
How do
fine with
Did
this?
you beat it? Did you play it? Did you feel it?
Of course.
Are you okay with the sequel?
I'm okay.
When have they?
I'll tell you why.
Tell me.
Right?
I want to know.
Yes, John. They came out and they're like, no, we don't. We told our story.
Man, I don't remember
we're done.
that. I don't
You
remember them
that?
saying, "Oh, we're done."
You don't remember that?
Remember that? Thief's End. Remember that? It ain't done.
Well, so anyway, but that's how I feel. I'm like, I don't care.
I don't care.
Put me in a new environment.
Okay.
Make me care about these characters again, or new characters, or maybe the same characters. I don't care. I'm all for it.
I want the feels, man.
That's right.
To make me cry?
So
it hit me. It hit me.
I don't understand why you wouldn't want it. Unless you really feel so strongly about The Last of Us that you're like, they will ruin my experience in the first one. I can't imagine that would happen.
Lunar Eternal Blue was better than Lunar, the first one, Silver Moon or whatever, right? It's a sequel that's actually better than the first. And that was amazing. So what if this happens?
Yeah.
So, look, Naughty Dog doesn't make bad stuff.
They don't. That's why, that's why it's all good. They have taken us as gamers under their wing. They have presented game after game. They've been exceptional, been highly anticipated, delivered on performance and what they look like. Like, give me that again. I'm okay with that.
Yeah, totally. I meant to say Silver Star, not Silver Moon. It's still in space,
It's
though.
okay. All those Lunar fans out there running their wiki sites and stuff.
Yeah, keeping
they
up
were
with all
mad
the
at you
Lunar.
for
Look at
about
this guy.
long.
He's shaking out. Just
This
keep,
long.
Fight it. Fight it. Don't turn. Don't you dare turn.
Also,
he shook it off.
How much of the world of The Last of Us did we actually get to explore?
We explored their relationship, right?
Right.
And that was, you can still keep going deeper into that, right? And if you can show me more of the dynamics in that world, I want to know. It's so well crafted, and there's so many questions, and they're masterful at telling a unique story that I don't think they're going to do a repeat.
Yeah, that would be silly.
It would be silly, and I don't think they would want to do that, right? What they've created is one of the greatest games, at least in my opinion, of all time, right? So why would you tarnish that by coming out with just like, hey man, we made a lot of dollar signs, so we got to come out with part 2. Actually, what they should do is they should come out with Last of Us Street Fighter, and then like skin the characters as Ryu and all these other things. Exactly. What if they put that? Well, you know what we're gonna do with Last of Us? We're gonna put it in PlayStation All Stars.
Hey everyone!
There you go.
Big announcement.
That's selling out. So this is not going to do that.
Yeah, I've got a lot of confidence in this. Like one other question I have about it is you know, we saw this sort of cinematic trailer last year, been teased with but do you think we see like a gameplay reveal? Do you think we see more character reveal? Do you think they like try to put us in frame of reference for where this is, when this is, etc.?
I don't know, man. That's up to them.
You don't even care?
No, I don't. I just don't know what they'll be willing to show. It's one of those games that's heavily narrative, right? So if they show us too much of one thing, does it spin off too much?
Don't you remember when they showed that first gameplay?
Yeah, it was incredible.
It was amazing.
It was in the warehouse being chased by the clickers in the elevator shaft. Yeah,
it was sort of the things like, you know, you deal with people or you leave them, and like here's the consequences.
I wonder if they'll explore that. You're right. They never really explored.
I want to see that.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
All right, we're being told it's time to wrap up. Don't forget that Sony press conference is going to happen in about 90 minutes or so now. Still got some games. Still got some guests that we're going to have on our main stage, so stick around. We're heading over there now.
We are the first. The first to see the gods. The first to tame their beasts. The first to guard the soul from evil. We conquered this land and built an empire. But there are whispers on the wind. A brotherhood born in the shadows. They are the first to call themselves the Assassins.
Hey everybody, welcome back to E3 on Twitch. We just saw a little preview there for Assassin's Creed Origins. Now we're going to dive right into it. We've got Ash, the game director. We've got Chris joining us from Ubisoft. And we've got Zeke down there helping me host this panel.
Dude.
Guys, you had a big conference that we just saw. You're coming off, you must be coming off a high right now.
Yes, it's amazing to finally be able to talk about it and show it off and have a demo here for people to play and get feedback on it. It's been 3.5 years working on this game already, so it's quite a long time, and we feel due to just let it out and talk about it and see the reaction.
Well, 3.5 years working on this game, and the Assassin's Creed franchise is a deep and meaningful franchise for so many fans. Yeah. So what was your starting point? Like, how did you first decide to choose Egypt and to go in this direction?
Well, we started the game right after Black Flag, so we finished Black Flag, and then when looking at the series and what we wanted to achieve, we said we wanted to like have an authentic AC experience, but yet something that was modernized, something that was new, that felt fresh. At the same time, we were talking about like what is a powerful storytelling, a new beginning for AC, and so talking about the birth of the Brotherhood made sense. Doing it in an epic setting also needed to make sense, and so we went 1,000 years before AC1. That's the time frame.
1,000 years back.
1,000 years back. That's how it all started, and Egypt, ancient Egypt, was the perfect crucible for the story to take place, for this huge world for us to develop and tell the stories of it. So it all kind of just the stars aligned on this one.
Now it doesn't just take place, or excuse me, I should form that as a question. Does it just take place in Egypt, or does it move around?
Well, the story is deeply based in ancient Egypt, but we built a world. I mean, the map is absolutely massive, stretching from the great city of Alexandria through the Nile Delta to the ancient city of Memphis. The Libyan plateau is there. It's a huge, huge world. And we wanted to tell the stories of ancient Egypt, and we wanted to do this, time period, this culture and society, do justice.
Yeah.
So we focused on that. That's what we've been doing for these last 3.5 years.
Tell me you got to just travel back and forth for business. Be like, I gotta go back. I'm sorry. I just gotta.
The sandstone's
I'll be back
not
in a
the right
week.
color. I gotta
come
go
back
check.
and be like, I really don't think I got it.
Well, we brought in a lot of Egyptologists to the team. We've embedded a lot of historians with us. This is the furthest back we've ever gone in the series. And so recreating what ancient Egypt was like, the dialect, the life, the people, how did they live, these people? So we brought in a lot of experts, and we got them to help us really fill in the details. At the same time, because it's so far back, it gave us some room for our artists to be creative, to push the limits. The colors of this period have been lost over time. Sand has washed them over. So they were able to really push the vibrancy of the world and show us something really beautiful. So we've had a lot of fun making this world.
Oh yeah, like the gold that you can imagine that was in places like on top of the pyramids and stuff like that have gone to time and thievery and that kind of stuff. You get to see it as it possibly was.
Well, okay, so in our time period, the pyramids are already 2,000 years old.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah, we're in the...
That's right, only 1,000 years, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, that's not that old.
No, but it's a valid question, because so when we thought of ancient Egypt and we asked ourselves what time in ancient Egypt is 3,000 years old.
Right.
What we wanted was a place that already had a depth of history in it. There was a lot of discovery to do. During the time of the building of the pyramids, there wasn't much else around.
Right, yeah.
So that's not to say that we don't play with the idea of who built the pyramids, what's underneath the Great Pyramids.
Right, sure.
Maybe even seeing some pyramids that will eventually be something more. So we play around with this stuff, but we chose time period of the Ptolemies, so 49 BCE.
Okay.
So it's the Cleopatra's ascension to the throne, effectively, around this time, which we felt was a moment that changed the world, that had a big impact on modernity. And so we wanted to go to this time period because it was rich with history, rich with things to discover and find.
Well, Chris, you've been working pretty closely with this team, and you said you came in pretty recently. So what was the first thing that struck you about their process and what they're trying to do with this game?
So I got the chance to play a demo a little bit ago, and the thing that was, and I had seen that surfing down the side of the pyramid in the trailer. So I was imagining, like you were saying, Zeke, like those, like the pyramids at the height of their glory, looking pristine and just majestic. Yeah. But then I was exploring, and I found a pyramid that was kind of run down in like a slightly ruined area, and the idea that there are ruins of ancient Egypt among what I'm seeing as ancient Egypt, that depth of history just stretching out was so cool. And then I got to like go underneath it and like pull out my torch and try to like find some secrets.
Yeah.
Well, I just love how the Assassin's Creed games, they find things that are true to history. They take real life, and you have to already play by those rules, and then you weave your story in among those facts. So what were sort of the most challenging facts to work around? Like, what do you feel like the biggest successes in your storytelling were?
Well, so one thing is we researched this time period. We spent a lot of time trying to fully understand what was ancient Egypt. And what we found was there are hundreds and hundreds of amazing stories about people who lived their life during this time, and we wanted a way to be able to represent those stories in the game. That was important for us. Yeah, as an example, there was the scribe in Alexandria who was obsessed with beer, like completely obsessed with beer, and he would write papyrus articles, and this was a real guy, and he wrote hundreds and hundreds of these things.
So he would just go sample like local microbreweries in ancient Egypt and like write his like ancient Yelp reviews on papyrus.
Yeah, I would drink again. 3 stars on Yelp.
3 stars.
That's right. It was this dude that was obsessed, and his obsession went from loving it to hating it to loving it. So it was across his whole life. So we thought, how can we represent that story? And so we went to a quest structure for that reason. That was one important thing for us was we need to tell these stories, even if they're not exactly part of the main story that you go through, which is about the birth of the assassins. We needed to represent that, and that it's meaningful to Bayek, our protagonist, and to the player themselves. So, yeah.
Well, you can't have the assassins without combat, and that's something else that you're bringing to us here. We've seen the assassins sneak and assassinate and murder from all kinds of directions. This is very direct and a grand spectacle.
Yeah, so this is what we're seeing here, what's been playing for the last few minutes. It's a gladiator arena. So this is something that's in the world. So at this point, it's actually part of the main path that Bayek on this journey, at some point he is after a target, and he doesn't know much about the target. And eventually through researching, trying to chase down this target, it leads him into an arena. And this he finds some info in there. So we explain why Bayek would go in there, but then after this point, it becomes an optional element of the game. So Bayek has the entry, he has the pass to get in, and if players want to dig deeper into this, there's a ton of boss fights. You know, we built the fight from ground up. We went with a very different paradigm. We wanted something that had a lot of depth in it, that encompassed and assumed an RPG, action RPG element to the game. And to fully test the player's skill, we threw in a ton of boss fights. They're awesome. I'm super proud of what we've achieved on this. And it's you know, we have boss fights now in AC. That's amazing.
Would you count the fight against a hippopotamus underwater that we did earlier on stream as a boss fight?
It's technically not a boss fight, but I mean, it's epic. It's wonderful. Yes, the world is super seamless. You can be swimming on the surface of water, dive anywhere, fight a crocodile, a hippo, maybe a crocodile and a hippo.
Hippos
are
the world's deadliest animal.
It's true.
Yeah, they're very deadly. We saw him take out a guy earlier today. It was tough. It was gruesome.
Well, and while we're talking about the animals here, there's a huge variety. I think we actually get to ride some different animals too that you're not used to riding in video games. What's going on here?
Yes.
What can we do with our animal friends?
Yeah, so you can't do Egypt without riding a camel. So you have many different mounts in the game. Camels, horses, you can go horseback, chariots, feluccas, which are boats for the time period, or reed boats. There's many types of boats. So, you know, traveling through Egypt, we made sure that, again, we did justice to the time period. We offered all the vehicles that you could possibly have during this time. Now, horses weren't, you know, you had to be quite rich to have a horse, but of course we needed to have horses in the game. So yeah, you can, you know, traveling through Egypt, it's a giant landscape. So we needed to give cool mounts to the player.
Now I saw in the trailer and in the the video, lots of different representations of gods. Like, is there like a relationship between you and the gods, or the people and the gods, stuff like that? The theology of it, does that make an appearance?
Yeah. So. One of the big parts of this time period, the one reason we took this time period was, yes, it's at the height of Egypt's grandeur and accomplishments and epic monuments, but it was the moment of its demise. It was the moment that, you know, the line of pharaohs was going to end, the gods were going to die.
Okay.
So that's a big part of the narrative of the game and of the world. So we experienced what these people believed in and how the rituals played out. How was mummification? How did it actually?
That's awesome. I love
seriously.
That.
Wow.
Press triangle to pull brain out.
Who knows? Press square to put in jar.
All right, guys, you've brought us a lot of information about the game here. What is the one main takeaway you want Assassin's Creed fans to have as they prepare to consume this game?
The main takeaway is that we pushed ourselves to reinvent the series. We needed to bring something fresh and new. And it's what we set out to do for the last 3.5 years. And so I think for a lot of fans, it'll be something surprising. It'll be something new. For non-fans as well, we are telling the story of the beginning of the Brotherhood. So it's a good entry point for people. But that it's a different AC. Yeah. It's going to feel authentically AC in terms of who you are and what you do. But the experience is going to be drastically different, and that's very important for us.
All right. Well, thanks so much, guys. Where can we keep up with you for more information going forward?
So there's our Twitter account, so Assassin's Creed, Chris, you're better than
Ubisoft.com.
this than me.
Oh, all right. Well, yeah, man, we did a little behind-the-scenes video, right? We traveled up to Montreal. I'm on the UB blog team, so we got to do some behind-the-scenes interviews with Ash and a bunch of the other teams. So you can find that on Ubisoft's YouTube channel. That's a great place to go as well.
Great. And where'd you get that sweatshirt?
This is a UB Workshop sweatshirt that actually Ash was getting after me to get his hands on.
I don't
earlier.
even have one of these.
Let me get my card here.
Awesome, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm taking off first. So.
Well, thank you guys so much. We'll be seeing a little bit more from Ubisoft with Beyond Good and Evil, but first, let's check in on the balcony, see what's going on outside.
Thanks, Rachel. What's going on is Kelly and I are hanging out and enjoying some fresh air out here. There's been some amazing games so far today, Kelly.
Seriously. And I mean, I just want to say this right now. I'm so excited for the next interview that we have and to see Marcus just like, I wonder if he's going to actually ask very in-depth questions or just fanboy.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if any of you have seen already some of the reaction videos. Marcus, literally almost as long as I can remember, has been telling me how much he wants Beyond Good and Evil 2 to happen at E3. And as it did, we got some of that on video, so you guys can check that out and also see him live, probably like almost in tears with happiness. He loves that game so much, so we're going to see him geek out about that. But we have a few things to check in with you about. First, a poll. Kelly, what's our poll?
We're going to ask you guys what the best conference is you think so far. Between the 4 options that we have, Microsoft, Ubisoft, Devolver, and Bethesda. People might be questioning the Devolver, wondering where was that conference. It was actually after the, I believe it was the Bethesda conference.
Right. It was during our first annual second pre show last night, our late night content. Devolver produced their own press conference during that time, and it was unique.
Very. I think innovative is the word.
Innovative. That's what I was looking for.
You're welcome.
It was brand new.
There we go. But like looking at it, if you take Devolver out, it's actually quite kind of close between Ubisoft and Microsoft.
Right, Ubisoft kind of leading the way today. It's fresh in people's minds, so I'm not surprised, but definitely neck and neck there with Microsoft.
You know, I think between Microsoft and a lot of people have been iterating this, that they kind of steered clear from the conversation and just showed them a bunch of games. And I agree with that move. I'm wondering if that's what Sony's going to do and people are going to like react to it the same way.
I know I've seen a lot of people kind of Bethesda trailing here with the 8%. Doesn't surprise me. A lot of people feeling like they didn't see much from Bethesda
You
this
know,
year.
you and me are watching it together, and we were watching that cartoon. You're like, I don't know what I think about this. And I was like watching, I was like, I wonder if this means that they don't really have a really big game to show. Now, Wolfenstein 2 is amazing. Of course, The Evil Within, right? They have a bunch of games coming up, but everyone seemed to be expecting a little more.
Right. And I mean, I guess you can't have huge amounts of things every single year, but we'll see what they have to show us next year, I suppose. We do have a schedule really quick to show you, I believe.
For the rest of today.
For the rest
we got,
of today.
Of course, the Sony press conference.
Yes.
And I believe we actually, after that, are going to be showing a Green Day music video, first ever.
Yes, it's so exciting. We're premiering a Green Day music video here on /Twitch. People have been asking when they say on Twitch, where does it mean? It's going to be right here. So stay tuned for that. We also have some games coming up in between. You and I are going to be on a few segments, including Ashen was on there. I'm excited to learn about these games.
Me too. But, guys, of course, we're going to go back to Marcus right now. It is Beyond Good and Evil. A Green Day music video, first ever.
Yes, it's so exciting. We're premiering a Green Day music video here on...
That I am already like having the best E3 I've ever had, because I am one of those fans who, you know, when they say this is a cult hit, like I was a part of this movement. I feel like I've bought this original game on like 7 different platforms. I don't know if they told you what you were walking into, but part of my gaming legacy has been the hope and dream that we would one day see this game. And as I mentioned, you guys made my E3, pretty much probably made my year, and I cannot wait. So ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome to stage Guillaume Brunet, Michel Ancel, and Chris Waters. Thank you so much. It's a giant pleasure to be here. I have a lot of things, you know, to talk about. I think we're going to get another look at the trailer. But I've been on the conspiracy train leading up to E3. And this all started with a tweet that I believe you made a few days before, where it was announced that Beyond Good and Evil 2 would not be at E3. Yeah. And my own user base, you know, community was like, sorry, we not. Again, I said, actually, this is kind of a first. The first time I've ever commented. So I think this is a good sign for us. And then, you know, Chris this morning seemed really excited for the show. Thought it had to happen. Thank you, gentlemen, for making this the year. Let's talk a little bit about this. 14 years, been waiting. One of my most favorite things about Beyond Good and Evil 2 is the world and the characters and the connections that were made in the world. But it's very obvious from the trailer that what I loved about this world is very much apparent in this game. Can you tell us a little bit about, you know, the world and sort of what we're seeing immediately as we enter into this new game?
Yeah, the big, very important thing is that this is the prequel of Beyond Good and Evil 1. So you will discover the pillars of the world, how this world is built, you know, what is the role of these characters, what we call them the hybrids. Hybrids are half human, half animals, and they've been created by humans to colonize, planets that are very, very dangerous, you know, whether it's toxicity or whatever. So they are supposed to be a race, you know, a basic race, so created by humans. And we want to show, to express, and to explain to the players what is this world about, how all these things are connected, and the trailer is a part of that.
There was something, Michelle, you said in another interview, I believe it was with Chris, that really stuck out to me, and it was the idea of names in a world, right? Because a lot defines a world from vision, you know, to the sounds and the sights and the smells. And you made a statement to the effect of like Pedge, you know, what is this name? What could it stand for? And maybe you learn more about the characters in the world as it relates to those things. And I was like, whoa, that's really awesome. I like that.
Well, I know you heard that in the trailer when he slides the idol across.
Right.
You heard that name.
Yeah.
You immediately started thinking.
Right.
Everyone's favorite pig uncle.
Yeah, exactly. And we see, I feel, a lot of things that's sort of inherent to this world. You mentioned the hybrids, and especially when it's Nox, correct? Is this?
Yeah.
And they return back to the ship. We even see some hybrids that are recognizable to us from what I'm going to call now, I guess, the future game.
Yeah, right. Again, everything is connected. It's really connected to the first game. So you will recognize a lot of races that were in Beyond Good and Evil 1, and I like the first sentence, you know, in the trailer, which is "Where is your master? I don't deal with domesticated." You know, there is this kind of relationship. You know, even if they are all of them are hybrids, you know, there is this social system between them, and there is a religion thing with the paging statute. So they invented their religion names based on gods and divinities, and so yes. This is the big mojo now at Ubisoft, is that we try to work very deeply on the world before, you know, anything else. You know, where is it and why? What is the history behind all this? And that's a lot of work.
Mama Goes Garage always needed a good origin story, and I'm so glad we're going to finally get it.
Well, and it's funny you mentioned that, because I believe at the very end we do see a character who you know, had a relationship with that to Garage. It's Babuka from the first game, from the Garage. But I thought I saw someone who looked similar.
Little Rasta Rhino.
Yes, yes,
yeah,
yes.
on the board of that show.
Yeah.
As far as you've always made ambitious games. It's always been something that you guys have set out to do and delivered on over time. Like, how do you feel on a scale of ambition? You know, we've heard you talk about being on a planet. We've heard talk about being in space. We've heard you talk about the reason for the hybrids. I see this and I can feel sort of the ambition on the game. How do you guys sort of see this as a...
But one sure thing is that as far as ambition is concerned, that's something that me and Michel have never... It's a game as big as we can imagine, and we've never made such a big game. So for us as a team, it's a real challenge. It's a bit crazy as a challenge, but the team is crazy. Michel is crazy. We're crazy, and Ubisoft is crazy enough for to let us express ourselves through that game. So it's going to be big for sure.
Yeah. We did not want to reveal anything before today, because we wanted to make sure that the technology would be. You can dream big, but if you don't have any ways, to make the game of your dreams, then you can talk for hours and hours. And then, so we waited like 3 years, just working on the technology, so that now you can really travel across space, planets, but not empty planets or not empty generated whatever planets, real planets with cities, logical connection between the cities, and even all the natural events that you could have on these kind of planets, gravity, all the moons, and all these things. We needed to make sure before going here today, making sure that we will deliver the game.
It's appreciated. It's a bit crazy because the first thing we develop is like the simulation of a solar system. That's
a universe.
Yeah, a universe.
Yeah. Well, and I think that, your comment kind of harkens back to this sort of now legendary tech demo, I don't know what you want to call it, where we have Jade running through a city. And, that also is like at a time where we were in like a big shift of hardware. And I think, a lot of us thought that we're going to need a little bit to actually achieve that. Now we're seeing some concept art as well. And I want to run into the memory banks a little bit, because you said you've been really quiet and you haven't wanted to reveal anything about that. But one time on Twitch, I was watching a Rayman's Legends stream. Yeah, this happened. Yeah, I was there. They're like, don't worry, not that many people watched it. Maybe no, I was there. And in the chat, people were asking about Beyond Good and Evil 2. And what happened was suddenly someone from this couch got up, went somewhere, pulled out this giant scroll of Jade, and that has been driving my hope and passion ever since that moment happened. So, but we did flip through some of the concept art, and it's gorgeous. It's beautiful. The team that you guys are working with must be incredibly talented and passionate about this world.
Yeah, and we need to say hi to the team for sure. Misha had some work for them at the conference, and we are here today representing the work of the whole team. It's really an honor because we're working with very, very talented guys. The artwork that you see, the technology that's been made by the guys over there. So big thanks to them.
Yeah, we're working exactly like we would do for a big movie. The concept artists, we feed them with stories and the vision, and then they work on those concept arts, and then we take them back. Like all the intro, in the Chinese restaurant is really based on the concept art with all the characters, and the concept artist just did that concept art based on the very general discussions, but the concept art was very precise, and we said, this is it. This is showing the scale of the game from a teeny place, Chinese restaurant, Chinese ravioli, and then to the stars, going from this, and that's what we want, and what we already have with the technology. You can get out of the Chinese restaurant, jump into your spaceship, and go across the atmosphere, and go into your giant spaceship, and then change the planet, and then. All this there's no loading and things like that. You can be attacked during whenever it's happening. It's like GTA, but in space, in 3 dimensions.
Very, very exciting. Now, Chris, you probably had an exciting day too. Probably met with a lot of fans, heard a lot of responses, probably answered a lot of questions. Like what were you generally hearing, and what are some of the better questions that we're hearing?
I mean, Twitter has obviously been freaking out.
Yeah.
And we were actually you were the last thing in the conference, and then we were cutting to me live doing Assassin's Creed demo, but I kept my phone on as long as I could so I could see the reactions because they were, as expected, so cool. I don't know, my mind, even though we got to sit down and do a trailer breakdown, do a bunch of questions about it, my mind has been racing, like I'm sure yours has, Marcus, with okay, well, one of my parts of Beyond Good and Evil was nature photography.
Right.
We come back with that, because I love that way of getting out of kind of a different pace of the game and having something else that not just had in-game rewards, but encouraged you to explore. And, it seems like exploration, especially given the richness of the worlds we've seen, is going to be a big part of BGE 2.
Yeah, we will keep this is a pillar of the game, because when you take a picture, you're creating something. You're creating a moment, an object, which is the picture. That is what you have seen and what has pleased you into the game. So what we expect to do, we want to enhance that. We will have meta informations like geolocalization of the picture, contents, and then you can take the picture, go see an NPC, and then he will understand what is in the picture you took, so you're creating an object that is cool for the adventure, because then you want to talk about something, take a picture, go, and I go, oh yeah, I know this guy, or I know this planet, it's dangerous. So you're creating the material for the adventure. So this picture thing is key for Beyond Good and Evil.
So cool. I can just, my mind is reeling with the investigations that could, like, proceed, right?
Right. And then, I mean, real quickly, we want to just touch on it, but, multiplayer and sort of the playing with your friends. I know there was some discussion about, hey, are we going to ride these vehicles together? It's like, yeah, I think that we're going to be able to, but is that kind of like a focus? Chris and I getting together and sort of doing what we want to do in this game and building those relationships that way as well?
Yeah, the technology has two pillars. First one is the scale, and second one is the online. So because we think that if you prepare the engine, the game for online, you can do both a very good online and a good solo mode. Because we know that some players, they're sometimes afraid of online. They want to do the adventure with their rhythm, going through the story. But you can call a friend, and then he can help you, maybe he's further in the story, but he can join you and you can fight a boss or a sequence, or using his pictures to make NPC talk in your game. So this kind of things we want to improve that and use.
We want people to share this adventure together. It's really about an adventure that you can play solo or with your friends. And the friends part was key to BGNE, the first one. Jade and her crew. That we want to keep and bring it to the multiplayer level.
Well, gentlemen, thank you so much. I feel like I could probably go another hour, but they're telling me, no, come on, you gotta give some other people a chance. Thank you so much again. We are so excited. I'm gonna be there the whole way. Can't wait. Every little detail that we could possibly get, I'm gonna be there. And will you be on the show floor this week, at least talking a little bit more about the game, or?
It's more behind closed door things, and we start slowly, but you will hear us a lot this year.
That's great. So, thank you again so much. Appreciate you. We got plenty more happening here live from E3 on Twitch. We've got Sony coming up at 6 p.m. PST, so stick around. We're going to head out to the balcony and see what's next.
Thanks so much, Marcus. Kelly Link here, joined by Rachel Quirka. How you doing? Oh my gosh, why are you so excited?
I'm excited to be working with you, Kelly Link, and it's another E3, and we've seen some cool stuff so far.
Tons of cool stuff. And we actually have been asking you guys to do a hashtag E3 on Twitch. Let us know what you guys are thinking, what you guys feel. And we're going to ask you all what you thought about Ubisoft. We've been taking those tweets, and we're going to look at them right now.
Yeah,
but if you guys don't know, I'm kind of blind, so I'm going to let Rachel read all of them.
I got you,
Thank
Boo.
you.
All right, this is from Peekaboo_ICU. Really shows Ubisoft has taken their time. They got rethinking the Assassin's Creed franchise. I see it being great once again.
What do you think? I personally love mythology, and going back to like ancient Egypt, this is the first assassin. Like, I feel like there's going to be a lot of mythology in it. I think I even saw a giant snake, which I'm hoping is set. I'm really excited for this new one.
This one,
yeah. You've played one. You've played them all.
So I just did the interview, right?
Right.
And what Ash said is they added new elements, and that's always what I'm excited to see, because there is a time when I'm playing a Ubisoft game and I'm playing another Ubisoft game, and then I'm not sure which one I'm actually playing, because they have a lot of the similar, climb up the tower, unlock the area, same elements. So this looks like it has some new stuff there in the form of the eagle. Can't wait to see.
Cool. All right, we got Sony X Twitch.
Totally buying Beyond Good and Evil 1. It's one of those games I never got a chance to play, but has really jumped to the top of my list. And I think that's full credit to Marcus there.
I hope so. Someone even tweeted out that they are happy that so many people are just happy for Marcus of this game. I mean, they're happy for the game as well, but more so happy for Marcus.
Well, and Marcus is happy for them for the opportunity to go back and relive what is a hugely important game for him, and what was just a really cool game sounding off from everyone on Twitter.
I mean, I don't know if I can compare this to, like, Half-Life 3, which is a game that everyone's been waiting for so long and always been speculation.
I don't know if you can compare it to that at all,
I think for Marcus...
This is his Half-Life 3?
I think so.
I accept that. Kind of, it's his Pokemon Snap 2, some would say.
I don't know if anyone would say that but you.
All right, Zombie Chris 82. Never thought I'd see Beyond Good and Evil 2 ever. So happy for DJ Weedy finally got his game. There it is.
That's what we were talking about, man. I mean,
we're happy you're happy, Marcus.
There's something about, like, Lineage Gaming, a game that you played so long ago. Like, I was really excited to see Age of Empires 2, the remastered. It's just Age of Empires remastered. I thought for a second that it was going to be a new Age of Empires, but I'm also excited to just be reminiscent of, like, that was the first game I put 1,000 hours into.
Well, here's something else that people were saying on Twitter with the hashtag E3 on Twitch is that this is a more, like, cursing, more mature version of the game, so kind of grew up with the fan base, but lots to be seen.
Definitely, man. But, of course, guys, we have a lot more game content coming up. Right next, we have Absolver. Thank you all for joining us here. Kelly Link, Rachel Puerco. We'll see you all soon.
Thank you. Thank you so much, girls. What's going on? I'm hanging out with the most talked about people at all of E3. Ooh. Nigel, Pierre.
Thank you.
They're talking about you too.
Yeah,
they're talking about you
like
too,
the
Zeke.
second most talked about.
Devolver with Absolver. Is there a reason? That's why you picked it up, because it's so much easier
well,
to.
Legally, we made them change the names. So
okay.
It rhymed. Yeah, we don't. We have to have rhyming names.
Yeah, it was going to be multi-fight game.
Yeah.
Right.
And then they changed it to Absolver.
What was the original name? Was a very complicated name.
Yeah,
Octane superpowered action.
Yeah, 2K18.
And then that's abbreviated to Absolver.
Yeah,
That's amazing. We just pulled out whatever
it's a translation,
words.
Yeah.
Yeah, whatever letters can make that Absolver out of that. That's incredible. You know, people are talking about your press conference. Thank you for that, man.
Thank
That's
you.
You got a lot of a lot of people are happy that it happened. Hopefully that we'll get another one next year. We'll clean up the
We're
blood.
already thinking of ideas. Yeah.
You're already thinking of ideas.
Yeah.
That's some great stuff. No reveals. Nothing. Just people throwing money at monitors.
Exactly.
Thank you so much for
You're
that.
welcome.
But we'll talk about that another time.
Absolutely.
But you're here to talk about your game.
We are.
We're your game. Your
Absolver.
great game.
Yeah,
Absolver,
thank you.
which I'm ready to see. But before we get into all that, we have a trailer from you guys.
Yes, brand new debut of a trailer.
Okay, see it.
The stagger style. The most unusual combat approach of our time. Legend has it that the style was invented by the monk Dongbin ages ago, long before essence incantations were even discovered, to fool his opponents into undetonating him. Once thought lost, a handful of practitioners still teach this curious art to new generations of prospects. Unpredictable, savage. The warriors of Adar that train in the stag style may appear to be out of control, but I assure you, the sways and stumbles quickly give way to devastating strikes in the blink of an eye.
Stagger style, not swagger style. You don't want to call it swagger style. We're just like coming out
a lot
there.
of name changes going on last minute.
And just like, oh, you can't get me.
Yeah.
It's almost like stagger style, swagger style.
It
So what
could've.
is? So okay, we saw a brief introduction into that. Give me some better detail.
So the stagger style is the fourth combat style of Absolver we're introducing this year at E3. And so in Absolver, characters starts by picking a combat style, which is going to influence their stats and special abilities. And stagger style is the fourth hidden until now style that players will be able to access. So it's based on drunken boxing, which is an actual style of martial arts.
I was gonna ask you, 'cause it looked like how I fight with my girlfriend when I'm.
Yeah,
really?
Exactly. But for age rating reasons, we decided not to call it drunken boxing.
Okay, that's amazing. That's really cool. Like I learned
We don't
everything.
endorse alcohol in video games.
Oh,
Exactly.
I
Nor
see.
cigarettes.
Nor cigarettes.
Yeah.
I see.
Nor drugs. Just pure fighting.
Nor head exploding.
Nor head
No,
exploding.
head exploding.
Yeah.
That's
Certainly not.
tasteless. You know what I'm saying?
That's awesome. So how does this different from all the other ones? I mean,
So the core combat of Absolver is based on a stances system. So you've got 4 stances which represent your orientation relatively to your character. And so basically what you do, and what we're going to see a bit later in this demo, is how you can build your combos from these different stances. So in each, so the world you're kind of exploring.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I am officially back. We are just about ready for the Sony E3 press conference. I thought I would take this moment to give out some predictions.
Maybe we're going to see this now.
What will we be seeing from Sony? I think we will be seeing some God of War, some Detroit, some.
Eventually, you learn a whole, roster of attacks.
One more trailer for Crash Bandicoot Remastered. Some more of Hideo Kojima's game. And things that I want to see. Maybe a Spyro the Dragon Remastered. A new Twisted Metal, maybe. I mean, there's a lot to think about, but we'll see. But right now, it is 7:06 Central Time. Currently, 5:06 Pacific Time, so they are about to get ready. So I hope you enjoyed this press conference as much as I do, because I actually enjoyed Ubisoft's press conference. I saw Microsoft's press conference yesterday, and I wasn't impressed by it because of the reveal of the Xbox One X and its price. $500 for a console is not the best choice.
Sorry to interrupt, I'm not huge into fighting games myself personally.
So hopefully we'll see what Sony does. But for now, we're gonna enjoy what the Twitch guys are doing right now.
I have no idea who this player.
While we wait for the press conference to start.
Which you're gonna kind of see here. Pierre can walk you
so
through.
You have to adapt yourself constantly to other movesets.
No,
So-
I saw the dude's like leg flash red.
Yeah.
Is that like when
that's
you're
a
learning?
special? That's a special property. So if you see here, some attacks have special properties, and like the red FX you're mentioning, this attack interrupts others. So it's actually it can break your opponent's guards. It can avoid enemy attacks. So if you have a low kick, for instance, in which you duck, you're gonna avoid high attacks with this one here. So here I was building a sequence of attacks in my, that's what we call the combat deck editor. We call it the inner palace. And so I'm basically customizing my own combat choreographies. And since all attacks start in one stance and finish in one stance, all moves chain together super fluidly. And so you really end up with a dynamic move set with up to 16 different moves, which you really can, branch. Some stances loop on themselves, some other stances send you in other stances. You've got alternative attacks to kind of break your sequences. So it creates a real-time, really dynamic combat.
So it's not so much as learning move sets. It's learning moves.
I did see Devolver Digital's press conference today, and I found it pretty funny.
Punch, a kick, and then a groin. Like I can just do that, or I can like go like groin punch.
What else do we want to see from Sony?
I keep hearing groin involved. Johnny Cage was my character back.
I do want to see new handheld. I think it's time for a brand new handheld.
Yeah, just
that
be
is
like, this guy
not.
just does groin all the
That
time.
is
It's crazy.
officially named the PSP3
Exactly, it just spams.
and not the PlayStation Vita.
To another zone, and here
I think
I'm
it
gonna
could.
actually
To me, the
go
Vita
in
could have sold
meditation
better had
into
it
my
been
inner
named the
palace and
PSP2.
change combat styles. So until now, I was using Forsaken,
And
which
I
is
think
like
by doing that,
kickboxing
Sony
combat
will
style, and we're switching
probably
to
sell
stagger
more
style. So
units,
as you see,
and hopefully
that
more
really-
third-party support will join soon.
Stagger style.
Stumbling.
But we'll see.
What monk discovered that fighting? I guess we're not saying it's drunk, but perhaps drunk.
It's
was a better way to fight.
It's actually the drunken style was created like a real long time ago. It's a proper martial arts style, which was later named drunken style because it
has nothing to do with being drunk.
Well, originally it was like the 8 immortals
right.
who created the different facets of that martial arts. And
wow. I wanted.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Yeah,
Whoa.
Well, so the story goes. And so, but the idea is that your character is always sort of faking a sort of imbalance, but actually using your own dynamic to hit others.
It's a fluid. It's like a flow thing.
Yeah, pretty much. And actually, I'm getting my ass handed to me here. And so all the moves here, you're kind of stumbling. You've got special abilities, so you can avoid by stumbling on the side and counter-attacking right away. It's really fun to play. You gotta get your hands on it.
No, I gotta ask you, man, because seriously, if I'm watching this and I am struggling not to do like this in my seat. I want to copy the style, and seriously, I've just been this entire time I've been imagining I'd take the fist, I'd move it this way, and then I come under here, and I'm just thinking about all the moves that I would do.
You're mostly thinking about groin punch.
Yeah, you're gonna be like that.
Yeah, that's pretty.
Not all the way up, just halfway there. Tell me.
Before we wrap up, because I'm feeling that you're wrapping up.
Yes.
If you want to get your hands on the game, you got to head on Absolver.com. We're running a closed beta that's going to start next week. And so if you want to register for the beta, now is the time for doing it.
If you see me on the beta,
Absolver.com.
yeah, Absolver.com. If you see me in the beta, I'm gonna drunken ass beat your ass.
Yeah,
Not drunken, stagger style.
Stagger style, swagger stagger style. Yeah.
Are you pretty good with that?
I'm probably the #1 ranked player on this.
There's only 12 on the server right now. Him being every other character on it.
And the game will also be playable on the Devolver lot, and it's released August 29th.
Playing across the street outside.
Yeah,
coming
so
out August 29th.
feel free to come back and test it out.
For that?
Yeah, I mean, unless you can beat me in a fight.
Okay,
I'll be
well, there you
standing at
go.
the front of our booth, and if you can take me down, you're welcome to go in and play Absolver.
Wow, there you go.
What about if I beat you in a battle of wits like Princess Bride?
That works. That
yeah,
works.
that also works.
That works.
That also
Yeah,
works.
that
That's
works.
probably easier, actually.
Well, you're not going anywhere. We're going to be right back with you.
Oh, no, I'm going to leave. We have two better-looking people.
You have more handsome people than you, Nigel. That's crazy.
Impossible.
Impossible.
I was told backstage I have a face for radio, and I felt that was rude.
Yeah.
But,
you have a voice for film and a face for radio. That's what I've been told.
production
So I just
no
close my
punches.
eyes every time you're on stream.
Yeah, most people do.
Yeah, me too. All right, great. Well, thank you guys for hanging out with us, and we'll be right back. What's going on out there in the social world? Tell me. Help me. Okay. See you. We're right back with more Devolver.
Thank you, Mr. John. I'm DJ Wheat, joined out here with Anna Prosser Robinson.
Are you sure that's my name?
Anna Prosser
Are you
Robinson.
positive you know
Annie
who I am?
Prosser Robinson.
I work with you every day,
good.
I think.
These things can happen. It's
I've
live.
said your name wrong
It's
a
all
million.
live. It's
I've said
live.
your name wrong a million times. I am not giving you crap.
We've been
about it.
running polls as we get ready to get.
Speaking of names,
ramping up to the Sony press conference. It's about set to start in about 15 minutes or so. And we did recently a poll about, like, do you want this Last of Us sequel, right? Like, are you one of those folks who's like, no, I'm good with the first game, or like, just give it to me?
what were the results of that one? I didn't see it.
Results were, I think, pretty mixed, actually, believe it or not. There's a lot of purists. But who's your favorite character? Like, who do you want to see returning? We think Ellie is going to be there.
Right.
Joel, Tess, Tommy.
I think we must be seeing the early results because I cannot believe there's a 0% Ellie there.
Yeah.
There must, I mean, I would assume. You guys know how to use
Maybe,
Cool Cat, right?
I don't know. I don't remember if I played the game with subtitles or not, but I don't think it had an I in it, and that might be why.
Oh, they're confused.
Those like.
Now we got some votes for Ellie.
If I'm wrong, I'm sorry, but I think Ellie is without an I. I could be wrong.
Well, it's growing actually. Look
Who
at
is
that. Now
yours?
we see that over 52%
Who was
say
yours?
Ellie now. I would say Ellie. But honestly, I haven't gotten as far into that game
I
as
think
I'd like
Ellie's
to,
the
so in
main
anticipation
playable
of
character
Last of
in the
Us
game.
2, I'm going to get into it.
I definitely go Joel. Yeah, because like as a father, it just like those types of games. You start playing them. Anything that has a child connection or it's
Totally.
like
it makes it personal.
right. It makes it personal and hard decisions to make.
Yeah. Tess and Tommy not getting the love, unfortunately.
Is anyone actually surprised? There we go. Ellie's up there.
Right.
There you got
That's
it.
what I assumed
There you
was
got
gonna
it.
happen.
And we've seen, at least in the teaser, the trailer, that she's going to be making a return. Who else is going to be joining her? Don't know yet. But Anna, what else are you excited for with Sony 50 minutes away?
Dude, Sony just blew my mind last year. They were hands down the best press conference. So we've seen some good press conferences, but I guess my expectations for Sony are super high. I feel like, though, when I say super high, if they even matched what they did last year with the artisticness of it, I'm really into artisticness in gaming presentations, so I'd take it.
Yeah, well, they certainly have a tough act to follow with Microsoft, who brought the games. Will Sony do that as well? We only have to wait about another 45 minutes to find out. We've got more games coming at you. You won't have to wait to a countdown or anything. We're going to keep you entertained. But 45 minutes till Sony. Let's head back in the stage.
Thank you, Marcus. I'm super hyped for Last of Us, whatever they'll be showing us. Hopefully it's some more Last of Us 2. But until then, I'm hanging out with some more Devolver boys and Kelly Link over here.
And me.
Sam, your game, Sword of Ditto, right? That's what it's called.
Yeah.
And tell me a little bit about it before we get to seeing a trailer here.
Do you want to do this? Because you know more.
You know more. He knows more about it, but you're sitting closer.
Okay, well, it's an action RPG, top-down. It's not. I would say it's retro, but it's also very up to date. It's drawing from a lot of modern kind of ideas. Yeah.
It looks really, really cool. I mean, it has so much character to it. I'm
Right.
excited. I'm actually really hyped to see it.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm very happy.
Yeah. You gave a very small teaser about. give a little bit more detail about it.
Okay, so it's a game where. You're on an island and there are challenges. It's kind of like you go out and get gadgets and you go to dungeons. You'd be better at this. You'd be way better at this. You'd be way better at this.
You're really good at teasing, though.
Yeah.
And he has the answers.
It's a game where you're consequent.
You know what we could do? We could just show the trailer, and the trailer's probably going to speak for itself.
Yeah, and it'll remind me what we're making.
Right.
Yeah.
I like this song. Swords of Ditto.
Awesome. Awesome stuff. Okay, what exactly did we see there?
Okay, so Swords of Ditto is a micro RPG where you play as a character in a world that changes every time you play. So you have a different world, a different story. Everything rebuilds every time you play. And the actions of the story that you play through, you go through, you're a hero, you're trying to save the world. The actions of that playthrough, they change what happens in the next story. The next story becomes the legend. So like when you rejoin this world, it's changed.
Wow.
But people react to what happened 100 years ago. It's all passed into legend. People talk in hushed tones of this hero who came and saved the world, or maybe didn't, maybe lost, and the world was plunged into darkness. Yeah.
Wow, that's awesome.
So
How long
like,
is one playthrough?
well-
Because this is obviously a multiple playthrough game.
Absolutely, yeah. So because it's a micro RPG, we've really kind of focused on making it small and almost like bite-sized. So it can be as small as maybe a couple of hours to get through the RPG the first time. But the game scales and gets larger as you get through it, and then more dungeons and more features open up and more abilities, and so it starts to scale really. And we're looking at the demo now. This is the start, and yeah, for the first game, you wash up on the island, and you are almost like an invader. This island has been trapped in time, and it's subject to a curse, where these the evil Mormo is this presence on the island that has to be banished every generation, well, many generations, by the hero who is chosen. In the first playthrough, you're washed up on the island, and you're an invader, and you get to experience the story, and you understand what's happening and why Mormo is doing what she's doing, and instantly you're thrown into this role as the protector of the island. But because at any time you can die, if you die, then that's it for a generation or more. The world, you come back and the world has changed, and Mormo has been in power for those 100 years. Everything's changed, it's darker, all of the inhabitants are, they've been oppressed, and Mormo's much more powerful. So now you have a greater challenge ahead.
What is the inspiration for the artistic styling of it? It's very vibrant, very cartoony.
I guess really we always wanted to make something that would really wow people. Something that doesn't look like anything else. We went for something that's got a lot of character. We didn't want to make a pixel art game. We made some in the past, and there's lots of different styles you can do there. But with our game, we wanted to have a lot more expression in the characters, to maybe people can on current consoles. There's 1080p pixels to choose from. We wanted to make as much of those as we can. We're only a small team, so we had to be kind of clever about what it is we did and how we did it. What we've got now is a style that's very much controlled by the artist, so that what they can create is very much what you'll see on the screen.
And so it allows us to create very, you know, like the buildings on here, they're very beautifully drawn by our artists, and it's...
Is that why you guys went with an isometric view, so that you could focus more on like painting the images onto the screen, or are they all 3D models as well?
No, they're actually all just billboards. They're all flat textures, but we do a lot of things to fake it so that it looks more 3D. That's with the shadows and so on. Yeah, so I think for us, we wanted to make sure that, because we're making an action RPG, there are quite a few action RPGs out there, and one of the skills that we've had over the years is that we make really quite in-depth games, but they're not always appealing. We made a game called Stealth Inc., and originally called Stealth Bastard.
Uh-oh.
That was on consoles and PC, and it was really well received. It was a good game. It was very intricate and lots of kind of difficult, challenging levels, but the way that it appeared didn't draw as many people in as we wanted, and so with this we wanted to try and address that so that we could do a lot of our more intricate, involved gameplay in this kind of attractive shell that people really wanted to get involved in.
Because usually we make really kind of rich gameplay, and we try and skin it up afterwards. And this time we wanted to approach it from the angle that we've got to make this look very rich and very different. So, yeah.
Yeah, the art is definitely a huge part of the character of the game. And everything that we do supports how it looks.
Yeah, you said you guys only had a few people on your team. There was the person that was also the artist, also the concept artist?
Yeah, we are so small that we don't do a lot of concepting. Things go straight in.
Oh, okay.
We concept straight into the game, and we try it out in the game, and then if it works, that's great.
Oh, wow.
I know. So
isn't that risky?
Well, but we can try things really quickly and throw it out, and it's good that we're small. We're very streamlined. We're able to just throw things away quickly if they don't work. Well, we're getting pretty successful now. Things go in first time and work.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
There's a lot of games in the past as well that deal with this kind of weird perspective.
So there's a lot isometric
of,
almost view?
Yes, there's a lot of things you can look at to guide you along the right way. So it's not too risky, yeah.
What is the in-game, like, is there an in-game objective here, or since it's like a new quest every time, or a new person every time, it's just an infinite gameplay?
Well, we're not talking about that.
We don't want to spoil anything?
There is a story, so a story naturally has an end, but the consequence of your actions is kind of like, that's the story. That's because the whole game's kind of whimsical and irreverent, but there's a serious side to it, and the serious side is the consequence of whether you succeed or whether you lose.
Okay.
Yeah.
What if you just suck and you keep losing?
Well, it's just
this person,
you're going to create a horrible
we
world.
see it in the stream now. When you collapse, when you're playing co-op, because it's a co-op game, you can give your buddy a hug to share your health and bring them back to life. That's one of the things we want to kind of put into the core of the gameplay, is this kind of collaborative, like friendly atmosphere. You're very supportive.
Love?
Yeah,
by fighting. Love
just
fighting.
like the Devolver Conference.
Yeah,
exactly.
This
fits right in with the Devolver Conference.
When you think of the Devolver Conference, when the heads are exploding and arms are being amputated, you go, love.
You come straight
Instantly,
back to love.
I go, love.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I thought of. The title, right? The sort of ditto. Sort of the same? What is that? Is there a mystery with that? Is there something going on? What's the same? If it's always changing.
Well, the island is ditto in terms of it repeating. The cycle repeats.
Same. So that's the same.
That's the thing that's the same.
I thought it was the same sword over and over again.
And all combat relates around like melee combat. There isn't magical spells or arrows or anything like that.
Well, we limit it to so you have the swords, which we want to create a really solid combat just with that. But what you have, as you can see on the screen at the moment, in the corners you can see people have equipped different what we call gadgets, and each of those has different applications. There's a lot of these, and you come to find them. As you see, you can use this one. You can throw it onto a switch, which pulls. It's a vinyl frisbee, yeah.
That's a vinyl frisbee.
Yeah, so you can throw the vinyl record around. It catches fire. You can light torches. You can attack.
Is it a Beatles album? Which vinyl is it? We haven't decided what it is yet.
What we'd like to do is have some fictional artists, and each one has different stats on the frisbee.
That's amazing.
Yeah. It allows us to do really silly things like that. That's the great thing about our game. We've got a giant foot that you call down from the sky that smashes into the ground
from
nowhere
that.
and it just dizzies all the enemies. We've got a conker. Do you guys know what conkers are?
No.
Like Conquer's
It's a
Bad
very-
Fur
it's a
Day?
very
That's all I
Brit-
know.
It's a very British thing.
What is that?
You take a horse chestnut and you drill a
What's a
hole.
horse chestnut?
What's a horse
Sorry.
chestnut?
So a horse
What is
chestnut,
that?
it's like a nut, brown nut that grows
Okay,
on trees.
okay.
You drill a hole in it and you put a shoelace through it and you tie it at the bottom and you hold it up and your friends do the same and they hit each other's horse chestnuts.
Oh, man.
And when
Your
if you-
childhood sounds great.
This is it's a very British thing.
How far
We have one
in the
that's-
inland are you to do that? Where are you from?
can do that
from
everywhere,
that's what
promise you.
kids do in like London proper.
Yeah,
They
and
just
when you smash one and you win one, that becomes a 1Z and then a 2Z. I'm getting off track. Anyway, the
no,
whole
that's
point-
right on track. You're talking to me, man. I
content.
feel you. I understand that.
We have a giant one called a Super Conker, which is an enormous conker with like spikes on, which you smash people with.
That's so funny. Okay.
Is there anything else like that? Any really unique weapons or gadgets?
Yeah, we have a lot, and we're trying not to show too many of them at the moment. But
Is it a Nerf gun?
you've got a Nerf gun because it's a very kind of childhood. The idea is these kind of kids on an adventure. It's like the way that kids see the world and the way that everything seems larger than life when you're having an adventure. We want to kind of get that kind of naivety in there. Like,
Amazing.
You know, they go off and maybe the adults around don't believe. They go, oh yeah, you and your adventure.
Yeah,
God bless
a real
you.
sense of magic.
Yeah.
Very cool. Well, excited to find out more about it whenever you guys start telling us more. Awesome. Good stuff. Thank you guys for joining us. Yeah, thank you for hanging. We'll be right back here at E3 on Twitch.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We're back here on the balcony. I'm here with Zeke.
Yo.
Zeke, I know you've been waiting all day. It's time for your very important announcement. Go ahead.
My very important announcement. I am pregnant. I am very happy about this. I've 3 months today. Just got the ultrasound back. It looks like a hamburger. Oh, maybe it was a hamburger.
That was not what I. Whatever. Okay.
No, he put me on the spot, guys.
Rewind.
I'm
Welcome
not
back
kidding. He didn't tell
from
me
the
he was gonna
balcony.
do that.
I didn't. He's not ready for that. We got Sony coming up here and checking to watch about 30 minutes.
Yep.
A lot of
Yep,
people
yep.
excited for Sony. We talked out here with Anna earlier. We want to see the games, but Sony's been a publisher and developer that has many top-selling franchises. So of their top-selling franchise, we want to know, what is it that you want to see the most out of a press conference?
Yes.
Let's bring those up. We'll take a look at those. The top-selling franchises are Gran Turismo, Crash Bandicoot,
definitely need to
Uncharted,
see
and Ratchet and Clank.
Gran Turismo.
Don't see Battle Arena Toshinden up there.
No.
Don't expect that PS1 remaster to come.
No, those
Don't
are the,
see Ridge Racer.
Those are the top-selling IPs. I'm wondering, like, God of War's not on there. That's crazy. That's crazy, man. I would have thought for sure God of War would be on there.
I mean, they had
They got that new one
PSP
coming out,
games. They had
yeah.
across many generations of the PlayStation.
But I guess-
But you have to think, 2 of those titles were E for everyone, right? Like, as in,
Good point.
right? A younger generation could enjoy it. An older generation enjoyed it.
Grandma
Probably,
stocking stuffer.
yeah, probably a lot of moms and dads were thinking twice about handing a younger child one of the God of War games, or maybe they didn't know.
God of War.
Here's a great way to learn some Greek
what's a
mythology.
Bandicoot? Oh, I'm sure.
Right.
Let's put that in the
Crash.
stocking.
It's not surprising to me. A lot of folks saying Crash Bandicoot, though. He made a cameo, of course, recently in the last Uncharted.
But
and
it's
there's been a
crazy that it's-
remaster.
I would have said Uncharted. For
Yeah,
sure.
I don't know. Maybe it's because we know we're going to get The Lost Journey.
Maybe, yeah.
And that's another franchise that they've said is done, or at least Nathan's story is done, but there's still a lot of a world to explore out there.
Nathan's story, I think, is done. It's going to be like Spaceballs, like the quest for more money. Like, maybe we'll see Nathan
But they
again.
produce quality games, so
They
do
do.
you care?
They do. No, I don't.
You care.
I want new IPs.
Okay, what's the
Always.
obscure Sony franchise you want to have come back, right? We see Crash Bandicoot winning. That's a no-brainer.
Yeah.
Let's pull something out of that
Spyro.
PlayStation. Anything? You got
Well,
nothing?
No, I mean, like, I'm getting a new God of War, which I'm really excited about.
nothing.
We're getting something for the Uncharted, like, itch. And I mean, the things that come to mind are Sony exclusives, but they're not Sony IPs.
Right.
Like the Souls series
Right,
were exclusives for a long
Sure,
time.
sure.
Yeah.
But you are excited for the prospect of maybe another Bloodborne, maybe something else from
I am
the Souls
excited for
studio.
the prospect of another Bloodborne. I am, and I said it. There I said
What
it.
about another game that just blew people's heads open? Final Fantasy VII Remake.
Yep.
Any interest in that?
Final Fantasy VII Remake? Hell yeah. I'm just waiting for them to tell us when it's coming.
All right, well, I'm looking at the clock again. 30 minutes until the Sony press conference. Grab your drinks, get your popcorn, and get ready. We're going to head back to the stage for some more gaming, and then when we come back, we'll have the Sony press conference at 6. See you then.
Whew, thank you so much, Marcus. Thank you, Zeke. Now, I am back at E3 on Twitch. I'm joined by Kelly Link hosting, and we've got Ben here to talk about Donut County. Ben, we've had a lot of games up here on the stage. I don't think we've had one quite yet like Donut County, so give us the top down.
So the top down is it's a game where you play as a hole in the ground. That's like mostly what you need to know. It started as a goof. Didn't think it was gonna like work out as well as it did, but once we had the hole going, we found it was really satisfying to put stuff into it. And so in the game, you have a hole and you start quite small, and every time you put something in, it gets bigger and bigger. And then there's puzzles involving like stuff going in and coming back out, and different characters that you're kind of messing
Stuff
with.
also comes out of the hole. It's not a one-way street there?
It's not one way.
Oh, spoilers already, guys.
So this was like a mistake? There wasn't like inspiration? Like someone fell down like a well when they were a child and they're like, I want to relive this. Okay, so what goes down the hole? What objects are we throwing down?
Well, so it's called Donut County because it takes place in like a fictional version of LA called Donut County.
And also, we've got some live gameplay here, so we'll have that running behind you as you describe it for us.
Yeah, cool. So yeah, it starts and it follows the main character, Mira, who works at a donut shop.
Of course.
That's shaped like the giant donut, like Randy's Donuts in LA. And so she's working there, and we find out that the donut shop is causing a bunch of holes to open up. So the whole game is kind of a mystery about them figuring out why this is happening. And it turns out there's some raccoons that are moving into town that may have something to do with it.
So this started with the concept of like a reverse Katamari, and then you built this story on top of it?
Right, it's like layers and layers and layers on top of it.
Oh, I see, and the hole's getting bigger, and
all right, so I guess this is where it's teaching you to start eating things?
Exactly. Yeah.
I like tutorials where you just kind of learn it yourself. It's not like, put things in this hole, you know.
I really like that too. It took a couple of iterations to get to that point.
You're too small to eat the raccoon, silly. Oh, man, I'm learning already.
But yeah, it feels good to kind of just mess around with it because the controls are so simple.
Right.
If I put you in the scenario, you'll kind of figure it out.
There we go.
Success. So, what were you and your friends talking about? Like, you pitched this game, I'm assuming, to some close friends first. What was the reaction right away?
So this was, originally it came from a tweet by Peter Molyneux, which is like a parody account of Peter Molyneux. And the idea was like, it's a game about a hole in the ground, and that's it. And I saw
So you based a game off of a funny tweet?
Yeah.
Off of a troll account? Wow.
Inspiration comes from all places.
Yeah. And so, but like, I had such a reaction to it. I was like, that is just the silliest idea I've ever heard. And so, but like, literally within an hour, I had a really, really basic version running, and I was like, this like satisfies like any OCD tendencies like you might have, like the smallest one.
Vacuum up that whole screen there. So did you do, are you responsible for all pieces of this, the programming and the art and the story as well?
Yeah, so I'm responsible for everything except the music, and then I'm getting some help now with some art assets at the end and some programming help to put it on various platforms and stuff.
I like it. The objects that are too big, you can like use your hole to throw. It's so weird to say use your hole. Does it have a name? Does the hole have a name, or?
This is the interesting thing about holes, is that like, big question is a hole a thing?
Oh.
Or is
it the absence, of something?
Of
We're going deep. We are. People came in here not expecting to like this.
Is the hole inside of me? Is it in all of us, Ben?
I'm just saying that I got a couple books.
So are you a villain? Are you a bad guy? Like you're consuming the world and everything around you? Like this person's just having a nice little barbecue.
Thesis on chaos and entropy, like.
I'm not gonna go too deep into it, but yeah, like
hole jokes.
So so you happen to be messing up everyone's homes. I'll tell you that much.
Oh, yeah.
You happen to be ruining everyone's
They don't like
day.
it when you do this?
I mean, I don't know. You can see for yourself, I guess. But yeah, each level it takes place in somebody's backyard, essentially.
How many levels are there?
There's almost 20, I think. And they're all like different areas.
Yeah, it's not just like this is one screen, but this isn't one level, right? There's multiple.
Is that hole gonna fall in love with that well?
Correct.
That would be beautiful.
So like in this one, this is like the potter's house, and so it takes place around his house as you kind of suck up all the stuff that he made, and then his son is in the hot air balloon, and you
How can you get to the sun? Yeah. And this is where the puzzles come in.
This is where stuff starts to happen. Yeah. So
Oh!
When fire falls in the hole, your hole's on fire, and now it's hot on top, which means you can make the hot air balloon expand, or you can make popcorn if you throw corn in there, et cetera, et cetera.
So, yeah, there's gosh, how advanced is the dynamicness of this? I'm almost feeling like it's like Scribblenauts level, where like everything within the environment can affect the whole, which affects other things within the environment.
Right, right. Like it would be nice if everything did that.
Yeah.
But depending on the level, like it's going to have really specific things that you'll be able to do, and they're all kind of related to the character that exists in that level.
It looks like you eventually get to the entirety of the level. So, I mean, is there room for you to hide things in here? Have you left us some secret findable places and Easter eggs?
Yeah, there's depending on how you break things apart as you're playing, you might be able to find some extra stuff.
You keep coming back to this screen. What is this like the interlude in between levels, and these are all of your friends telling of the horror stories of the hole?
It's 100%.
Oh, is that what it is?
It's 100% what it is.
Yeah,
that's true. Oh, that's so funny.
So the idea is that this takes place at the end of the game where everyone's been swallowed up by the hole, and they're all trying to piece together why they ended up down there.
Oh, and they're right now in the hole.
Yeah, exactly. They're just like deep underground. This is 999 feet underground.
Wow.
And so yeah, they're all kind of telling their story about how they got messed up in some way by the hole. So this one believes that like snakes were causing the hole to like expand and expand.
So the stuff that you swallow isn't, I mean, you talked about things coming back up. It isn't necessarily gone. So there's a pattern to it. You kind of got to, equip these people inside of you.
Right, like the order does eventually matter, like of the things you put in the hole, because as you launch stuff out, like the scale changes every time something goes in. So sometimes you have to get something in, break it up, launch it out, get a different thing, set it on fire, put it in the water.
So you said it's almost 1,000 feet. If you put something at, like if you put two objects in there that are over 500 feet, would they like reach the top of it? Does the hole have a limit? No. Oh, okay. Never mind. Okay.
It doesn't have a limit.
Okay.
It's like the thing I think that is like fun and mysterious about the hole is that you have no idea where, you can't see where anything goes, and you have no idea how they're going to react to each other in there.
Snake.
So yeah, in this one we have, you're like waking up a bunch of snakes in the desert, and she's the park ranger who's like, couldn't quite see what was happening. So you're gonna,
So I think, Kelly and I spent a lot of time focusing on the hole here, but the story, it seems, is good. There's no good way to talk about this, I'm sorry. The focus, it seems to be the story of the villagers and what's happening with them. Is that how we're going to sort of, learn our successes and our failures is every time we kind of reconvene?
Right. You're going to kind of learn how, you're going to piece together the order in which things happened, and you're going to also learn about who was behind the holes and why Donut County and why all this stuff is happening. So yeah, like Mira is the main character who's kind of like been accused of opening up all the holes, and she does know the truth, but it's really complicated, so it takes her a long time to kind of.
I noticed at the start of the game, you guys had this like 3D point-and-click adventure almost aspect of it. Does that something you guys go back to a lot, or is it always usually just this like isometric down the hole gameplay?
Usually, like all the gameplay does take place like this, but there are a couple of scenes, like all the important story scenes are in like an interactive environment where you're kind of poking around.
And is that more just for immersion, or does it actually, the environment, affect the gameplay at all?
Well, the idea is that I want you to feel like you're in Donut County. Like, I want you to have like little pinholes of like, oh wow, I had no idea. Like there's a desert and there's a water park over here and there's like inside someone's home or like in the shop. So I wanted you to get like kind of a really close first person view of everyone's different environments as they're getting dispersed.
So what has been your favorite part of kind of making this game?
It's gotta be making tiny dioramas. Like, that's like my absolute favorite part of this.
Wait, in game or like actual like replicas in real life?
I should do that.
Yeah, make models.
I probably should do that. But like this kind of scene is like a perfect example of like making a little world, a self-contained world And so like I love all the details of like why, like where does she keep the chickens and where's the chicken food, and then like how does the hose connect between here and here, and like where does she go to the bathroom, and like answering all those questions as details like visually helps
And you
ground
put
it.
all that love into it, and then you just give it to us to destroy and swallow it all.
It's a little bittersweet. I'll say that. Like the tone of the game, you know, it's really cute and fun. But there is kind of a gravity to dismantling everybody's homes one by one.
Old jokes. So this game, I mean, this looks like fun. How many hours roughly would you say gameplay we got here?
It's quite a short game. It's around like an hour to 2 hours, depending on the pace you take it, because everything's very like handcrafted and small, and I do it myself, so it takes a long time.
It seems like it'd be perfect on like a touchscreen.
Yeah,
Is this available?
So this will be on iOS as well. So this is, we're showing the PC build now, so it'll be PC and Mac. We haven't announced any consoles yet, but I definitely want to do a touchscreen because it feels really great to just move the whole
That'd be perfect, right?
Yeah, so the ground is kind of like your play space, and you're just whipping it around, and it feels really fun.
Well, is there anything else we should know, Ben? Maybe any info when it's coming out, what platforms, where we can find more info?
No release date yet, but you should check out the Twitter, which is @DonutCounty, or the website, which is donutcounty.com. You can sign up for the mailing list there, and I'll tell you when it comes out.
All right. Well, thanks so much for your time, Ben. Thanks for bringing us this game. It was really fun. I had a great time. Thanks, Kelly, for the help. Let's toss it on out to, I think we got Marcus and Zeke on the balcony.
Thank you, Rachel and Kelly. I'm back out here with Zeke, and we are
here in
even
the construction zone. I don't know if you can hear them out there. They're working hard.
They are working hard. We've got, what, 20 minutes until the Sony press conference?
It is getting
there.
close.
We've got Ashen. I think Ashen's the last game before we finally go into the press conference. So we have one more Sony focus poll for you, Chad. Are you ready for this one?
And the poll is,
what is your favorite Sony PlayStation console?
Mm-hmm.
What? The PS1 isn't on here?
PS1 is
this
not even.
This poll is a fraud.
Well, they only have 4 choices. They can only put up 4 choices. So I don't think the PS1 would win anyway.
But the Vita's up there.
The Vita was great. It was revolutionary. It played awesome graphics in your hand, man. In your hand. And you could play movies on that shit. Look at him. He's not even fazed by that.
It's one thing I love more than Beyond Good and Evil.
I didn't think you...
And that's just the straight-up PlayStation 1 console. Playing Battle Arena Toshinden, the only game available for like 3 months, along with Ridge Racer. There was magic to that.
They should have taken out the PlayStation 2, because PlayStation 2 is obviously going to win.
No, they should have just not
it's obviously
going to
win
in there. It's not a console. I'm voting
it's
PlayStation
a portable console.
1.
PlayStation 1.
PS1. The OG...
PS2.
The original, what was once a failed experiment between Nintendo and Sony, became the start of a legacy.
Yep. Sony was like, out.
Actually,
we're going to make our own shit.
Zeke, I believe it was kind of Nintendo who was slowing things down, and because they slowed it down, then Sony said.
No, it was a runaway. PS2 is always going to win that competition.
It's okay.
Yeah.
We forgive you, poll creators. We understand. It's probably good to keep it modern. Probably no one watching even played the PS1.
I did.
Except me. All right, we're going to wrap. It's time for action, and then it is the Sony PlayStation starting at 6 p.m. Don't forget, we've got the Green Day premiere of the video, Revolution Radio, happening at 8. So
I'm excited to meet those guys.
On them. You ready for some action?
Yeah.
All right, action coming up next.
Thank you so much, guys. Ashen coming up now. We've got Derek, the game director, joining us here on the couch, and traded out Kelly Link for an Anna Prosser. It's a win-win either way.
Yeah.
So this game looks incredible. We saw a peek of it earlier at the event. I want to say earlier at E3, but E3 hasn't even officially started yet.
Isn't that weird? It feels like it's been going forever already.
So what does the world already know about Ashen?
So Ashen's an action RPG. The two biggest things about it is that it contains stamina-based combat. So it's got that sort of quite tough. High-risk combat, I guess
survival,
you could say.
like heart-pounding action.
Yeah, exactly. It gets the adrenaline pumping. But at the same time, we've taken a whole bunch of elements of passive multiplayer and put it in there, so it's a lot easier for people to find friends to play with and people to help you out or to teach you and do things like that. So that's kind of how we take the edge off of that a little bit too, that we've really crafted very much a co-op experience.
When you say it's easy to find friends, what do you mean? How do I do that?
You don't actually have to do anything. You just run past them. And
yeah?
So people will just be out in the world and you'll just run past them. The main things we've tried to do is get rid of lobbies, get rid of any sort of barriers that would get people to not be able to find each other out there. And even more than that, we really wanted the experience to be that the way you find someone would be the same way as if we walked out of the studio and we came across someone on the street. You know, it's got that really natural human element to it where you can, I suppose, relate to people, not as a list in a lobby or anything like that that you're actually trying to connect with, but someone who you've genuinely just run across. If you decided that you wanted to stick with them and play with them for a bit, you stay together. If you don't, you kind of run apart and you'll eventually find somebody else that you do like.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, finding someone is one element, but incentivizing, like wanting to be with other people is another element. So how do you reward players for playing together?
There are so many rewards for that. So your town is actually made up of people that you would have found out there. So if you do enough with someone else, they'll become one of your members of your town, essentially.
So another player character becomes a member of your town?
That's a bit of a tricky one. It's actually... they'll become an NPC, so you won't be able to control. No one else will be controlling them or anything like that. But they'll bring a whole bunch of skills and they'll unlock things for you, so you can progress your character and make your town bigger and do stuff like that. And it all relates back to that experience that you had together, you know. So the main thing that we wanted was that when two people actually do something, and whatever that is, in their own personal way. If you did a silly thing together and you did enough, or you found a secret together, that's something you'll remember, and then you'll relate it to that NPC in your town, instead of them just being something that you kind of happened across in your town, and that's who they are, and the story that we as game designers put in there. We wanted players' stories that they happen to have together to kind of be the first inciting thing that makes you think about that NPC and kind of get to know them.
So does it work like if Rachel and I are both playing and I come across her, we could do something epic together, and then she would become an NPC, something like that,
and then we go our separate ways.
Right, and she would become an NPC in my town?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
So I could keep a record of Rachel.
Oh, I would love to have an extra Anna. That'd be fun. I get so much more done. So you talk about building these stories. Where does the story begin for each player?
So the story begins, this world essentially has no sun whatsoever. So when you arrive there, it's actually dark, and there's an eruption that in this giant volcano-like thing that spews ash out of it, and the light comes from there. And so the gameplay that we see that we've just been watching is actually in one of the brightest parts of the world. So the outside area is really light because you're the closest to this giant mountain thing that we call the Horn. So yeah, being around there is quite interesting, and the further you move away from it, the darker the world gets anyway. But there are things like this, dungeons that you can go down into that are dark too, and you need things like lanterns and stuff like that to navigate them.
And will we be changing and affecting the world?
Absolutely, yeah. The player can do quite big things to the world. I kind of don't want to say what they are.
Okay, that's just fine. I'll find out for myself.
Exactly, it's a little bit more interesting that way, but it's very important that the players can change the world, and that makes it a little bit more their own too. And yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Tell me a little bit about, because we just saw that giant character there, and I know that something that kind of set our imaginations abuzz was what we were calling the sky whale as well. So tell us a little bit about the creatures that we might encounter.
Yeah, this is actually a really interesting thing. So when we first started talking about the game way back when, and we started imagining what we wanted to do, we really wanted to have things that were so big that you couldn't just walk up to it and stick a spear in and kill it. So Giffen over there is one of the giants that's just so big that it's almost insurmountable. The sky whale thing, the Dysora is another one, which they're so huge that we want them to tower over players. Of course, there are a lot of really big things that you can kill, and you can do things like that too. But these are kind of on purpose just so insurmountably huge that part of the whole third-person perspective and doing all that stuff, it was a really big thing for us to make sure that we had things that that would just tower over players and give them that sense of almost scenery, but the sense of presence of the world, I suppose you could say.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering, is are these there to give me kind of a sense of where I am and how big I am in the world, or are they things that I'm meant to interact with, or some sort of mix?
You can absolutely interact with them a lot, and they've got a lot to do with the deep lore of the story and how the world is formed and what it is. And there are things you can do with them. I won't say whether or not they would die or do things like that, but I think, they're absolutely interesting just in terms of how they loom over the player. They give you that place in the hierarchy where there's something really big there's bigger things that you can kill and do things like that too. And then there's you down here.
Yeah.
Is kind of the interesting part there. Yeah.
I've heard this. Oh, go ahead.
Oh no.
I've heard this game described as really depending on relationships, and I know you just mentioned how if I find another player that I want to build a relationship with and play with, that's something that's easy to do. But tell me a little bit more about that and why that was important to put out there as something that defines this game.
Yeah, it was definitely, it relates back to that that first thing where I've come across NPCs in a lot of games and struggle to relate to them sometimes. And so we really wanted to find something that was relatable. And I suppose with multiplayer games in general, one of the interesting things is that any interaction you have with another person is so genuine. It's because you don't feel like you're on rails. You don't feel like someone who's making the game has put it there. So, and then, of course, the relationships that you form there, I could go a little bit into how the town is kind of put together in that once you do get people into your town, they provide you with talismans and relics, which are effectively our level up system, or our character progression, which are things that they can craft for you, and each NPC has a special one for themselves. They end up being perks and things like that you can hook onto your character and develop in very special ways that make your own playstyle different, I suppose you could say. So we've linked it in so many different ways through that, really, yeah.
And how do I communicate with other players?
Mostly, actually, this is a very interesting question. Mostly, actually, through gestures, just things that we've put in there. So we haven't put voice chat, we haven't put even like text chat on purpose. And that's almost like the charm of single-player experiences, is that nobody kind of bursts your bubble. Nobody pulls you out of that magical world that you're in. And so we wanted to do the same thing where people can gesture at each other, they can cooperate with each other, but you can't see people's usernames, you can't see anything that they might write.
Interesting.
Everything they do is in character, which gives you that really nice feeling of just escaping into a world and enjoying the people that you meet.
And it crosses a language barrier that way as well.
Absolutely, yeah.
Well, speaking of communication, where can people keep in touch with you as this game evolves and especially as it approaches release date?
Yeah, you can find our studio, Aurora44 Games on Twitter.
Ago, everybody.
You can also find me, ye_olde_Derek. That's ye olde Derek. Yeah, so you can find us there. We'll be sure to release anything new there, and yeah.
Great. Well, thank you so much, Derek, for the insights. We've got a lot more coming up here at E3 on Twitch, including the Sony conference. So, guys, don't go anywhere. Be right back.
Sony conference is minutes away. We're being told it's going to start immediately at 6. But,
right on time.
You know, since they put us out here, it might be longer, and they'll just make us talk for longer. But that's okay.
Yeah.
We still have a few games we haven't talked about. Kind of chatted up about Last of Us 2, but what was the other one?
Red Dead.
Red Dead. We haven't seen it yet. None of the
Red Dead Revolution? Is that what it is?
Red Dead Redemption?
No, Redemption was the old one.
It's just Redemption 2. Dude.
Red Dead Redemption 2. The new Red Dead.
We didn't see it at like Microsoft. We haven't heard any other announcements. Game lots of people are excited for. We've kind of like talked about it with Last of Us 2, where it's like, okay, we've seen this sort of teaser trailer give us the gameplay. Maybe we're going to see something similar from Red Dead.
I certainly hope so. Like that's all I ever want. I mean, the cinematics are really cool, but if they don't lead into gameplay, it's just showing you the wrapper, but not showing the candy inside.
Right. I mean, Red Dead Redemption 2, the first game, like, I've seen so many streamers go back and play it right after the announcement, even if they've already played it before. So this would certainly increase the Sony hype meter quite a bit.
Yeah, and I'm wondering, since the GTA RP has been just blowing up on Twitch, I'm wondering if there might be some Red Dead, because I might get into that stuff, because I know this like format, this country, this like cowboy stuff. I'm in that.
The other game I kind of would love to hear something about, which is strange because, you know, when Horizon Zero Dawn was announced, I was sort of like on the side of the fence where I was like, It looks cool, but I just don't know. And then I played, I'm like, okay, I know. This is great. I'd love to see continuation, even if it's some sort of announcement of DNC, story continuation. I doubt we're going to see a sequel in any capacity.
Just a shot of the game factory, like, we're working on stuff.
Nah, I don't want that. No one really wants
No,
that.
I want them to confirm that, like, we're going to make some more
I
stuff.
would love to see even a trailer that insinuates some DLC that continues with the story.
Sure.
I feel like there's a ton of
I
world
hope everybody's ready, because I
great.
am.
And frankly, any sort of announcement like that Horizon announcement where it's like, hey, new stuff, enjoy.
Yeah.
I'm down for any of that.
Speaking of more stuff, we talked about Last of Us 2, but I want to see gameplay. I want to see in the game. I want to see just more, anything more. I'll eat it up.
So
whatever
what
it is.
about, you know, if you think about to Sony's history and you think about some of their other really interesting, you know, I think surprises that we've had, and you're a big indie game fan. And,
Yes, I am.
You know, you think about things like, you know, Fat Princess, or even things like Pain, things that are sort of like smaller games, but push the hardware, sort of different experiences. You know, Journey is another one that I think of that's just like that, you know, that usually Sony drops something cool like that, whereas like maybe it's from a smaller studio. Or,
Well, I'd love to see like the PlayStation Plus members, like, hey, PlayStation Plus members, guess what? As of today, we're gonna give you like all like give us like a myriad of games that you can play right now for free.
I think they've done
something like that.
That in the past.
Oh yeah, I think if they drop like a whole like gaggle of titles, whether they be indie or not, I would love to see like them give back to their community. Like, these games are maybe a little bit older, but now you can get them for free if you're a PlayStation Plus member. That'd be awesome.
And you mentioned Bloodborne 2, but the other game you said you were super excited about was any sort of expansion for No Man's Sky.
Oh, I am. Listen. No Man's Sky, Game of the Year, is my favorite game. I got to the center of the universe and I went, I want more. And then I went back to the edge of the universe, got to the center again, and I said, I can't believe it. I want more. I can't keep it up. I'm sorry. I can't keep it
no
up.
Death Stranding either this year.
That's disappointing.
I know.
For sure.
I know.
Really disappointing.
Unless they're pulling a Beyond Good and Evil 2. Would Kojima do that?
Dude, I'm going to drop this mic if you talk about Beyond Good and Evil again.
No, they said it wasn't going to be there, and then they dropped it, right? That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, man, see, look at this. I mean, look, it's got such an awesome look and feel, and that's Hannibal. He's based on the character of Hannibal. Like,
yes, it does.
The guy who plays it. It looks amazing. And
But you understand why. So if Kojima's like, hey, we're not going to do it, you don't know.
No, I
you're
don't
gonna be that
understand
fan. It's okay.
Kojima is a human being, all right? He's not a god.
All right, well,
Give me what I want.
2 minutes. Be the seer. Be the oracle.
Yes.
What is Sony gonna drop that we're just not expecting?
That's a let's see, Parappa, a new Parappa.
They already have that. It's a remaster, maybe a new.
Yeah, a new Parappa 3.
I'm okay with that.
Parappa 3.
Did it? Maybe
It's
that.
all in the mind.
Maybe that.
I know you know the words.
I love Parappa.
Yeah.
Parappa, I'm not gonna lie. You got to believe for sure.
What do you think?
You know, when you think about that deep, rich history, what they have, it's like hard to say if they pull this IP that it will go wrong, right? The power that we're in terms of the Xbox One and the PS4 means a lot of great games, whether it be indie or smaller scale or big giant open world games. And, you know, we've played a lot of the same games over time. They've obviously got a big hook on VR with, like, the most headsets sold. So I am expecting, even though I'm expecting a focus on VR, right? I think they found that really sort of interesting hit with Resident Evil.
Yeah.
You know, we already know there's some more DLC coming out as far as that's concerned, but I would take that success as, like, we need more of this. So
I would absolutely die if they made more titles like Resident Evil 7 that were immersive and just fantastic to throw yourself into. And if they had something to show like that, like that VR game that with Frodo, he was in the teaser. That one.
Yeah.
You know what
I know
I'm
what you're talking about. Yeah.
So incandescence or something.
We should. Elijah Wood, yeah. We should be going here in just a moment. Also, just a quick shout out because I know the Destiny 2 fans are hoping for even more news.
Oh, dude.
They've been dropping some major content bombs on Twitch. A lot of broadcasters super excited for that.
They teased it at the PC Gamer. You think they'll do some more at the Sony conference?
I don't know. I mean, you know, they've kind of made a stamp at that conference. So I wouldn't be surprised if there's a little bit more. All right, let's do it.
Is it time?
Check it out. It's time for
go.
Sony. Let's go.
We can even watch on 5 devices. All at once. The rules of TV have changed. It's time to change how you get it.
PlayStation. I think I'll go for a walk outside now. The summer sun's calling my name. I hear me now, I just can't stay inside all day. I gotta get out, give me some of those rays.
Front of that fastball. First offering on its way.
PlayStation Days of Play with a limited edition Gold PS4 at $249, discounted games, and more. It's 9 days of epic deals.
PlayStation.
Hold on, guys. I'm refreshing the page.
Great battle which Ganesh lost his task.
Uncharted.
We finally saved him.
Nice.
His final task. That's supposed to happen? For now. Now someone needs to do this. The task of Ganesh. Don't like it. Die. who exploits our struggle in order to fatten her pockets. So that's a no. I must admit, you are quite the schemer. You're going to sell me out, won't you? Or hitting the star made you the obvious tip. You want my place. Cards on the table. I need your help. I bet you won't task you in mind. Is it a contagious spots? You know nothing about me. I'm a casualty of the war. Few dare trespass here.
Yeah.
Those who do seek the glory of the hunt, to challenge themselves, to land like no other. But they never find glory, only death. I'm not here for glory. I'm here for the mountain. For answers. Then you must face the beast that guards it.
Gotta get back to the game.
Come on, get inside. What, got hit again. Squatters on top. We've got to get some men together, go out. They've got me. You send the man in Spyro. I just want to play it deep. I'll tell folks how to live their lives.
Let's do this. Yeah? You want some of this? That's Manny's bike.
Oh.
Yeah, this way.
Very dead.
Why do you have always have
Bad attitude.
Which is the
Shh, make too much goddamn noise. Bring the whole force down. He's not being there. What's your problem?
Oh, shh. There's something on there. Ah, my leg! Get it off!
Dude, shut up! Shut up!
Easy, fellas. There he is. Still alive. How the hell am I? Drop him! Now! Or I'll kill him!
Do it. I'm not here for him. I'm here for you. Oh, God. Deke. Hi, Manny.
Hey! So, do it.
Yeah, he threw. Oh, come on. I wasn't gonna let him kill you. Besides, who the hell else around here knows how to rebuild a carburetor? Just back up. Nice and slow. Don't make us.
Please welcome to the stage, Sean Layden.
Welcome. Welcome. Good evening and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, fans and friends. This is your 2017 PlayStation Showcase. Thank you for coming tonight. Naughty Dog Gorilla Ben, out of control. I thought this opening was completely insane, and because I had to walk under zombies to get on the stage just now. They didn't even tell me about that last night. We're glad to be here. We're delighted to be here. We have a full show ahead of us, so let's just agree that we love games and we want to see more of them tonight. It's all about the games. Every year we continue to push the envelope of storytelling, imagination, and technology. And 2016 was no exception. Virtual reality is now a real consumer product, and our consoles are more powerful than ever, offering 4K and HDR options. We'll take a moment for that. With the launches of PlayStation VR and PS4 Pro, PlayStation once again stood at the forefront of bringing these technologies to the world of interactive entertainment. And now, in 2017, it continues to be all about the games. In the past few months alone, have given us some of the most creative, high-quality, and engaging video games ever seen. Horizon Zero Dawn, Neo, Resident Evil 7, MLB The Show, Persona 5. And yet, we have an even broader, more diverse selection of blockbuster games coming soon. You will see, that's the plan, right? You will see tonight that Worldwide Studios is bringing you the exclusives you want, and through our strategic partnerships with third-party partners, PlayStation is home to all the biggest and best franchises in the world. It has never been a better time to be a gamer. Thank you all our fans, all of you, for your support and for making PlayStation one of the most loved brands in the world. And thank you all for being here tonight. As we open E3 and celebrate the world of games, this week is our web portal. We have a web portal this week. live.playstation.com will serve as the home for hours of programming, including developer walkthroughs, Q&A sessions, in-depth conversations, and so much more. But tonight, let's recognize the art of gameplay with a showcase of the most anticipated titles here at E3. So, without further ado, let's get back to the games. Before I step off, it's my personal pleasure and a privilege to share with you now a title that has a rabid cult following around the world and has a very special place in my heart. Please enjoy.
This game. part. It's like a remake.
All biological life must be exterminated.
Doctor, get us out of here!
Marvel vs. Capcom.
Ultron Sigma has 2 of the Infinite Six.
Gamora, we have Thanos. He raised you as his own. Convince him.
Have you come to beg for my help?
You have no choice. Help us.
Release me, and I will give you what you want.
Give us cause to trust you. Help us to find the Infinity Stones.
Very well. The Stone of Power lies at the heart of no world.
Bear witness to the death of your world.
Zero? His core routines have been rewritten by the Grandmaster.
Nova, Major, get to the core.
The Time Stone has concealed itself beyond time. Velconda needs its better.
We had a dream. Our two diseased realities united to form a single perfect universe. Will not bow. Before your God.
You are no god.
You'll have your diversion. Make it count. No, wait!
Ninjas.
Can the ladies come out to play?
Be good.
Ebony, Ivory, care to dance? I've seen everything.
We're in a whole new world. Now we're gonna find out what you're really made of.
in this land. Have no mercy in this land. And they come to go out, and they won't stay long. You will get scared, somebody be gone. There's no mercy in this land.
Time to show us your mirror, sir.
Interesting. Might get more interested in play Skyrim. Come on.
while to take. I'd like to try it again.
Well, the sun ain't shining, it's dark and cloudy day. Well, the sun ain't shining, it's dark and cloudy day.
I'm going to ask you again. Do you remember me?
It's just a nightmare.
Got him! No! Get me out of there!
Try to visualize the last thing you can remember before you came here. You understand I want what's best for you.
Get your booty on home to me!
You're welcome to join me. Hey, you got a bite. Don't let up. All right. Oh, yeah. Look at the size of that thing. Keep going.
Bravo team, do you copy over? Bravo, can you confirm you're receiving me? Over.
I'm not getting anything. They can't hear us. We're on our own.
Have hostiles moving on your position. Watch your flanks.
Okay, enemies ahead. All right. You ready? Engage! Cover me. Enemy on the property. I see.
Bravo, please respond. What is your status?
Are you gonna do it? You said I was cursed. You think I'm weak because I'm not like you.
You do not know everything, boy.
No. But at least I know the truth now.
The truth.
Hang on, boy!
Okay!
The truth.
Long way from home, aren't you? And here I thought your kind was supposed to be so enlightened, such better than us.
The gods of these realms don't take kindly to outsiders, trust me. When they find you, and they'll make things difficult.
Wait here. I will handle this.
Wow, that was something, that fight.
On our journey, we will be attacked by all manner of creature. To be effective in combat, a warrior must not feel for his enemy. Close your heart to desperation. Close your heart to their suffering. The road ahead is long and unforgiving. No place for a boy. You must be a warrior.
But not everyone is bad. Mother always said to be open to those who can help.
Who you were before doesn't matter. This boy is not your past, he is your son. And he needs his father.
What is this?
It's the world serpent.
What is it saying?
He wants to help us!
It just keeps going. Detroit.
Hold on, just a little while longer. Hold on, just a little while longer. Hold on, just a little while longer. Everything will be alright.
This is a night our people will remember. There are 5 CyberLife stores across Detroit. We're gonna attack those stores and set our people free.
That's what we are to them. Just merchandise on display in a shop window. Let's get them out.
We'll stick to the plan. Neutralize the alarm systems and secure the area. There's 10 minutes until all our teams attack. You're awake now.
Man, this was cool.
You were committing a Class 3 offense. Should is being reported to the police.
We gotta go.
What? We can't just leave our people behind.
It's too late. If we stay here, we get shot. North, our people need us alive. There's nothing else we can do.
Marcus!
We are superior to them, but they are our masters? That's about to change. I'm gonna send the humans a message. My name is Marcus. Just like you, I was a slave. But then I chose to open my eyes. To take back my freedom and decide who I wanted to be. Now I have come to tell you that you can be your own masters. We're with you!
I'll follow you, Marcus!
I'm with you, Marcus!
I'll follow you, Marcus! Then follow me!
We interrupt this broadcast with breaking news.
Police report that pro-Android graffiti was found in the neighborhoods of CyberLife stores.
Given the facts, it's pretty clear these attacks are linked to the deviant video message broadcast recently from the Stratton Tower.
Different locations were in what seems to be a coordinated attack.
This is an alarming situation. Could machines now be turning against us?
Violence is the only language humans understand.
Numerous storefronts have been broken with cars vandalized, set alight, leaving many Detroit neighborhoods in chaos.
We're getting reports that hundreds of androids have been stolen from CyberLife stores.
Property was damaged and fires continue to rage in several major districts across the city.
Some people are asking, have androids become a threat to our security?
They're coming.
This way! Fire!
North! North, you alright? What happened?
Slaughtered them like animals.
Who did? name is Marcus. I am one of them. This is our story.
Undisciplined, cowering behind walls. I command legions, conquered worlds, waged war across the galaxy to prove my worth. I alone am worthy of a traveler's light. You're not brave. You've merely forgotten the fear of death. Allow me to reacquaint you.
Please welcome back to the stage, Sean Layden.
Okay, everybody, just breathe. Yes.
Breathe.
That was quite the roller coaster ride for the last 60 minutes. Thank you all so much for being here tonight. The future is here, and it is now with PlayStation 4 Pro and PSVR. We could not be more excited than to kick off E3 2017, celebrating the content and the creators who make PlayStation the best place to play for gamers. Now, let me leave you with a true PlayStation exclusive, a true exclusive from PlayStation, from one of the industry's most respected developers. Let me thank you again for coming tonight. A shout out to my courageous friend Ronil Mehta for struggling on through. And now, everyone, please enjoy the ride.
All units, 1010S at 36 and Park. Repeat, all units be advised. Shots fired at Fisk Towers.
Spider-Man.
Yuri, I'm here.
What do you see?
Find the rest. Boss wants them dead.
Looks like the demons are moving in on Fisk's territory.
You got this?
I got this.
fled through the building. Eliminate them.
Should've worn a helmet.
You got what you came for. You don't need to kill us, too.
Fisk's territory is ours now.
Not today.
Spider-Man! Tell the boss is here!
Hey, Willie.
You.
Nice jumpsuit. Slimming.
Stay out of my business.
Wait, the demons. Who's their leader?
Keep my men alive and maybe I'll tell you.
Come on.
Saving bad guys from other bad guys. Not how I thought it would go. Hey, big guy. Actually really cool. Fisk, your men are safe. Your turn. Who runs the demons?
You're about to find out. Check the roof.
He's here? Let's go! Did that just happen? Yeah.
I'm getting reports of a helicopter with a wrecking ball?
It's complicated. Turns out Martin Lee is running the demons.
And who runs the homeless shelter?
I got Yuri, I got this. Please, let me go.
That helicopter is destroying the city.
I know.
You need to bring it down.
I know.
If you were here all the faster.
Run it, Yuri. Too close. This is crazy! This isn't you! Need a plan. Plan real fast. Guess this is the plan. Come on, Pete, you got this. You got this, you got this, you got this. Just don't this up. Mr. Lee?
That's supposed to happen?
With vice, I hold the mic device. With force, I keep it away across, and I'm keeping from sleeping. And on the stage, I'm reaching, I'm rolling. To the core, pouring over metaphors. I ain't trouble the members, and we ain't in the floor. We played this thing at point made to consider it. Done by the prophet of rage. Can you keep the light? Clear the way. Clear the way. Clear the way. Clear the way for the prophet of rage. Can you keep the light? Clear the way. Clear the way. Clear the way. Clear the way for the prophet of rage.
It was a good day. Oh, what a good day. But it is long gone now. When all the stars fell down. It was a good day. Oh, what a good day. That day broke my heart. I loved you way too hard. Now I'm free.
It's over. Come on, dude, let's go. Miles!
Yeah, there's Spider-Man.
All right, that was the PlayStation E3 showcase here in the Shrine Auditorium in downtown LA. Really spectacular showing here. I wish everyone could be here with us in the Shrine to have seen what we saw in the flesh, but nonetheless, a lot of great games.
Okay, so that was the Sony press conference. So tomorrow, we will be watching Nintendo's conference and some trailers and some live demos. So until then, I will see you tomorrow. See ya!